we've heard, Andy Reid does play some starters. You're going to get a chance to see him against better competition earlier in the game if he clears protocol.
All right, our telephone number 248-539-9797. ESPN has a new college football theme. We'll hear that coming up at 8:35. But first, we hear from Heather.
So there's a Michigan judge that is going viral again.
Again?
Yes, for the way he handled an unruly, foul-mouthed defendant in his courtroom. So Judge Cedric Simpson, he first went viral when that man showed up on that Zoom hearing for driving with a suspended license while he was driving.
But he didn't have a license, but then he had a license, but he didn't have a license.
Yeah, well, so it's the judge that was handling that case, right? And now he's going viral again. This time there was a defendant named Daryl Jarrell, who was in court for a simple trespassing charge. But as the judge was about to adjourn, this guy decided, you know what, it's time for him to sound off on what's going on. And he was using some foul language. Let's see if you can hear what's happening here. So it was just an F you, F you, F you. And the judge was like, boom, another 93 days in jail.
Yes.
So overall, he issued 558.
You get 93.
Yes.
You get another 93.
And another one, 558 days in jail.
And he almost sounded like the little Cat Williams there. He said, no, 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 no.
It's great. Check out the video. And this guy was just upset about how long his court date was handled, but apparently he doesn't have email or a cell phone, so they have to send it all the letters
Snail
to a
mail?
PO box. Yeah. So they're like, we can't get a hold of you. We're going to this is going to go on a little bit longer. And the guy was just like, nope, I've had it. Woo.
One addendum to the story.
Yeah.
Come on. His name's Daryl Jarrell.
Well, okay.
This is my brother Daryl. My other brother Daryl.
When I read it, I was like,
Daryl.
Daryl Jarrell. And then I listened to the video and they call him Daryl Jarrell. So,
yeah,
but it is
they had
spelled
it wrong.
Daryl
You had
Jarrell.
it right. Yeah.
It's got to be Daryl Jarrell.
Right?
Yes.
I know. When you go to Costco, things are going to be changing. Costco members will need to start scanning their membership cards when you enter the store.
Oh,
so no
that's
longer
not gonna
just a
slow
little
it down. Show it to them.
All we do typically is nope, you just kind of flash your card. They're like, okay.
Yeah, I'd show them my phone because I use the one on my phone.
So you can either use your actual card or you can use your phone. However, if you don't have a photo with your phone, be prepared to perhaps have to bust out your ID so they can see that you are who you say you are.
I every once in a while when I go in there, and my kids always want to see the photo, it's Fat John.
Oh.
And so it's clear that it's me, but they could look at it and go, huh.
Okay. Have they ever said, huh, to you? Because it's happened to us.
No, because they never look at my picture.
Okay, well, remember for a minute there, they were checking your picture or your card when you were checking out? Well, did you ever get stopped for that? Because we got stopped numerous times, and our photos are old. And the one of Colin, he's never been overweight, but he had a really big beard in his picture. And the woman did she did the, huh. And she even mentions huh, you've lost some weight. And I'm like, no, he just shaved. but there was a little bit of that, huh, is that you?
I'm looking at my picture right now. You can't even tell who it is. Basically.
It's all worn off. Yeah. I was going to pull mine up for you guys and show it. Yeah, it is certainly Fat John.
All right, you do that. I'm going to keep going. Oh, let me see. Oh, yeah, and it also, you know what it looks like? It just looks like they took a picture.
They scrunched it a little bit.
Yes,
They
stretched it out a little.
Fat John.
Fat John.
Big
and
Fat
a
John.
Coke.
Yep. It was a tragic day at the 2024 CrossFit Games. A 28-year-old Serbian athlete died during the run-swim event. Really, really sad. The event was being held in Fort Worth, Texas this year, and the event kicked off with a 3.5-mile run and then an 800-meter swim. And a live stream of the competition showed that this man was struggling, went underwater near the finish line, and fellow athletes say they kind of saw what was going on and were screaming for lifeguards, but they were too far away to hear their cries for help. Eventually, search crews did get out into the water. They made their way to the last visible location where this athlete was. Ultimately did find his body, pulled it out onto a boat. Really, really sad. The CrossFit CEO said, obviously, they're deeply saddened by this loss, and they're doing everything in their power during this tragic time to support the family and their community. There is an investigation underway. Really tragic, for sure.
Yeah, it's sad.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, as promised, a new song for a very popular sports program. That's coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Dive into the best pool in history. That's Stadium Swim. And why not a better time? Because football season is here. Whether you want to watch preseason games, Saturday football games, regular season NFL games, you got to go to Stadium Swim. And it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. That's Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all your sporting events, but especially football games this fall. Swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls. It's built for it, and it's a one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. Cookies and I will be out there at the end of August. We would love to have you join us. It's 365 days of sports, poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Former Michigan commit Eric Gray. And he backed out. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Got a few more ticket texts on the Lions and Nate Sudfeld. Here we go. Brad Holmes would have to call the station and get Tom's number from John. That's from Jeff in South Lyon. I think Hooker just was everything we wanted to see. He was basically what we hoped for. I thought as a backup he looked comfortable and can always run and try to make plays, which is huge for a backup. True. I thought he looked fine. He was fine. But we're talking about if Goff, God forbid, got hurt seriously, is there somebody? Look, there's obviously Brady, Tannehill, all these guys are obviously better than Sudfeld. That's the other question.
Going back to that Brady text and Brad Holmes, it would be John's wish of finally being contacted and getting a phone call from an NFL GM.
Oh yeah, if the phone rang, I would first be disappointed. Oh, you're not calling for me?
Well, I would, John, but you're too light now.
Hey, just give me the feed bag. I can get back to Fat John.
Fat John, big Fat John. Not since the What'd you say?
You love that.
Yeah, I do.
You really feel proud about yourself.
Because Big John's a great song.
Yes.
Not since the days of single bar quarterback fast makes have we seen the likes of Sudfeld's athleticism. Let's call Brett Favre too.
Just tell him to send picture.
Tannehill is the only answer to win a game or two.
What did you just say?
He said Tannehill is
No, before that.
You said face mask differently. Fast makes, I think is what you said.
Did I really?
Yeah.
I thought I said face masks. I could have. Never know.
Single bar fast make.
That's what I said. Single bar quarterback face masks. Maybe I said fast. I don't know. Whatever. It's very possible. You've known me so long. Absolutely, it's possible.
Malachi.
He signed yesterday. Malachi Flynn signed with the San Antonio Spurs. Like I said, Tannehill is the only answer to win a game or two. That one Hooker run where he lowered the shoulder, I immediately said to my wife, the Hooker fans are going to want him to be the starter because of that.
No, I don't think anybody's clamoring for to be a starter. No.
Nobody.
No. It is nice to see a mobile quarterback. It's nice to see a quarterback pick up some yards with his feet. And if he would be a great change-up pitch if he is required to come in due to injury.
Right. Hooker's backup from college, former Michigan quarterback Joe Milton.
He looked good.
He had a nice run, scampers, like he went like 20 yards in like 15 seconds. He was scrambling around. He threw that one nice touchdown pass too. Stoney is basically saying Sudfeld is better than Brady. Wow. No, I wasn't saying Sudfeld's better than Brady. No, it was like Brady or Tannehill. Is Brady in shape? That type of thing. Okay. Earlier in the program, we brought out the new version of John Tesh's Round Ball Rock, which is pretty damn good. I'm glad that he updated it. A little heavy guitar in there, which I really liked. It was revealed yesterday that ESPN has a new college football opening anthem. I'm not sure if it's just for game day or just the way they're going to start their broadcasts, but it's a song and with some words and stuff that you'll hear, like some announcer VOs and things like that, by an artist that I know some of you have seen up close and personal. Ladies and gentlemen, he is Jelly Roll. I like it.
Yeah, I do too. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's a great song. It seems like ESPN can't do, and I like this person. Sounds like I'm gonna diss, but
Go ahead.
ESPN, it doesn't appear they can't do anything without interjecting some sort of Stephen A. Smith in there. You heard him in the little open too. I mean, come on, just let it rest once in a while. He is Mr. ESPN. He's the face of the network.
So why not have his voice in there?
I don't know.
He's not on College Game Day, but
no, I know. Was there McAfee in there? I don't know. I have no idea. He's on College Game Day.
yeah, I don't know.
Anyway, I like the tune.
I do too. Saw it late last night, again early this morning. I sent the Instagram post to my wife because she's she really likes the story of Jelly Roll. It seems like he's a solid individual, and it's just it's kind of a cool story. Mm-hmm. So I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool. And he talked about, he was on with McAfee. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before when this all broke. And he talked about it being, it's a lifelong dream of having something like this come out, and to be on that show, I think is a huge deal, obviously for him.
Absolutely. I mean, it was great, and he loves Detroit too.
Yeah, I mean, I went to see him. When he was here for the draft, we got a chance to see him, and put on a great show. Brought out Flavor Flav.
Flavor Flav's water polo team went down though yesterday.
That's too bad.
I know. Speaking of going down, the Tigers went down to the Seattle Mariners last night, and look, it would have been nice to sweep the team. We know what this season's about, but they had a bullpen day, and the bullpen pitched pretty damn well. 3-1, they were leading in the bottom of the ninth. Bases loaded, 2 outs. I believe there was 2 strikes as well on Mitch Henniger, the batter for Seattle. And then, Dan Dickerson, what happened? It would have been a really good catch by Valade. And he got a good jump on it, and the ball just went under his glove.
Yep.
He blew the play. You could sit there and question his judgment. Well, should he have just, given up the single, and the game would have been tied because runners were going because it was 2 outs. But I have no problem with, especially all things considered, where the season is, of him going to try to make a play. Now, just imagine what the phone lines would be today if that exact thing happened and the Tigers were, battling for the wild card, seriously, or, battling for the division.
Yeah, if they were only 1 game back instead of 9.
Pitbull would be going crazy.
Sure they would be.
Yeah.
But that's not the case.
I know.
And it's a guy that's just trying to make a play.
Yeah.
And it didn't come up, favorable for the Tigers.
No.
And they lost the game. They won the series.
Yeah.
Win as many series as you can. It's about all we could say.
I know. I don't know. I don't know if you can say that was a typical thing to show about this season, because to me, this season's more about poor batting than anything else. But it was just a shame.
Well, the season's about not blocking players and developing bats.
Okay. That's true as well. All right. 248-539-9797.
Hey, if you want a great place to work out, check out Planet Fitness. It's a squeaky clean gym. It's a judgment-free zone. And if you've only got 30 minutes, hey, no problem. You can get a full-body workout in just 30 minutes in the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And don't delay, because for only a few more days, you can put $1 down and save big. That's $1 down to join today, and you can cancel anytime. $1 gets you into Planet Fitness. Free fitness training, equipment for every workout, and it's never intimidating. So you got to join today, because the deal will end soon. And if you want more, you go in there, hey, say, this is great. I appreciate the $1 down. You can also upgrade to the Planet Fitness Black Card, where you can enjoy the use of all the amenities, such as unlimited use of the Black Card Spa, featuring hydro massage chairs, total body enhancement, and access to over 2,500 locations worldwide. It's great if you're a traveler, you travel for work, travel for any reason. You always got someone close, chances are at least, and you also have unlimited guest privileges. And if you're traveling around greater Detroit area, you got 50 in Metro Detroit, and I mentioned thousands worldwide, and their official partner is the team that we just talked about, the Detroit Tigers. So check out the Bloomfield Township, Chesterfield. They've got all new strength equipment, Mount Clemens, Milford, Dearborn, all new cardio equipment, and 4 new locations in Windsor, Chatham, and Sarnia. You want to find out more, see if it's for you, stop in, ask questions, or you can always find more information at planetfitness.com.
248-539-9797. Jim Costa off again as his voice is getting repaired, so to speak.
Yep.
Yes.
Or he just wanted to see the game last night.
Go to that thing?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he would have.
Probably not.
No. I think anybody with a sane mind would not travel for a preseason game, unless you happen to be in the area for some strange
Correct.
reason. Yes. All right, we have some more ticket texts. Not too many people are loving their Jelly Roll this morning. The song was trash.
What?
Jelly Roll's voice is awful, and I hope that song gets scrapped real quick. Not a Jelly Roll fan, and nobody wants to think about how he smells.
Oh, come on.
Because that was the line in the song.
Yeah.
Bill and Whitmore Lake. That song is one of the worst things I've ever heard.
Really?
Look, I'm not a huge, country that style. I thought it was really, really good.
Yeah. I like the energy of it.
Yes.
I didn't hear it until we played it. I liked it.
So did I.
And I'm usually pretty judgmental on music, and especially changing themes
Anything,
and all that.
yeah.
Yeah, I just like traditional type stuff when it comes to the theme music. And I thought it was really good and catchy and new.
Yes.
It just sounded fresh.
It did, and there was high energy. I don't. I mean, when people say if you don't like his voice, then you're not going to like anything that he comes out.
I mean,
with.
I'm a little over Jelly Roll. It's like there's a lot of Jelly Roll going on in the world right now.
Well, yeah, he's got a couple of duets.
Right. I think he's in
out.
Detroit every other day at this point.
Just about. He loves Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
We love him for that.
Speaking of duets, did you see who showed up with Zach Bryan the other night?
No.
Bruce. They did
Oh, really?
Atlantic City, and they do a song together. I didn't realize. Sandpaper. Have you heard that one by Zach
No.
Bryan? Not great.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh.
It's
You don't like his
it's real
voice?
slow. No, I like his voice. A lot, actually. I think he's really good. And Stoney definitely said Fast Mace. Instead of face mask.
It happens.
Yes,
It happens.
absolutely.
Yep.
It happens to the best of people. It happens to me.
Yes, it does.
Yes. All right, John. So
Yeah.
in the game last night, look, it was a horrible game from an entertainment point of view.
Right.
Obviously, it's almost universal that Nate Sudfeld was horrific. Sorsdahl, not really good. Alexander, not really good in the return capabilities. And there wasn't a lot of greatness out there at all. Now, there were some people that I thought, looked the part. Okay.
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker, number one. I thought he looked like he could be a fine backup. Still needs time, but he looked comfortable. I thought, since he hadn't played in a long time, there might be some nerves, that type of thing. He looked right at home. Isaiah Williams, I thought, played really well. As far as this few starters that did play, the rookies, Arnold was never tested, but Rakestraw
I thought he played well.
played very well. Vaki played good.
Sione Vaki, I thought was really. That's one of the guys that I wanted to see. We didn't get a chance to see Levi Onwuzurike, so then I shifted to some of the other guys that I wanted to see. And Sione Vaki, knowing that he was a two-way player at Utah, mostly defense until the last year when they just needed somebody at running back due to injury, he came in and played well, which is obviously why the Lions drafted him. And running behind the same line that all the other running backs ran behind, he showed really nice awareness of when to put the foot in the ground and go north and south, some cutbacks. He ran downhill. I thought it was a good showing by him.
I thought Malik Jefferson, the linebacker that they acquired, they signed him as an undrafted free agent, just a free agent. He was, he's been in the league for a while. I thought he showed up. Jack Fox did what Jack Fox does.
Yes, that's to be expected. I
Right.
thought the defensive line did a nice job of applying pressure.
Broderick Martin looked okay.
Broderick Martin looked all right. He was in there. Didn't get the sack. Was the first one to the quarterback. But I thought Ukwu, Isaac Ukwu, played well. Nate Lynn, some guys that we haven't talked at all about.
Correct.
I thought they played well.
Neiman, the linebacker, another linebacker with NFL experience. Early in the game, I thought he made a few good plays. So what do you think of Broderick Martin, though? I mean, that's another guy that everybody wanted to see.
I thought more progress than I thought I would see. He has reshaped his body a little bit. He's a big body inside, can take up and eat up some blocks. He did a nice job on the one that I just talked about, him getting to the quarterback first, did a nice job of splitting a double team, applying pressure. I like the fact that it didn't seem throughout the course of the time that he was in there that there was a drop-off. I thought, hey, big guy, can get a little tired. He played hard the entire time. I still want to see him play a little bit lower. It was better than he was coming out of college. It was my big pet peeve about him. And I've seen some improvement there. Still needs to work on it.
You know who was a little disappointing only because Dan Campbell spoke about him in training camp and how good he looked was Jamar Jefferson. Now, a lot of that is because the offensive line was not very good. But
same offensive line that
pretty much, you're right. Yeah, Jefferson, 5 carries, 9 yards, as opposed to Vaki, who had 4 carries for 29 yards.
Right. And some, you can look at it and say some different scenarios, different defensive fronts that they were running against. But, obviously Maurice Alexander Jr., not a great showing, especially if you're trying to make it as a special teamer. Hey, you're going to have to catch balls in the rain at times. I know that there's not a lot of outdoor games on the Lions schedule, but that's one where if you're trying to crack the lineup, hey, sorry it's raining, but you got to take advantage of the opportunity.
By the way, if I'm a New York Giant fan, I'm a little disappointed that, Neighbors played a little bit. They didn't even target him, though.
Yeah.
If he's going to play, which I didn't even think he was going to play.
Throw him the damn ball.
Exactly. Throw him the damn ball. Yeah. And Drew Lock didn't look good either.
No, but I don't know that we all necessarily expected him to look good.
No, but they paid a decent price to get him, though, didn't they? Yeah,
I think so, yeah. Maurice Norris, safety, had some of the coaches chatter about how well he had looked in early in fall camp. Mm-hmm. Did not look good in the game.
And by the way, it's been decreed by the Detroit Lions that Tom Kennedy will be in training camp and preseason game for the next 10 years. So.
We did see him. And then you think about the number 3 wide receiver. I didn't think Fountain did anything that we've seen him do at practice.
Right.
He was targeted 3 times, no catches. And there was one, it was kind of a back shoulder throw where I thought he should have made a better play on the ball and just it's good coverage. I get that. But at some point you gotta make a play, especially if you're fighting for a roster spot.
Right. And DPJ did catch 1 ball. He was targeted twice.
Yeah.
But he didn't play till the second half.
Right. Yep.
So you
still got work to do.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. You might remember yesterday we had a little fun with the fact that I was trying to apply to be a substitute teacher. I had a little bump in the road on that yesterday, and I'll explain coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding. The Lions exhibition last night debuted their new 3-1-3 uniforms, the new kickoff rules, and tested the new digital yardage measurement devices as well. They also played a game versus the Giants and fell 14-3 in the pouring rain. Their rookie kicker, Jake Bates, got the only 1 attempt at a field goal, sailed it through the uprights from 53 yards away. Dan Campbell also gave his list of players that stood out off the top of his head before watching the tape. At quarterback Nate Sudfeld, he struggled quite a bit, 13-24 for 96 yards and an interception in that weather. Coach mentioned that he played much better when he came back in for Hendon Hooker, who left with a concussion after just 2 drives. Elsewhere in the other preseason game, former Wolverine Joe Milton, he threw the only touchdown pass for the Patriots, with rookie Drake May also making his debut for only 1 series in the 17-3 win over Carolina. No sweep for the Tigers, losing in the bottom of the 9th off a 3-run double by the Mariners, losing 4-3. Detroit moves on on to San Francisco and now continue their road trip. And in the Olympics this morning, a local girl, White Lakes hurdler Grace Stark, she will compete for the gold medal in the finals in her event. Also, breakdancing will make its debut at the Olympics today. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Chris. 248-539.
We're going to see the wave?
97.
The worm? Yeah.
Oh, the breakdance
Yeah.
thing?
We're going to see the worm?
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. I don't think I'm going to pay
Much attention to it? Yeah, no. If it's on the TV and I'm walking by, interesting.
I didn't pay much attention to the ballroom dancing when that was a trial Olympic sport one year.
Yes. Are you going to watch flag football next year?
You mean in 4 years?
In 4 years, yeah. Next Olympics.
Yes, probably.
Yeah. Think any NFL players will be in that?
I don't know. They might do. You know how in soccer for the Olympics, I think it's like 23 and under, so they don't have all the great players.
Okay, so do you think you'll see college athletes in it?
Maybe.
It's the middle of training camp.
So that would be no.
So I'm just curious.
Could you imagine, like, let's pretend it's this year, okay?
So are we going to see high schoolers in it? Get 7-on-7 leagues all over the place.
Possibly. I mean, we have young athletes in every other sport.
We've got a 16-year-old running in track.
Yeah.
That's to me the most amazing story is Quincy Wilson from the D.C. area, Maryland area. 16 years old is going to be running in the 4x400 meter relay. I can't wait to see it. I'm so excited. And it's happening today. I'm not sure what time.
Yeah, it's hard to find times consistently on some of these events. Like, I just looked at two separate places to see when the 100-meter women's hurdles is tomorrow because of the local girl, Grace Stark.
Right.
I mean, that's a big story here, potentially. We don't get a ton of local gold medal winners, and she has a chance now.
Right.
But in some of those races, though, especially like in the 400, when you see these guys run it, they're grown-ass men.
Oh, I know.
And a 16-year-old, you look at him, you're like, he looks like he's 16. I mean, he's obviously a tremendous athlete. But to watch him run one of the legs of the 400 along with, I mean, there could be dudes that are more than twice his age that he's running against.
Yeah, there could be. Absolutely. 32.
You know, yeah.
Right? If he's 16, yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, math substitute, you are on the money today.
Exactly.
Super quick, before you get to you did wrong yesterday, I don't know what you did, but I'm sure. Did you not look him in the eye? Was it that? No. Okay. So I know you're Stoney. You're going to watch it. You're watching the gold medal game tomorrow, right?
Absolutely.
Live, the basketball game?
Probably.
Are you, John?
No.
I got to say, this could be a really good sports moment because they're playing against France.
Right.
It's in France.
Yes.
And you got Wemby, who kind of went next level yesterday a little bit.
Yes. And he's been great defense. And they're booing the hell out of Embiid.
Yeah. There could be some extra theatrics is all I'm saying.
Sure, there'd be a little drama
extra
in there.
Juice.
Yeah, a little juice.
Yeah. I mean, look, they beat them, I don't know by how many points. They beat them for the gold medal the last time they beat France. And they didn't have Wembanyama in it.
Yeah.
So, all right. Yesterday, if you were listening, I talked about how I'm trying to become a substitute teacher in the fall just to, keep busy because I don't think I'll be substituting here very often because people don't take time off during the football season, rightfully so. I will be doing the Lions post-game shows.
Yes.
After the network, after Mark Ryan signs off.
Oh.
It'll be me and the Hammer.
Can we get an amen?
Amen! So, yesterday, I had to go through this workshop that all the substitute teachers in all the school districts around probably the country, but definitely in Michigan. It's actually headquartered in Grand Rapids. It's called EduStaff. And you fill out your application and then you set up a workshop it's like an orientation.
Right, yeah. They go through all the ins and outs of what you got to do.
It's not at the school district that you want. It's where you try to pick one closest to your house. So mine was yesterday at Farmington High School at 2:00.
Yeah, you talked about you were ready. You're kind of fired up for it.
Yeah.
See what it all entails.
Absolutely. 2:00. Now, I have so anyways, I'll explain what happened in a second. So why what happened. So I get there and walk in the classroom. We're all walking the school, Farmington High School.
Mm-hmm.
and they're doing all sorts of construction. And I said, how do you get in here? And they showed me how. I went in there, and there were a few kids in there doing some stuff. I said, where's the main office? And they put me in. I said, well, where's the administration center, boardroom where I'm supposed to meet? Oh, it's down here. Go in there. Not a soul.
Oh.
Nobody there.
So you're the only one.
The only one there. So I check an email, and I got an email yesterday.
Yeah.
At 7:00
in the morning.
In the morning, while I was here.
Yes.
And
well, I don't think they know your other job.
Exactly. Now, sometimes I do check emails during the show. Sometimes I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday was one of those days I didn't. And I checked the email, and it says, this is a reminder that you are signed up to attend an EduStaff interview and workshop on August 8th, 2024. Please arrive at 9:30 a.m. for your 10 o'clock workshop. I said, you got to be kidding me. And then I'm sitting there, oh, my God, I did it again.
Yeah.
I screwed up.
That was the topic yesterday.
Right. I wrote down the wrong time. It's kind of like what I did when I was supposed to play golf with Ken Daniels and my friend Steve. I said, it's
double booked.
And I'm just so pissed at myself. I'm going crazy. So I call the number and explain my predicament, and they're trying to find one that's, the closest one is in the UP is the next you
have to go across the bridge
on Monday or whatever.
Take the opportunity, explore the North.
They said, but you can do it. So I set up one in Troy in September, the day after Labor Day.
Okay.
So I go back. I said, did I screw up? So I go home and I look because I write down notes, and it said this date, 2:00. Then I go back to my email that was sent when I made the appointment, July 1st. And it says, this is confirmation that you have been signed up to attend EduStaff Workshop August 8, 2024 at 2 p.m. So I didn't screw up if there was a screw up, it was that I didn't check my email that was sent while I was working. Now, they didn't know I was working, but still, they should have given me a little more notice if they changed the time on me. Wouldn't you?
Maybe it was the test. Well, we're going to send you an email at 7:00 to tell you which building to go to, and you failed the test.
The building was the same.
I understand that, but on any given weekday during the school year, they could call you, they could send you an email. Maybe that's their new form of communication. Hey, we're going to send you an email at 7 a.m. to let you know which building to show up at and which subject you will be substituting for. He's supposed to be there at 2, so let's send him this at 7 just to see if he's on top.
I think
I get that.
You're just looking to blame me.
I don't know. The test, you don't. You double book things or listen to the show. You can't keep up on your emails. When you called them,
did you say, do you know who I am?
No, I didn't.
Do you know what I was doing this morning?
If you get denied, are you going to talk about it on the air and trash him?
Oh, he won't get denied.
You can't get denied, can you?
If you
pass everything.
I got to look at the look. I got a weird look.
Any concerns? Has a background check been completed?
Yeah.
But you could get kicked out of the classroom for doing something.
Right.
Now, that would be a story.
Yes. You actually are there and then get removed midday.
Here's something. Here's something you might even find funnier.
Okay. At the time, we were distracted by the individuals on TV that were lifting.
That's true, too. Yes. I'm not going to go there right now. But we had our deck done a few years ago by the great people.
We can't hire this guy. We got to reconsider.
Yeah. What'd you have done?
Our deck.
Okay.
Redone. The good people at North.
Work done.
The people at Northfield Lumber. They took care of him. We had a guy come out and do this stuff. His name was Brian. So my wife goes, I got a text from Brian. Remember the deck guy? I said, yeah, he used to be a basketball coach, whatever. He goes, substitute teaching is not I was a teacher for 20 years. Don't do substitute teaching. I have part-time work he could do. And my wife goes, you mean helping you install decks? He said, yes. She goes, you obviously don't know my husband. Can you see me as a trying to lay?
All right, fine, Stoney, do it.
Yeah, laying wood.
No, it's Trex deck.
Fake wood.
Fake wood.
Those are called other things.
The Viagra of decks.
That's it.
Carson Anderson talk about it sometime. The bread.
All right, we have some tickets.
Hey, real quick, in your defense, actually, all the jokes aside here, day of changes in schedules when you're supposed to be at something deserve a text or a call.
Yes.
That's the age we live in now. People don't look at their emails. That's like me being a coach of our baseball team and emailing everybody, hey, rain out. They're not going to see it. People don't see their emails anymore. I know, John, me and you, we see our emails way more, but we do more than the average person. I've actually seen this happen in kids' sports where, like, far less important, timely communication still doesn't get seen on the emails.
Yeah.
People are not looking at their emails. We had somebody call us the other day, said they had 130 unread emails.
Well, there are people that have two emails, like I do, my personal and work email, and I don't check the work emails, as often as I do my other email.
That's why you get notifications. It pops up on your screen, and you see the email and you're forced to look at it before you even open up your phone.
But sometimes when you have a ton of emails coming in, your notification is only the latest one. So I'll get a notification. I have an email from like a junk company, and then the important one was lower, and I didn't see it.
That's why you manage the inbox, and you delete that one to see which one's next, and you delete that one to see which one's next, and then all of a sudden, I need this one.
I know, but when you get so many emails, sometimes you just miss things.
Yeah, I understand.
Look at how many emails I just got in 2 seconds. Like, I sometimes miss important ones because they're amongst the junk.
What?
Do you unsubscribe the junk?
No.
Well, that's what you should do.
Gotta
because
unsubscribe.
You're not. Well, sometimes you're not supposed to, though, because you're not supposed to click these little links. It's very important.
Yeah, but
if they're from legitimate places, yes, I unsubscribe. If it's from some like kind of strange thing, I just delete or ignore.
Some ticket text. Stoney, let me guess. They figured out you were dumber than the students? I'm not going to argue that.
That's a little hurtful.
Stoney, stop lying. We all know you pooped outside the school before going in.
Just want to make sure you're ready.
Stoney, they found out you were wearing purple headphones.
Violet.
Lavender.
Lavender. Yes.
All right, coming up next. It's a very musical show today. One of the great sports themes has a new version. We'll hear that coming up next. 97.1 The Ticket.
The best place to bet the summer games, because they're going on right now. They're going to be over soon. Is on FanDuel. It's America's #1 sports book because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's new customers getting $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. You can bet on all your favorite international teams in all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton, soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all, so exercise that option. Don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Here's what you got to do. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to sign up and start betting the games today. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen, and make every moment more with FanDuel. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. last fall, we decided to get a new roof. We went with Rapid Roofing because we knew we needed a new roof for a long time. Finally pulled the trigger. It's an expensive adventure, and Rapid Roofing made everything not an adventure. It was a great estimate. Mike Beatty and his team came out, gave us the estimate, and told us that they were going to come out in one day, rip the roof off, repair the roof, put a new one on, and clean everything up and be gone. They did exactly that. It's Rapid Roofing, and you can give them a call at 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF, or you can find more information on the web at rapidroofing.com. No problem. A year ago, we put a new roof on the house. Knew we needed it for a while.
Yeah, Tigers lose a heartbreaker 4-3. They win the series with Seattle 2-1. Back in action tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket as they take on the San Francisco Giants. Do you think any of the Tiger beat writers, and they're not listening because they're probably in San Francisco now, will ask one of the Giant players, hey, Matt, Mr. Chapman, Did you have any interest in coming to Detroit? Did the Tigers even talk to you? I would hope that would be asked.
Yeah.
Be nice. Just to know what his feelings maybe. He said, you know what? Yeah, we talked to them, but I didn't want to go there because I didn't think they have a chance to win. Maybe.
Could be one possible answer.
Could be a possible answer. Or it could be, we called, but I got hung up on.
Yeah. Or they just didn't offer enough.
I have no idea.
You know what I think the answer is?
What?
They never talked.
Yeah.
After Harris came on last week, I don't think they ever even
explored the option.
I don't.
Yeah.
Probably not.
It could be another possible answer.
He brought up DH, and he talked about it differently than he did about third base.
Right. Yeah. He was probably talking more, but they were debating probably JD than anything else. All right. The NBA had this song when the NBC did the NBA back years ago. They called Round Ball Rock, done by John Tesh, who used to work for CBS Sports, by the way, at one point. Anyway, Round Ball Rock, when the NBA went away from NBC, the song went away. And then I guess it was a couple of years ago, Fox got permission to use the song that they do, and they run it for college basketball. Well, John Tesh has come out with a new version of Round Ball Rock. Take a listen. I like it. A little more electric guitar than the original version.
Original, sure.
Yeah.
I think I would probably still prefer the original, but I don't mind the new version. It's good.
It's good. You know, when you freshen stuff up, as long as, in my opinion, you don't go completely crazy and change everything, they just, updated it with a little more electrical music.
You still
so
get you still hear the original.
Yes.
So sure.
Give it a thumbs up.
Sure, thumbs up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's one of the classics.
We are on Twitch, and there was a request when we were talking about breakdancing. I brought up the worm.
No.
How do you know? I don't even ask it yet.
I thought the way you're looking at me, you said, well, let's have Stoney try to do the worm.
Well, that is the request.
Yes, so the answer is no.
Really?
I'm not doing the worm. No.
No?
No.
Have you ever?
Maybe in a drunken stupor, but I don't. No.
What is your most unique dance? Because you like to dance.
I like to my dance. My problem with my dancing is
double finger point. It's great. Got it.
It's a lot of knees.
That's okay.
I can get him to do anything.
So it's like knees.
Yeah.
The little the Motown, the little that type of stuff.
Okay. All right, yeah, little.
I'm not a very good dancer, but I like to dance. Just like I'm not a very good singer, and I like to sing.
Good or not does not matter. It's are you having fun?
Yes,
that's all that matters.
I don't want to take away from Heather's news, but when you go to weddings, bar mitzvahs, whatever mitzvah there is, big parties where there's a band or dancing and things like that. If you're not going to dance and have a good time, what are you there for? I mean, obviously you're there to celebrate. You understand what I'm saying?
Other reasons.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
But once the party really gets rocking and rolling, have a good time. Don't care about what people think you look like when you're dancing. Who cares? Nobody's going to.
You don't need alcohol to do it either. It helps, but it
it can make you a better dancer.
That's at least in your own mind.
Yes, it can make you think that everybody else is a good dancer too.
Stoney at the bat mitzvah I'll never get that image out of my head. when he hoisted into the chair and was being carried around.
Oh, yeah.
Doing the finger point in the chair. It was outstanding.
Is there any chance there's video of that?
Oh, yeah. I would think so.
Did you have a videographer there?
It's on VHS.
Yeah.
No, it's not VHS.
DVD. Blu-ray.
Oh, Blu-ray.
DVD.
The original HD.
Yes. All right. Help me, Heather. It's news time.
You gotta hear this story. There's a chess champ who allegedly tried to poison her rival after this rival badmouthed her family, and the whole thing was caught on camera. So
awesome.
There's security footage. This is from August 2nd, just happened, and it shows this Russian chess champ sneaking into the tournament room. Right? She walks casually through the room, and she does stop to kind of like look around, make sure nobody's watching.
Yeah.
And then she took something out of her bag. And you can see that she like pours this substance across the table onto the chessboard.
Oh, an invisible substance.
Puts it onto like several pieces. And then she slips out of the room, right? And then tournament starts. Her rival sits down at the table, starts to play, and then suddenly becomes ill. Falls ill, right? Woo. There's an investigation. Police are called.
How ill?
Pretty sick. I think she had to be like taken out of the room, right? I don't know if she had to be hospitalized, but she got sick. So after the investigation, the woman admitted to attempting to poison her rival, saying that she broke a thermometer over the table and spread mercury across the chessboard.
Wow.
Yeah. And now she is facing 3 years in prison if she is convicted on charges of intentional infliction of bodily harm.
Where's the prison? Is it a Russian prison?
I would imagine. So that's where the tournament was taking place. That's where this woman's from.
Oh, boy.
This is why you can't trust Putin.
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 Yes.
It actually was part of a higher-up scheme. This woman was just a pawn.
Thanks, Tony. A Super Bowl MVP is calling it a career. Nick Foles announced on Thursday that he is retiring. He will do so as a member of the Eagles when he returns to Philadelphia for their September 16th home opener against the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, wow. So happy for him.
What a joke.
One-day contract in Philly where he won a Super Bowl MVP. I mean, that's nothing
started
more
his career playing for Chip Kelly.
Yeah.
Remember that's when he started. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Lions fans in particular can get some free fries this season. This is great news. McDonald's and the Lions have teamed up. They've got this promotional partnership. Now every Lions game with an interception by the Lions, fans can go, use the app, get a free fry of any size. I was going to say anytime, but there is some rules. So like I said, it's got to be through the McDonald's apps. It's for preseason, regular season, playoff games, both home and away. You do have to have a minimum purchase of $1, so go and maybe get a drink with your fries. Yeah. And the offer is good only 48 hours, starting the day after the interception is made.
So there was an
today's the day.
Right, there was an interception last night. Joseph made an interception, not Kirby, the other Joseph.
Yeah.
Go get yourself a large fry.
Go do it, or a small fry. Doesn't make any sense, but you could if you wanted to.
Yes.
Why
are you always with the small fry thing?
You know what that's like? It's
is Colin a small fry?
No.
You go to some places where you can refill your drinks.
Yes.
Why would you use a smaller cup? If you can refill, once you get the biggest cup you can.
Well, if you're paying
because you pay for a large. Yeah. So
why not? So I think the argument is in reverse. You should order a small, pay for a small, and then you could fill it up as many times as you want.
There's no point in getting a large.
Right.
Yep. And you can get your steps in.
Yeah.
Bonus.
But it's like if you're taking it to go, though, you want to have as much as you know.
Well, that's a different concept. Then you're not going to get a refill.
No. You take it to go and then go back?
No, sometimes I'll refill, drink, then...
If you're
going to get a large chug in.
You get it and you leave, or you're going to take a chug out of it and then be like, I want some more.
You eat it there.
That's not to go.
Exactly.
Okay, so you eat it there.
And you get a small, and you fill it up as many times as you can while you're eating, and then you fill it back up before you leave.
Yes.
If you want more when you leave, then buy yourself a large.
Okay.
Drive 20 miles down the road. Ooh, that was good. I need more. Drive 20 miles back. Let's go.
Yeah, spend $5 in gas to get $1 refill.
No. You don't understand what I'm trying to say, but that's okay.
No.
I think
no. I think
No, we don't.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe we don't.
Yeah.
No, if you're getting the drink in the cup and it's refillable, okay,
Yes.
I understand that.
Yeah.
If you're staying there the whole time, but a lot of times I'll eat when I go to a fast food place. If I'm eating there, I'll
So you're
drink my
staying
soda.
there the whole time?
Then, as I leave, if I'm driving somewhere, I'll get another. I'll fill it up
Sure.
to go. I'll have it in my car for a
Yes,
while.
you changed the variable, so
Well,
it
I
changes
know.
the outcome, the answer.
You're correct.
Yes.
You're correct. All right. Thank you, Heather.
I'd still get the small cup.
Would do.
Okay.
John, just look at it like this. You're off Monday and Tuesday.
Yes, I
You only
am.
have 26 minutes to put up with me. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, looking for ways to level up your fitness? Well, the YMCA is always welcoming new members with no contract and no joiner fees. I'm loving the YMCA family membership with access to indoor pools, Les Mills group fitness, hundreds of machines, all with free child watch while you work out and for less than $3 a day. And today you can go and try the Y for free. Visit any of the 7 Metro Detroit locations and get a free guest pass. Learn more at ymcadetroit.org and find what moves you today. Okay, so is it lame to say our show name? Or should I just say this show is brought to you by BetterHelp? Or should I say the Costa and Jansen with Heather show is brought to you by BetterHelp? I can't hear you.
white pants. That's me personally. I think when they went into Green Bay in that night game last year, they just looked badass. White on white just looks great to me. John, what do you think of last night's jerseys?
I liked it. And I did go back. We get some, feedback earlier about the jerseys. And the number one thing was they didn't think the blue on the helmets matched the blue of the pants. And I didn't have so much of an issue at the time. I didn't even kind of notice. I just thought it looked pretty cool. But you go back and you look, and the light blue of the lion on the side of the helmet is lighter than the pants. Now, I don't want the pants to be lighter. I would be okay if they go and say, hey, okay, we need to tweak this. Darken up the blue on the lion a little bit more, and I think you've got a pretty sweet deal there. I really liked it. I can't wait. I cannot wait for the all-black uniforms. The black on black, it looks, to me, it's going to be 100% badass.
I know they're better than when they did the black uniforms years ago, like the Roy Williams days.
Sure.
Because I did not like them.
Most people, they weren't fans of them.
No.
Now they've redone the black version,
right,
and I think it looks really cool.
And the blue looks a little different on it. They do look
and
a
the
little
helmet
better.
is all black. I think it's going to be
their
really
new
cool.
helmet that they revealed last year was definitely badass.
Oh, yeah, the gray with the old school lion, the stretched out lion. Yeah, I thought that was cool. So, did you ask me the question which one I think I would prefer as the
base uniform?
So I'm going to hold in reserve, and
he's going to let it play out.
No, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to hold in reserve, find different ways so I don't wear people out with obviously, or not outstanding was the one that wore them out. So I'm holding that in reserve, as well as I'm going to reserve my opinion until I see the All Blacks. And I don't know that is going to be one where I'd say, hey, this needs to be your base uniform. I think it might be a bit much. I don't like the white on white. I like their standard Honolulu blue jerseys at home with the gray pants. That to me it's clean. It looks good together. I would ride with that one every single time given the option.
I'm not a fan of Honolulu blue. I like the dark blue.
In total?
Yeah, I like dark blue better, personally. Like when I first started watching football, no, not in the 40s, but in the late 60s, and then when the Lions wore, they had dark blue jerseys. And that's why, for me, my favorite Lion uniform is the throwbacks with the silver helmet with nothing on them and the dark blue. That's, to me, is my favorite.
Oh, that's why Stoney likes the black and gray uniforms and the white.
Yeah.
I don't like the black and gray so much. I like the white on white.
I don't like the white on white because it looks like pajamas to me. And we did it a couple of times when I was in Washington. I didn't like wearing them because insert any fat joke for the offensive lineman, whether you look like the Michelin Man, you look like the Stay Puft Marshall Man. I did not like it. And game gets going. At that point, who cares? But I wasn't a big fan.
What'd you say? The Stay Puft what?
Marshmallow Man?
Okay. I don't think you said that, but that's okay.
Oh, what did I say?
Stay Puft Marshlow or something.
Oh.
Because if I would have said it, everybody would have.
No, but now it's just you, so.
Yes, I know. I did say, what did I say? Fast maze or whatever.
Yes, face mask, yes. But so I did like the new uniforms. I thought they really popped last night. They looked good. I like and it's because I thought it was a little touch that I wouldn't even notice on TV, but the air holes in the numbers, kind of thought that looked cool. Give it a nice little flair.
Not too bad. You know what else I noticed last night? I don't know if
Heather, you're our fashion expert. Yeah.
A fashion expert? Is that what you said?
Yeah, you are a fashion expert.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think?
I liked them. I mean, I didn't pay that close of attention as you're describing.
Yeah.
But I thought they looked good. I mean, I did pay. Like I tried to check it out. Like, okay, what do I think? I just said, oh, those look good. That was my take. They look good.
Did you see the little contraption that Dayball had to keep his play card dry during the rain?
No.
Oh, it was really. It was like flat and it had like a small like tent type of thing.
A little hood on it?
Yeah, it was kind of cool, actually. I've never seen that before.
Seems like a pain in the butt to carry around.
Yeah. It was like if you had something to carry your laptop, or your iPad, basically.
Yeah, it had a little cover on it.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Yes. Was it for the rain or was it for?
I think it was for the rain.
Possible scouting.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Some ticket text. I don't love having Detroit on the chest. How many NFL teams put their name on the jersey? Seemed unnecessary.
See, that's where I kind of like it. I think it's pretty cool to have Detroit instead of Lions.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was cool.
New away uniform sucks. Looks like the Cowboys jerseys.
No, different blue.
I love the Lions blue helmet, but did not look good with the all gray shirt and pants.
Oh, last year?
Yeah. I think the blue helmet would have been sweet with the white jersey, blue pants, or black jersey with blue pants. Bob and Rochester.
Yes, but they would have had to match the blues on that.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a different blue.
Get rid of the gray Long John uniforms.
Oh, see, but that goes to I do like the all grays in small doses, like just one game a year.
Right.
I like the all blacks. I probably will like it more than just one game a year, but I don't know that I want that to be their base uniform. The all whites, I don't want that at all.
Now,
I hate it when Michigan does the all white, all yellow, the all blue. I could do with that one. To me, that would be like the all black,
right,
for the Lions. Like again, on occasion, I'd be all right with it.
You don't like the all whites from Michigan either?
No. The pajamas.
Pete, what's going on, Pete?
I just got to say, you know how they're just trying out the players? Hopefully they're trying out these uniforms because, I mean, it looked like they're from the School of Performing Arts with these Lululemon pants. I mean, I just like they're all blue. And I like what they had last year. The jersey's not bad, but it seemed like there was 3 blues going on there. The Honolulu blue on the helmet, a different blue on the shirt, and then another blue on the pants. And I'm looking forward to the all blacks uniforms in that. But I just wanted to say, guys, about Golden Tate, too, last night. I give him credit. He's starting out and everything. But, I mean, just going forward, I'd love him to speak up. And just like bring the excitement to the game and everything like that. I know that he's just starting out and things like that. It's like being in radio or TV and that. But I wish him luck. I just need more personality.
A little more energy.
Yes.
A little more insight. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think he'll probably, like he did as a player, he'll go back and review it. He'll get some coaching and want more energy. A little bit more breakdown. There were some easy ones where I don't even know if they have access to a telestrator for a preseason game or not. So I don't know if that's even an option, but some replays where he's describing, I think those are all things that he will grow with. And some of it is, yes, on air, he'll get that coaching. Some of it is just looking back, did I do what I needed to do, or was I specific enough about my preparation? And preparing for a preseason game is not an easy thing to do. It's going to take a lot of time because you're talking about guys that aren't going to be on the roster, that have been traveling around the NFL. Maybe they're, undrafted free agents. Where did they come from? All of these different things. There's a lot of background that needs to be done for preseason games.
Is it analogous to when you guys have to do the spring game?
Oh, very much so. Yes, where you're talking about guys that, especially now that the it's in vogue to be an early enrollee. Now, some of those guys are high profile, but you still have to add them to the roster, and then you've got numbers out there. Sometimes you've got 2-3 of the same number. Yeah, it becomes a whole thing. But there's a lot of research, a lot of work that needs to be done. And
in Golden Tate, the other thing, he stated the obvious way too much.
And yes, and again, I'm not going to, it's his first time. But here's the other thing is, once he becomes a little bit more comfortable about being able to, like I liked when he was talking about his career a little bit and in college of being a baseball player and a football player, why he chose football.
Right.
I thought that was a nice, fun story. It was in and out, but a little bit more energy involved.
As opposed to talking about his 3 weeks that he spent when Nate Sudfeld in Philly.
Nate Sudfeld, yeah.
Some ticket text. I'd like to see the Lions face only on helmets, like the Bears helmets. Okay.
Wait, face only? Oh, the lion face, not the whole body of the lion.
Right. The all blue is the best, and the team is like 12-1 in them. And finally, Stoney probably wants purple helmets with those purple headphones.
They're lavender.
Yes.
Yes. It's like when he wears pink and he comes in here and says it's salmon.
Yeah. No, there's a difference between pink and salmon.
I agree. Yes, I agree.
97 won the ticket.
Okay, did you get number 2 or should I do that again? You got number 2. Okay, here's number 3. Ready? Now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp.
248-539-9797. Heather, I did not know that.
What?
You ready?
What?
It's something that you probably want to go see, maybe.
What? What is it, Stoney?
They may have announced this before. Today's the first day I heard about it. Yeah.
Okay.
The GOAT Tour is coming to Little Caesars Arena.
With Simone Biles?
Yes.
Heck yeah, I'd see it. Why not? I used to go when I was a kid to these, whatever they are, the little showcases for gymnastics. So,
Sunday, November 3rd, Little Caesars Arena. And there's tickets available right now on Ticketmaster.
How much are they? Can you see prices?
Yeah. It depends where you want to sit, obviously. If you want to sit close to the floor.
And are they expensive?
$170 if you want to sit near the floor exercise. If you want to be upper bowls, are just $70. There's
Upper bowls
tickets. Upper bowl, $50. Way up top. So
yeah.
I don't know.
I don't want to sit way up top, but it'd be fun to take Emily too.
Yeah.
She would like that.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Now, John, you have a big weekend planned.
I do. Yes.
On Sunday, you pack up the truck and go to Beverly
Yes.
Hills,
yes,
that is.
yes.
West Lafayette.
West Lafayette, Indiana.
Yes.
And the question is always, and it has been, and I know the answer to this, because I do it every time we go to play Purdue. What time zone are they in? Are they at daylight savings time? Do they change clocks? Do they stay the same? Will Lucy still be in the same time zone? And the answer is yes. Okay. It always is the same time. It's always American time.
But there's some parts of
I have not had opportunity to use that in some time.
Well, there's some parts of Indiana where they don't change.
Right. Yes. They don't change. It just stays one time, or they do. And yeah, because I believe South Bend changes time, and so when we play in South Bend, obviously we change time.
Yeah, because Notre Dame's always stuck in the past. Am I right?
That's well done. Dad jokes for the last hour.
Exactly.
9 o'clock.
Yes.
But yeah. So
you're
Lucy
taking your
will
daughter
be moving to West Lafayette, and she will be a Purdue Boilermaker as of Monday.
How exciting. Is she so pumped?
She is. She's very excited. Today is a big day for her to be going around to see some of her friends. You asked me that question the other day, and I didn't know if she was going to or not. But yeah, she left this morning. She got breakfast with one friend, lunch with another, coffee this afternoon with another. And then I just said, hey, you just let me know when you're going to be home.
Just the two of you driving up? Or
oh, no, it's
family?
a family event. Yes, yes.
Oh, good.
Family event. We got some other things going on the way down, too. So it'll be all of us packing up the truck, packing up the car, and rolling on down to West Lafayette.
So it's a two-car, two-vehicle experience.
Yes, it is. It is. It's an.
Now she won't have her car, or will she her freshman year?
She will.
Oh,
yes. They have a couple of, and I found this out about a lot of the college towns. They have parking decks where you can buy a parking pass for. That's not university owned.
Right.
It's privately owned and it's privately secured. That anybody can get a year pass for, a month-to-month pass. And so she's done that. So she'll be able to, she'll at least know that she has the ability to come home. It's about a 4-hour. It's about a little over 4 the way I go, because I can't go through Ohio. Got to go over and then down.
My God.
I enjoy taking my time.
These guys are shaking their heads, but I don't go to Ohio to get to West Lafayette. Ben made the trip a few times.
Yeah.
Well, if you don't have to go through Ohio,
No, you don't have to go.
No, but if you're taking a drive that's a half hour, are you going to take an extra half hour just to avoid driving through a state? I think that's kind of absurd.
No, I don't think it's absurd at all.
I have never visited my friend at Purdue and said, I might have to go through Ohio. I've never had that.
Yeah, so you can, that's fine. But you wouldn't avoid Ohio if it was a shorter trip.
I've done it going to Louisville.
I know.
I've avoided Ohio to be able to go through Indianapolis and down.
Because it's the same interstate, 69. You choose to go that way. It's kind of like when you go up to Traverse City, at least from where I live at, going either 75 or 127. You're talking 5 minutes.
Right.
Okay, so, and it depends on construction stuff.
Yeah.
So for this trip, you don't have to go through Ohio to get to West Lafayette, because it's the same thing as going to Louisville, that same route.
Right.
Correct.
No, I'm just saying.
But if you went, so what about Fort Wayne's off 69 too? I'm trying to think of somewhere.
You just can't get off 69, can you?
You want me to say something to that?
No.
Hi, Gator.
Yeah, just putting on a tee for Gator. We did that yesterday.
Yeah.
And we all were welcomed back for today.
Okay,
so
but
we're okay.
If it was definitely going to take you a half hour minimum longer
going
on
around.
your trip.
I have it. If he's going to Pittsburgh, Ohio, or Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, how you going?
I'm
not
not
going
to
through
go around. I'm not going to go down and around, or I'm not going to go through Canada. Yeah.
Through
Good.
Buffalo and then down
yes.
through New York, so you could avoid it.
I will make sure we're filled up.
That would be great if you did.
The only thing I'm going to stop to do in Ohio is use the restroom, because why not drop one there?
Well, have a great trip.
Thank you.
And I hope Ruby has a wonderful experience at Purdue. When do they play? Lucy, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's all right. No, that's okay. There's 5 of them.
I know.
You got one of them, that's all
but
that
I
matters.
know them good enough. That's
I know
a
you.
bad mistake. Do they play Michigan at all when she's going to be there?
They will play in Ann Arbor, I believe, next year. I don't know. We should ask our Purdue expert. But they do. They do play next year in 25. They play Purdue in Ann Arbor. They actually play as of now, and who knows what happens with the football schedule in the next 4 or 5 years. The year after she graduates, which would be 29, I think they play in West Lafayette. So she'll have to come back as an alumni. Hopefully. Hopefully.
Yeah. In theory.
In theory, yes. If all goes according to plan.
Yes, indeed.
Graduate school.
She could, yes.
What do you
Hopefully
guys
by that
got
time
going? Are
she'll
you going to, where does Nate stand in the realm of great Nates in Detroit sports history? You can discuss that.
He has a low standing, Stoney.
Yes.
He has a low standing.
Burleson, Robertson,
and then
Sudfeld.
Yeah.
And there might be some others.
Gum time, then done time. But
very good. I like
that wasn't that good.
That was good. Especially since you're going to be on vacation next week. Right?
I got some time off, yeah.
Beautiful.
Yep. So looking forward to it.
Have a good trip.
Thank you.
Going to work on the depth chart?
Oh, I love depth charts. Oh, you talking about the household depth chart?
What's the
No.
Like our family depth chart. Are you implying that there's something going on?
No, but is there a household depth chart?
Depth chart.
No, I'm talking about Michigan. I'm talking about Michigan football. I'm talking about Fresno State, Texas the week after. The household depth chart. Wow.
What does he think I'm going to do on vacation?
What's a household depth chart?
That's my depth chart at home. We got 3 kids.
Okay.
We're not working on the depth chart. Well, our depth chart. My wife and I's depth chart.
Yes. What you're told, it looks like.
Yeah.
Have a great weekend, everybody. John, have a wonderful trip.
Thank you.
I'll be in with Costa, if he can talk, on Monday. 97 The Ticket.
Happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday, Scott.
Happy Friday, Doug.
How are you?
All right. Yeah. It's a beautiful day out today.
Mm-hmm.
Made sure I checked the weather before I left the house to see if it was a drive the car with a top-down day or if it was just drive-in day. And it's a top-down day.
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah, good.
I was driving in. I saw a Lamborghini next to me.
Did you?
Yeah. I was like, well, look at that. Kind of a cool colored green.
Okay.
Almost like a lime. Well, kind of like a cross between lime and Kelly green.
Yeah.
It had a two-tone there. Looked really cool. Never seen one of those before.
No.
One like that anyway. Also saw some kind of kick-assing. Was it an orange McLaren?
Wow.
Saw some cars out there today, man. People showing off.
It's starting.
Showing off the money. Well, I think people that have cars like that, they're desperate to drive them, and they don't want to drive them if there's any risk of rain.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had so much rain this spring/summer that it's been difficult. And now that you got a little dry patch here, get out there, enjoy the day.
Well, it's a plan. Enjoy the day, enjoy the weekend. Did you enjoy the Lions game last night?
It was fine. I mean, it was almost exactly what I expected it to be. I had interest because I'm watching for players specifically, and trying to line up names and numbers, and that's always a challenge when you get to this part of the season before you really know the numbers of all the players.
And you get to know like sort of body types, and postures, and
I kept looking. I'm like, is that Anzarike? Is that? I don't think I see Levi out there.
Oh, I kept looking.
Yeah. Oh,
and you did not see him out there. He got the DNP, I think a DNP CD. And the question is, did not play coach's decision. The question is it because he's too good? They can't afford to lose him.
I mean, if he wasn't playing and there's no report of injury, it tells me that they feel very strongly about his prowess this year.
I mean, I guess I didn't see any explanation for it. Kang, did you see any explanation for why Levi Anzarike didn't play?
No, not at all.
Yeah, well, it's probably specific to this show because we've talked about him a lot.
I think he was getting fitted for a yellow jacket, Doug.
Well, get in line behind Jack Campbell.
Right.
No, but in Anzarike's case, wouldn't you think he needs some reps?
I would, but maybe they're just going to hold him out until game 2 or game 3. I don't know. I think here's what I really think what happened with last night with all those people sitting out.
Mm-hmm.
I think the 2-day practices, the joint practices they had with the Giants, and this is why I've always said that these are way more valuable than a preseason game, because that's where you're matching up the ones versus the ones.
Mm-hmm.
You're definitely doing that. You're not going to do that in a preseason game as much, right?
Yep.
It's more of a controlled environment in practice, so you feel better about doing that. And I think that's exactly what happened. Is that you had these guys, your starters, play a ton in those two joint practices that they didn't need to play on Wednesday or on Thursday night.
So, look, I'm watching the game and I'm making all kinds of notes, and I'm like, we got to do a lot with the quarterbacks. And Nate Sudfeld, you don't have to be Vince Lombardi to figure out that the man struggled. This morning on ESPN, they had Mike Tannenbaum on. And Kang, was his words, it was stunning? Is that what he said?
Yes.
It was stunning how bad Nate Sudfeld was?
Oh, boy.
Look, I feel bad because he's our backup quarterback.
Right now.
Yeah, refresh Twitter. He struggled, and Hendon Hooker came in. And look, Hendon Hooker had a couple of dropbacks, hit the back foot, delivered on time, strong ball, and I'm like,
pretty good.
Yeah,
that out pattern he threw.
Yes.
I mean, it's just like an 8-yard pass, but that's not an easy pass to complete. And he threw it right in stride, and he looked better than I thought he was going to look. Given how bad Sudfeld looked,
yeah,
I did not have the high expectations for Hendon Hooker after watching Nate Sudfeld, and I knew there were going to be some issues with the game being so fast for him, and you got to slow it down somehow. And I knew that he was going to take off and run certainly more than Sudfeld was, but the difference was that he was going to be able to make something out of it if he takes off and runs because he's more athletic. but I wanted to see him throw, and he looked more comfortable in the pocket than I thought he would. He looked more comfortable running the offense. Maybe that's a better way to say it than in the pocket. But he looked more comfortable and showed some grit, determination, right up until the point where he had to go to the medical tent.
Yeah, I mean, we can tone it down a little bit on putting our head down and running people over.
Yeah.
Not necessary.
It was great.
He took a hit right before he left the game directly on the left knee, his injured knee that is recovered from, and I was just like,
well, he also took a helmet-to-helmet hit that was called for a flag, for the roughing the passer call, and they didn't really talk about it too much on the broadcast, at least on the TV broadcast. I wasn't listening to our broadcast, but it was a good shot. That was a helmet-to-helmet shot, not stopping and moving to the side, and I wonder if did that play a role, that lay the foundation for what was to happen when he lowered his shoulder, or was the lowering the shoulder play? Is that the one that did it?
Yeah. Well, we don't need Hendon. I mean, 4th and goal in the Super Bowl, and you're scrambling for the goal line. Head down.
We'll take it.
You've proven you can do it. Every other play leading up to that, probably not. Right. But with that said, I mean, immediately today, my first, the to-do list when you get into work was scour the depth charts around the NFL and figure out which quarterbacks might get cut, which ones you might want to give up a future 7th-round pick for, which ones are still free agents. Because, and the people that were at practice, we rely on them. And there's a good group of Detroit Lions beat reporters that do a good job of explaining to the rest of us who are at work when they practice exactly what's going on. And many of the accounts were that Sudfeld was the backup quarterback. He looked like he was the better of the two. And then the game started. And honestly, that was a red flag performance. Like, okay, seek alternatives.
Yeah.
Pull the chute. What is plan B? And maybe it is Hendon Hooker, okay? But there are quarterbacks out there that are likely to get cut, or a team would likely say, sure, we'll take a 7th-round pick for him. Because this is spare parts time. There are a lot of spare parts in camp. Guys that aren't going to make teams, that are probably just taking reps in case somebody gets hurt on their quarterback depth chart. 248-539-9797. So let's get to the question we asked people on Twitter. And I love when football starts and we got something that everybody was able to watch. What did you like the most that you saw last night? What did you like the most? 248-539-9797. And what, outside of Nate Sudfeld, did you really not like? These are your non-Nate Sudfeld concerns. 248-539-9797. Let's hear from you. We'll have ours coming up today at 10:20. We'll scour the league for other possible backup quarterbacks. It is Carson Anderson on a Friday. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What'd you like the most? And what is your biggest non-Nate Sudfeld concern? 248-539-9797. I mean, it's kind of like Wheel of Fortune. They give you RSTLNN.
Yep.
Well, grant you Nate Sudfeld, but outside of that, what are your biggest concerns? Lions, preseason opener last night against the New York Giants. What I like the most is early in that game, a lot of the new secondary pieces got tested. And I absolutely loved that Malik Neighbors was out there for 12 snaps and did jack squat.
Yeah, he did nothing, wasn't even targeted. And then I read at ESPN.
You know there were plays called for him.
Sure. I read an ESPN article on it this morning, and it talked about how did all the players you want to see do, and they went through the two games last night, and they mentioned Malik Neighbors, and he was out there for 12 plays, wasn't targeted, and then it said, but he was open on several. Like, well,
I might come back to a Drew Lock thing, and Drew Lock didn't look great for them either.
No. The quarterbacking wasn't spectacular last night.
No,
it was not. But that's okay. But I too was glad to see that. Okay, he got out there and did nothing. It was good to see Terry Arnold out there. Ennis Rakestraw made a couple of defensive plays.
Yep.
Even before he was tackling. I mean, just reaching across and passes defended. And
Meek Robertson
made a couple plays. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. You're training your eye on different guys. I wasn't doing it so much on offense, but on defense, I definitely was. I wanted to see James Houston out there, and James Houston had his presence was felt.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he looked pretty good. They had the other guy, 45, Okwu.
Yeah, we all know who you're talking about.
Yeah, made the big
good old 45.
Yep, good old 45. Had a big sack in the game, and they had not a sustained pass rush, but I thought when Houston was there, he did. But Houston kept dropping into coverage too, which I thought was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because it gets to the point where we've talked about a couple times on the show. James Houston is such a great pass rusher. Why change that? Why throw more on his plate? And I really think they're just trying to see what he can do in space if he's able to play another role where everybody thinks he's going to rush. And next thing you know, he's dropping into coverage, allowing somebody else to come in and maybe surprise. And can he handle that? And he did. You know, they threw a ball, they checked down, threw it to the running back, and he went out, made the tackle, and didn't let him get extra yards.
He played 22 snaps, and I don't know how many of those were pass rush snaps. He didn't really pop in the pass rush. I kind of was hoping for more out of James.
Well, I saw at least one play where he was really disruptive. And then I thought there was another one where maybe you could call it a pressure, I guess. But there were a lot of plays where he was just dropping into coverage, and not rushing the passer.
So what I liked the most last night was I thought early on the new secondary pieces passed the test. And I mean, hey, good early quiz. You did well on this early quiz. When my kids come home with that first quiz from school, middle of September, and hey, I got an A. I don't say, who cares? I'm like, good job. It's an early quiz. Bigger tests ahead, of course. But what did you like the most?
I think when it came down to it, it was I liked that the Giants just weren't able to get anything going in the passing game. Mm-hmm. No matter which unit was out there, the secondary did the job. There was enough pressure to confuse them. Now, maybe that's more on the quarterback situation than it is anything else. It's not like Locke or DeVito is anything special. So I take that with a grain of salt, but I also know that the guys for the Lions that are out there, they're second team, third team guys too. So they won that job. They won that battle. That aspect of the game was a complete non-factor. They negated it. So I like the fact that that team held it with 95 yards passing or something in the game.
I'll tell you exactly how many yards passing they had momentarily. 109.
109. So great job from that standpoint. Some of it's weather related, but give the defense some credit.
Correction. It is 95. 109 is the individuals. When you add them up, take away the sack yardage, what leads down to 95. All right. Your non-Nate Sudfeld biggest concern? I can go first if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I was disappointed Anzarike didn't play. It might be a positive. I find it hard to believe that Anzarike is so good that they're preserving him. Hey, we don't want him, that he's in that category. Like, we don't want to play Hutch, we don't play Goff, we don't want to play Anzarike. It felt like he's a guy that needs reps. Now, there's probably some logic in it. My disappointment is, it's partially selfish. Just because I want to see him play doesn't mean he should play. Do what's best for the team. But I was disappointed he didn't get in the game.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, again, it goes back to the joint practices, and they saw plenty in the joint practices, and he did just fine. They don't need to use him in this game. They needed to take a longer look at Broderick Martin, who played into the second half, Yeah. And that was fine. For me, I think the biggest concern was that we didn't have any wide receiver separation at all. Nobody stood out and looked like, oh, here we go. I mean, we'd heard all this about Darius Fountain and didn't see really anything from him. Same thing about Caden Davis, didn't see anything from him. DPJ's in the game in the second half, and I don't even remember him making a catch.
He did on a slant.
I mean, it was just, there was nothing happening in the Lions passing game. Very little happening in the Lions passing game, except for, the two drives that Hendon Hooker was in there when he had the 5 completions. But I was expecting someone to stand out a little bit more. Where's the Tom Kennedy performance?
There was no separation last night between these candidates for the third wide receiver. 248-539-9797. What did you like the most, and what was your biggest non-Nate Sudfeld concern? Game 1, preseason, Lions, Giants. Let's go to Bill in Canton. You're on 97.1. Hi, Bill.
Hey guys, how you doing? My biggest concern was, maybe it's not a big concern because the weather conditions, but I thought Campbell should have not gone for it on those 2 fourth downs after he kicked the 53 and let Bates kick another one. But, of course, if it's raining, it feels sloppy. You didn't want to get him hurt. But my biggest praise was, I think Rakeshaw and those new corners are for real. That Rakeshaw kid, he closed on that guy super fast, and he laid a lumber on him. So I think he's a real deal. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, again, Bill, it's an encouraging start for them. They are clearly going to get a bigger test, but I mean, there's a mega star Malik Neighbors did nothing, and maybe he got open. They saw one run replay where he did get open. I don't know whose responsibility it was, but I can guarantee the Giants, when they decided to play Neighbors, they were calling plays to get him the football, and he didn't even get a target.
Yeah, I would blame that on the quarterbacks more than anything else, because obviously in the practices, he got open in the practices and Daniel Jones was hitting him.
It was 100% just the secondary Gator. Don't blame it. Drew Lock's a quality quarterback.
I also think Peoples-Jones is going to go bye-bye, and I think you're going to keep Williams. I think you're going to keep that Fontenot guy. Even though they didn't get a lot of touches, Williams did, but Fontenot did. But you got to look who's throwing him the ball, right?
Yeah, there's a Fountain, but yes.
Antoine Green getting hurt.
Donovan Peoples-Jones is curious. I mean, I'm rooting for him, local guy, but there's something about his career arc that is odd.
Well, it is. I think this is an instance where we have to realize it's not easy to make it in the NFL, And we talk about the draft, and the draft comes around. Oh, you can find receivers all throughout the draft, and this guy's a wide receiver. Okay, so if everybody thinks you can just find him throughout the draft, you're hired to be fired in a way. It's unless you're a standout guy, it's tough to keep making it in this league. And now he's more than just a few years in. He didn't stand out again last night, and I thought that this was an opportunity for him. I mean, if I was one of those quarterbacks, I would have been looking for, okay, who's the most veteran receiver out here to make me look good? Oh, DPJ, where are you? He
got a couple targets, 1 catch, and it came from Sudfeld after Hendon Hooker came out of the game on a slant, but the ball was a little behind him. But he needs to do some stuff.
But the caller brought up one point I thought was really good, and that was, what was he disappointed in? Not enough Jake Bates. You had those 4th down opportunities to kick field goals, and they went for it. And I would rather have seen the kicker be tested than to see if they can convert on 4th and 1 or 4th and 2.
248-539-9797. We got a bunch of texts on this, a bunch of tweets. We got some open lines if you want to jump in. What did you like the most And what is your biggest non-Nate Sudfeld concern after watching one preseason game? 248-539-9797. Available quarterbacks? Yeah, we'll run down the list. There are guys that are likely going to be released or would be available in a low-cost trade that the Lions could, in fact, pursue if they so choose. We'll get to that before this hour is done here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. That was nice.
Yeah. No draw to that. No fade. It was just boom.
As we build our relationship with Jake Bates, thank you for installing some confidence early going here for the Lions kicking project. Jake Bates. It'd be nice if he's just gets better and better, starts to dial it in, and becomes super reliable with a howitzer of a leg. What'd you like the most, and what were your biggest non-Nate Sudfeld concerns? From Twitch, King Angelo says, Amik Robertson, Rakestraw, and Terriana Arnold all look great. My only concern is the backup quarterback and the O-line depth. The biggest negative for me was the O-line depth. They were getting manhandled most of the time. Kang, what was Kang, our producer behind the glass, and dialed in and paying attention and as good as any in the business? What was your favorite thing last night, and then your biggest non-Nate Sudfeld concern?
My favorite was Vaki. I mean, this guy, I can't believe he played majority of his football career at college on defense because he's a natural. I see what that scout saw, Brad Holmes saw. He's a natural playmaker on offense. You get the ball in his hands. He's shifty. He's a lot quicker than you may realize until you get the ball in his hands. He's instinctive, which is hard. It's hard to coach something like that. He knows when to feint one way, cut another way, and he showed his shiftiness. And that's with a backup offensive line.
Yeah, he's instinctive.
Yeah, so I like that. I like the fact. I mean, and this coaching staff and organization loves versatility. So I mean, in a crazy pinch, he could probably play secondary needed to. I think where he might make an instant impact is on special teams.
Yeah.
And that's maybe returning the new kickoffs that we have in the league now. I'd love to see him back there doing that. But as far as, I think he's got a real shot to make it as the third running back on this team, right behind Montgomery and Gibbs. So that was what I liked the most.
And your biggest non-Sudfeld concern?
My biggest non-Sudfeld concern isn't like a huge concern, but maybe this is just a Kang concern. And what it is the offensive tackle Manu. Okay, there was no way he was really going to play this year, so that's why I don't want to go overboard here. He wasn't going to impact this year's team, but I go back to the fact that they used a 4th-round pick for him and gave up a future 3rd-round pick for this guy who's clearly raw, clearly a project. Now I'm no John Jansen. But to my untrained eye, as soon as he entered the game, all I did was focus on him. And I talked to John about it this morning, and I asked him what he thought. Because my opinion is he got beat 95% of the time. I mean, and that's kind of to be expected. And he got beat by a guy who's not going to make the team for the Giants. You know, he was going against 3rd, 4th stringer.
In pass rush.
Yes. And
or
so
pass protection, yeah.
Yeah, and pass pro. I talked to John, and John says, he looks raw. But John likes all the tools that he brings to the table, and we'll see what he's like in 2 to 3 years. I just felt it was an unnecessary risk at the moment, and I use the term risk loosely, I guess, but I don't like giving up future picks. But to me, he looks like he's years away.
Well, there's two sides to it. There's the pass protection, and then there's the run blocking. And I thought he did okay in the run blocking, but the pass protection, you're right. I mean, it just looked like it's a work in progress, and it's going to be a work in progress. But to Kang's point, they gave him some resources to go get him.
Yep.
And it's a player that don't expect to pay dividends this year or maybe even next year. But again, those are big resources. So when you're not a 1st-round pick, you're a 4-year contract. So can you be something in the second half of that, the 4 years, the 3rd and 4th year?
248-539-9797. What'd you like the most, and what was your biggest non-Nate Sudfeld concern? Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. First, we'll start with ticket text. And you can text us at 248-539-9797. I didn't like all the different shades of blue in the uniform and the helmet. The blues don't match. They need to fix that. The line on the helmet and face mask are different shades of blue than the pants. And the blue numbers were different colors than the helmets and the pants. I have to admit that I found the uniforms to be somewhat mid when I saw them. And finally, we've seen in studio. And this is a observation I'm going to make, and there might be a few of you out there that go, yes, and the rest of you go, what the hell are you talking about? When you have young kids, you can buy them a cheap version of an NFL uniform, and it comes with a helmet.
Knockoff?
Yeah, it comes with a helmet. It's in this full uniform box that you can get at a store that costs $50, and it's all sort of knockoff stuff. And the helmet looks like those helmets that you get in that $50 box. And there's something about the coloring and the shade that reminds me of that. And I'm sitting there going, this is a specific to Doug thing. I shouldn't trash the uniform. So I just wasn't blown away. I thought their old uniforms were fine. But this guy didn't like the shades of blue.
Well, here's what I don't like. The blue pants. I don't like the blue pants.
Don't you?
No, I'd rather see gray pants or the silver pants with the white tops. I don't think you should ever stray from the silver pants, whether you're home or away. I think that's the better way to go.
Big D Dog on Twitch just nailed it. Doug, it's the Franklin brand. Yeah, Franklin has these uniform boxes that you can get for kids. It's a great Halloween costume. And he's right. That's what the sort of knockoffs look like. So 248-539-9797. More feedback here. And I mean, look, if the uniforms are the biggest problem, they're in pretty good shape. I'm convinced they know Teddy Bridgewater's coming back after camp ends. That's from an unknown texter.
Maybe. Mm-hmm. He was working out with Hendon Hooker in the summer, right?
Brian in Roseville says, it was great seeing the young corners being disruptive and effective. Martin also looked disruptive at the line. Sudfeld must have had some dirt on Brad Holmes, and the O-line depth needs some work. Broderick Martin played an incredibly high percentage of snaps.
He played a lot.
And I could see, again, the appeal to him.
Big, strong guy. And in a position that's hard to make a massive impact in terms of statistics. I was paying attention to him. He played almost 60% of the snaps last night, and he got some pressure. He helped collapse the pocket.
It was great seeing the young corners being disruptive and effective. Oh, sorry, I just read that one. Terrell at work writes in, I was looking for any interior pass rush and to show some potential. I had a feeling it would be Mekhi Wingo, and he definitely applied some pressure. Unnamed texter, Sudfeld flaming out was inevitable and predictable. Pick up a backup off the waiver wire and give Hooker the majority of the preseason snaps. I mean, yeah, Hendon Hooker, it just has a lot to do with his comfort in the offense. And people said in practice, Sudfeld looked better. One of the things I'm paying attention to, how well the offense is functioning under you, is when you hit that back step of your 5-step or 7-step drop, does the ball come out delivered with confidence and in the vicinity of the receiver? And he did that a couple of times, and I'm not sure Sudfeld did it once.
Yeah, Sudfeld did not look good, but the problem is Hooker left the game with a concussion.
Well, that's a problem.
So he's in protocol now. So how long before he's even able to practice again? Now, early in the week, Terry and Arnold, after that first joint practice, he left the practice with concussion protocol. He came right back the next day. I don't know if that's the same thing what's going on with Hooker in this one, because it seems like they confirmed concussion, and now he's in the league's concussion protocol. So that keeps him out at least for a couple days, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't even know if he's going to be able to play next week, which is going to be just a killer because he needs as many reps as possible. I was getting text messages from people not involved with the sport of football, but were professional athletes in other sports, and they're saying the same thing. He needs to get reps, like the potential, but got to see him play. He's got to play more. And now this happens, like, oh, crap.
Yep. And that's probably a function of his trying to make, impress people, and he did.
And it was very impressive. But
we can work on a slide.
He might have got a little too carried away when he truck sticked the one DB. So, it's like, oh, this ain't that bad. I can run over NFL players. And then he leaves the game with a concussion later on.
Is today Thursday?
248-539-9797. Joe is next. Hi, Joe.
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
Hey, it was a really good game yesterday, despite them losing. But I really think Hendon Hooker, people are, making him to be not so great, and I think he's better than Sudfeld.
Well, he looked better than Sudfeld.
String,
He absolutely looked better than Sudfeld.
I mean, I kept on saying to myself, I was screaming at the TV. I'm like, "Come on, Dan, put him in."
Well,
put the man in.
Look, you got to give Sudfeld an ample opportunity to either prove that he's capable or prove that he's clearly not. And so it's a preseason game. If Hendon Hooker's healthy, he may get the bulk of the snaps by preseason game 3.
When Sudfeld came back into the game, I didn't realize that Hooker had left was going in the medical tent, and I thought, oh, that's too bad. He's already shown, I guess, enough, so got to go back, give more reps to Sudfeld because he's likely to be the backup, and then I'm realizing,
they had a shot of him going to the locker room.
Hooker had to leave for a reason. That's not good.
No. 248-539-9797. Here's another one. Still concerned with Jake Bates. The field goal yesterday was nice, but he needs to be rock solid to have any shot. Sure. It's early. Early.
That's why I would have liked to see him get a couple more opportunities there, but they went for it on 4th and short.
Here's an interesting one. Really shows how so overrated Ben Johnson is. Terrible showing with your subs. Players win games, not coaches.
Okay. Good take. Ben Johnson's overrated. Okay.
So preseason game, the bulk of your players are backups.
Oh, the entire team is backups with the exception of a couple of defensive backs. Because Arnold will start, and it looks like Rakestraw is going to get a lot of playing time.
Played on offense. Right?
No, they didn't have a single starter playing on offense.
And it shows how overrated Ben Johnson is. So when
does it show that they don't have a ton of depth on the offensive line? Like you're hoping that Sorsdahl is going to work out at tackle, and he's struggling. You're playing, Skipper and all these other guys that are there that are okay, but not, it's like emergency break glass situation. And
what a weird take.
That's a weird take. Ben Johnson is highly thought of. But
Yeah.
that's why he thinks he's overrated, because you constantly hear about him, and then here's a preseason game, and the Lions scored 3 points.
The hate is strong with that texter.
The hate is strong with that texter.
Dude, come on. It's a preseason game, number one, with backups, third stringers, guys that aren't going to make the team. You think they're game planning to all out to win this game?
Right. On top of that, any offensive coordinator around this league has zero, like they're just running plays. There's no game plan. There's no, hey, let's set this up.
You know, when I was watching it last night, a thought crossed my mind that wouldn't this be a great opportunity here in the preseason where you allow somebody else to call plays other than Ben Johnson because you want to groom the next guy just in case, because, look, Ben's had opportunities to leave each of the last 2 off seasons, has chosen to stay, but he's going to take an NFL head coaching job at some point. Hey, maybe for a half, wouldn't it be nice to see?
No, I mean, here's the thing about play calling in the preseason.
I guess my point is, this is how little it matters.
You have a menu of 15 plays, 15 throws you want your quarterback to throw. If it's 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 20, hey, let's see if he can complete this pass. You're just calling plays to test them. Like, there's no game plan here. Like, this is amongst the most absurd takes we've ever gotten. And we've had some absurd ones. This one might be an all-timer. 248-539-9797. All right, what did you like the most? And what is your biggest non-Nate Sudfeld concern? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Look, you want to go out and watch a game at a place that you feel comfortable with. You have big flat-screen, high-definition TVs all throughout the place, amazing drink and food specials, the best wings in town. It's 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. I love the place. You got the rooftop deck upstairs, which is amazing when the weather's nice like it is. And how about this contest? You want to go to Vegas? Nothing better than going to Vegas for Thursday night's opening game for the league at Circa Resort and Casino. You can go to 24 Seconds for your chance to enter a 3-night stay at Circa. You get limo transportation to and from the airport, Legacy Club welcome party, Stadium Swim Cabana party, and an NFL season kickoff watch party at Underhang with owner Derek Stevens. Now, the trip is going to be September 3rd through the 6th, and the drawing for the winners is August 15th. And hey, if you're having a party, book yours right now on that rooftop deck I was talking about. It's awesome. You can save the hassle of parking and driving to all Detroit football games, as well as the 24 Seconds line shuttle is on sale right now. Only $40 for that transportation. It's amazing. Plus, great drink specials. $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light for Detroit baseball, and only $4 for drafts of Miller Lite for preseason Detroit football games. And Thursday night, they got trivia, and they're also open for lunch at 24 Seconds on Thursdays and Fridays. Check them out. Service is amazing. Food's even better. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. My favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797.
That was big.
Yep. We will we'll get back to some of your phone calls and ticket texts. A lot coming in here regarding what you liked the most last night, your favorite thing, and outside of Nate Sudfeld, your least favorite thing. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, doing a little research here. I'm going to give you some candidates if the Lions decide they want to dip into the backup quarterback market. All right?
Okay.
We start with the announcement yesterday that Nick Foles has retired. You know what that means? Cokes.
Nick Foles out of retirement.
Mm-hmm. Cokes. Time for some coaxing. Brad Holmes has proven to be very adept at the draft. Book's still out on his trades.
Yeah.
Free agent signings have been probably average to maybe above average. I don't know about his coaxing skills. Can the man coax?
Well, if he can coax, would you rather him coax Teddy Bridgewater?
Maybe. Might be worth coaxing Teddy.
But, I mean, there are other quarterbacks. I think they're probably out
Okay,
there.
let's keep going.
Okay.
Ryan Tannehill, free agent. He's won 81 games. He's got a 2-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio. I think he's at 65% completion percentage in his career.
I am not a Ryan Tannehill fan. However, any quarterback that has had any kind of success in the NFL prior, I think would have a chance at success here with the Lions because of the infrastructure being in place of the offensive line, solid receiving core, and a pretty good running back duo. Tannehill was at his best at Tennessee when the line was healthy and Derrick Henry was just crushing it every week. And he was with that threat of Derrick Henry, you're able to make some great plays in the passing game. Thinking about how much better the Lions roster is, I'd be open to that. And I'm not a Tannehill guy.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is a pretty simple question and answer, right? Your choices are A, Nate Sudfeld, or B, Ryan Tannehill.
Tannehill.
Okay.
Easy.
Yep.
Although he is 36 years old.
I just need you to get through one season, bro.
Well, it wasn't that long ago. It was a couple seasons ago in 2021 that he went 12-5 as a starter, threw for 3,700 yards and 21 touchdowns. The year prior to that, for 33 touchdowns, 3,800 yards, and only 7 interceptions. So 23 wins in two years, in 2020 and 2021. That's not that long ago. So I'm open to it. Look, over Sudfeld, yep.
Mm-hmm.
What else?
All right. How do you feel about another coax situation? Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Nope.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, who famously gets along well with Jared Goff.
There'd be a no. It's a hard no. And because he's been out of the league for several years. He's 41 years old. He's not Tom Brady, okay?
How do you know?
I know he's not Tom Brady. Although
I just think it'd be funny
did go
as
to
hell.
Harvard.
I think it'd be funny as hell to have him be the backup to Goff after saying Goff. What did he say? Goff was a poor man's Matt Ryan. And Goff was like, I heard what you said about me. I'm a poor man's nobody.
Well, hey, if he wants to play for a 10th football team in his career, then I guess come back. But no, absolutely not.
Yeah, okay. That was a bit of a stretch. All right, trade for someone's backup. ESPN suggested yesterday a 7th rounder for Heineke from Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm a big Heineke fan.
Mm-hmm.
Been in the league since 2017. He's 31 years old. He has limited starting experience, but a few years ago in Washington in 2021, they went 7-8, or he was 7-8 as a starter. And that's on a bad Washington team. Washington's been bad for a while. So he was damn near 500 with that team just a couple years ago. 20 touchdowns, 15 picks that year, completed 65% of his passes. The next year he went 5-3-1 as a starter. And then this past year was with Atlanta and limited action. He was started 4 games and did not play anything special, but Atlanta didn't really have a whole lot to work with at that point.
When I see someone listed on the depth chart as a 4th stringer in the preseason, you have that thought, okay, is this player going to be cut soon? What about Tyler Huntley, who's listed as the fourth stringer in Cleveland, as a player that could get cut, or if you want to get on the job right away, you could probably get for extraordinarily low. This might be we'll get Huntley in your 7th for our 6th kind of deal. I mean, again, we're not asking you to do anything other than be better than Nate Sudfeld.
No, I hear you. And is he better? Yes, it's a better option. He has started 9 games in his career, and he's 3-6 as a starter, but he's completed 65% of his passes for just under 2,000 yards, 8 touchdowns against 7 picks, but he's got to make some plays at his feet too. Over 500 yards rushing on just 115 carries, so bit of a dual threat there, and he's only 26 years old. Over Sudfeld, yeah.
You see this happen every once in a while. I'll give you one more name, and I'm questioning whether or not he's available, but I saw him listed as a 3rd stringer, and he did not get the start last night. What about Tommy DeVito from the Giants?
Does nothing for me.
Okay. Would you rather have Tommy DeVito or Nate Sudfeld?
Probably that's hard to say. It's really, I mean, it's right now it's hurt. It stings because it's from last night. We saw it exposed last night. Didn't we see DeVito exposed too? DeVito made plays with his feet that really endeared him to the Giants fan base. And that's what got Hooker hurt last night.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't love him sliding short of the line. I would way rather have Tommy DeVito than Nate Sudfeld. Not even close. And I get it. He doesn't do anything for you. But again, a lot of the numbers similar to some of the names we talked about. 65% completion percentage. He's got 8 touchdowns and 3 interceptions last year. If I were a Giants fan, I'd be screaming for him to be the backup over what they saw out of Drew Lock. But I saw him listed as a 3rd stringer there. Whether or not he's truly a 2nd stringer, I don't know. But sometimes you see a team joint practices get together, and then there's a swap of a player or something like that. I would inquire about DeVito.
I think that I would lean towards getting I would rather have a veteran that has much more experience than that, because I think that they're more acclimated to coming into a new situation and picking up quickly, as opposed to somebody who's only been in the league for a little bit, that's going to need some time to learn that playbook and all that before you can rely on them to be a capable backup. But some of these other names we've mentioned, I think they could step in and it wouldn't take them long.
248-539-9797. Kang, any of those names stand out? Or do they all stand out as better options than Nate Sudfeld?
I mean, that's basically the question you're asking, right? And so it's like, who would I not have? Like, how bad does this guy have to be for me not to want Nate Sudfeld? I told you this morning, is it kind of crazy that Nate Sudfeld's here because the Lions cut Tim Boyle and David Blau? Because their both backups were so bad one preseason, they let go of both of them.
That was actually hysterical.
And then went and got Sudfeld. Now we're like, Sudfeld? This guy might be worse.
No, he was better than Jalen Hurts.
I honestly think right now, after one preseason game, as long as Hooker is okay with this concussion, he's your backup. Just groom him I don't need to go out there and get somebody unless it's a dire situation, but I think you just groom Hooker to be your backup and pray Goff doesn't get hurt.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson on a Friday. Just a reminder, show is always available on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. That way you can stream the show from anywhere in the United States. We highly encourage you to get that app because there's going to come a day. There's going to come a day where you are forlorn because you are out of the area.
Forlorn?
I don't want you. I am warning against you. I do not want you to be forlorn.
That is a Carson Anderson first.
What?
17 and a half years doing the show.
Yep.
That is the first time we have used the term forlorn.
It was long overdue. And I'm glad to check the box.
Can't wait for 5 Lords to come up.
We can retire now. Don't want you to be forlorn. Get the Odyssey app so you can stream the show. Also stream through our website, 971theticket.com. And streaming with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. Go to either of those sites and go to the search bar and type up 971 The Ticket. You can participate in the streaming chat. Find community of people there. So take in the show, variety of ways to do so. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. As the Olympics continue this morning, a White Lake native qualifying for the 100-meter hurdles finals. Grace Stark won her semifinal heat and will compete for the gold in the event. Today, also the debut of one of the most talked about and controversial events at the Games, breakdancing. Sunny Lee of Queens is one of the American breakers and explained that training for it can actually be pretty tough. That's courtesy of Peacock. Earlier, I did watch USA's Logistics battle and defeat Raygun of Australia as the women's round-robin battle begins with the finals this afternoon. It's time to look at the tape. Dan Campbell and his staff will go through Detroit's exhibition loss with a fine-tooth comb over the weekend, looking to evaluate their depth players and potential roster cuts. The Lions will return to the practice field on Monday with fans back in the grandstands. The West Coast road trip continuing for the Tigers. They go from Seattle to San Francisco after taking 2 of 3 against the Mariners, despite that heartbreaking loss last night. More late-night baseball with a 10:15 p.m. game this evening right here on 97.1. And some much-needed help for the rotation could be on the way. Casey Mize made his rehab start with the Mud Hens, where he pitched 2 1/3 innings, giving up no runs off 3 hits, striking out 2. He hasn't pitched in a game since June 30th. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
What I got a taste for, Doug?
Wait, say that again?
You know what I have a taste for?
Taco bar?
Well, always. Meatloaf.
I do not.
Not you, Doug?
No.
Never?
What about turkey meatloaf?
I've had it before. It's good. Yep.
I've made a pretty good turkey meatloaf a couple times. Ken, you like meatloaf?
All right, so I never even knew meatloaf existed until I was a young grade school kid, and one of my neighbors said, "Hey, you want to stay over for dinner after a long day of playing?" I'm like, sure, I'll stay over. I called my mom. She's like, yeah, go ahead. And his mom brought out meatloaf, and I was like, what the hell is this?
Ma, the meatloaf?
Yeah. Like, his mom literally, like, he's like, where's the meatloaf? His mom came out, meatloaf. It's just a loaf of meat. It really is. Like, and then ketchup, right?
It's like a bread loaf, but it's meat. Yeah.
I'm not against it, but for me, you got to have gravy. I can't just, like, some kind of.
So you should be some kind of glaze on top at the very least.
Yeah. I can't, meatloaf's okay. I'm meh on meatloaf. I'm not. You sound excited. I'm sorry.
It's mid. Is it mid?
Yes.
It's not often that I have the taste for meatloaf, but I don't know what it was. I think maybe I just saw an ad on Twitter or something like that.
Well, Nate Sudfeld will do that to you.
Too harsh? Are we too harsh right now? 63 minutes into the show. Are we too harsh?
We've spent the first hour being harsh because it was justified, man. It was Mike Tannenbaum said on Get Up this morning. It was stunning how bad he was. We tend to, hold on. I think we are beyond fair to professional athletes. Yeah. I think we're patient. I think we often say, well, maybe he just had a bad night. But there is mounting evidence.
It's like,
and undeniable evidence.
10 minutes ago, we were like, anybody but Sudfeld. Jesus.
Is Meatloaf available? Because I'd sign him.
I feel like, are we being unfair? Do we need to cut any slack in any way at all? And, chalk it up to other factors?
Bad.
Well, let Tannenbaum say what Tannenbaum wants to say, but we're the ones that are responsible for our own words. And I'm just thinking, is it at all unfair with how we're presenting this? It's like, Dormouse or Nate Sudfeld. I mean, Dormouse isn't going to throw a pick, so I mean, he was stunningly, to me, what he was last night was stunningly bland. Like, there was nothing there. There was nothing to, like, okay, wasn't throwing a football that I thought that's a good spiral there.
Bland is meatloaf. Bland is meatloaf. I would have preferred he be bland.
Whoa.
Sorry. I've crossed the line now.
Yeah, let's not.
I've insulted meatloaf.
Don't merge my world with yours at this point. But it's not like he fumbled every snap or mishanded the handoffs or
let's really set a high bar for our backup quarterback.
But we're talking like he was that bad. Like he threw 3 interceptions and he didn't. Okay,
it's because he missed everybody.
That might be. But I mean, I guess I've seen worse. Is what I'm trying to get at. Like Ty Detmer throwing the 7 interceptions in the game or whatever it was. That was worse. I've seen some bad quarterbacking. Last night was just one of these blah games. I don't expect him to be very good, but I also want to give him cut him a little bit of slack because look at the other side. Were you terribly impressed with? Did Drew Lock look good?
No.
Would you rather Drew Lock or Nate Sudfeld? Because do you think the Giants fans are doing the same exercise that we're doing today?
I mean, maybe. I'd probably rather have Drew Lock.
Would you?
Yeah, not by a lot.
Sudfeld, is he like 30?
Yeah,
it's done, dude. He's done. I'd rather have Drew Lock, man.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just asking the question if we're being a little too harsh.
I don't think we are.
Like next game is what? Next Saturday they play here at Ford Field. Like I want to hold off on my killing Nate Sudfeld until I see that game where you're under ideal conditions. And then if it's as bad as what we saw last night, then it's like okay, sure.
I felt like he didn't get any practice reps. Like I'm like, did they unfreeze this guy and throw him in the game?
That's the thing we have to take in mind with these guys is that the reps they're going to get are happening in the game. Because you still have the hierarchy of practices, you're going to give the majority of the work to the number ones. Particularly if you're not going to play them in a preseason game. Like this is the time for these guys to shine is in the preseason game because you don't have to worry about the starters coming in.
Well, look.
And then during the season, you're damn sure not going to get any reps in the season.
He is most likely going to get an opportunity to prove all the haters wrong. And I hope he does. It'd be in our best interest.
Hopefully it's not by default because the other guy's out with concussion for a long term. Let's hope not.
No, but if the other guy is out with a concussion, I hope that Nate Sudfeld takes the field next Saturday.
With a clipboard behind Ryan Tannehill.
Well, that would be cool too. But Kitech just posted on Twitch, Gator, president of the Nate Sudfeld fan club.
No, not at all.
Hey, get off Sudfeld's leg, man.
And he thinks I like Jack Campbell.
I know, right?
I get it. You're feeling bad.
I feel bad.
Honestly, I kind of am too.
I mean horrible conditions last night. I've done the same thing with Kendall Vildor, and I feel bad about it. I mean, Vildor made some plays last night.
I know, but he's still got the face mask play, and always will. But hey, man,
it wasn't any better than you flip on the Tigers, and that play happens in the 9th inning.
Maybe
Valade
will quarterback next Saturday.
I mean,
and Sudfeld will play right field.
Who had a worse night, Valade or Sudfeld? 248. For those that even saw the Valade play.
Bases loaded, bottom of the 9th. Tigers up 3-1, 2 outs, line drive. He lays out, dives to end the game with a catch, and somehow completely whiffed, and the ball rolled to the fence. 3-run scored, and the Tigers lost.
The difficulty on the play is that you're diving, but it's like
it's a makeable play.
It's a makeable play, and he didn't even come. The ball goes a foot below his glove. Like, where was that dive?
All right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Anthony in Bloomfield Hills. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hello, Anthony.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
All right, good.
Hey, we could talk about backup quarterbacks all day till 2:00, right?
We're not going to. We probably should.
If we lose Jared Goff for the season, you basically can write the season off. A top 5 quarterback.
Okay, but hold on.
Any team.
Hold on. What if you lose Jared Goff for 3 weeks? Don't you want to win? Don't you want to win at least one of those 3 games, maybe 2?
What's win and what's the record?
Well, let's say it's the difference between winning the division and finishing second to Green Bay. Let's say it's the difference between being the number 1 seed or not being the number 1 seed.
Trade.
Well, these are the types of things that you want to do now, because if it comes down to it, if you make a trade, if Jared Goff gets hurt on a Sunday, you're not going to make a trade for a guy that's going to start the next Sunday. You hope to already have that guy in house.
If he's out 3 to 5 weeks, the season's over, man.
I disagree. I completely disagree.
Because I think there are quarterbacks out there that
now, but it doesn't have to be if you have a decent backup quarterback.
Like I said earlier about Tannehill, I'm not a Tannehill guy,
He's a good backup quarterback, though. You might as well give Phillip Rivers a call.
No, no need to do
How
that.
about Taylor?
Brady.
How about Taylor Heineke?
Like who's a?
How about
What
Taylor
about
Heineke?
Tom Brady? Like who's a good backup quarterback?
Taylor Heineke.
Like who's your? Give me a top quarterback. Where's he at?
Taylor Heineke.
Where's he at?
Atlanta.
Atlanta?
Yeah.
I would go after Josh Fields. I would go after Russell Wilson.
All right, Anthony. I mean, look, if you're trying to, all we're saying is you want to give yourself the best chance to survive a few weeks of Goff being out. But did he mean he would
I think
take
he meant Justin Fields.
Yeah. If Goff is out for a few weeks, you don't want to concede games.
No. No, but I think there's going to be some great options in the next few weeks to sign a veteran backup quarterback if you feel that is absolutely, positively necessary. And it might be. It might be. Wait and see what happens. He mentioned Fields. I don't think Fields is going to become available, but would Wilson become available?
Probably not. I mean, maybe. But they're probably going to keep both guys. And you're probably not going to get him cheap. And
they got him cheap.
Yeah, but I don't think they're just going to give him away. But if something develops there and it's possible, then maybe. But I don't know. It seems like a bit of a stretch at this point. 248-539-9797. Open lines. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Campbell talking about Nate Sudfeld and the offense. 248-539-9797. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your open line calls. Brandon's in Clinton Township and on 97.1. Hello, Brandon.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Excellent.
I just want to chime in on the whole backup quarterback situation.
Yeah.
When you sit there and say, don't worry about it because Goff is so good and his track record, you're just asking for him to get hurt. You cannot go into a season with your backup QB situation up in the air because Hendon Hooker looked good, yes. But then he had this injury, the concussion, he can come back, whatever. But what if something else happens? It would be nice to have a strong number 3 option, a veteran, hopefully. I really like the Taylor Heineke situation because I don't think he's going to be there too much longer. I think they are going to end up cutting him so we can just jump in and scoop for him or even go ahead and offer a 5th or 6th for him. I think that's a no-brainer.
I mean, look, you want, when you're trying to win a Super Bowl, okay, you're looking to check every box, to have a great game plan and some insurance at every position. You're trying to be perfect. We went through this when the Tigers were trying to win the World Series. And it's probably impossible to be perfect, especially in a cap league. But the fact is, this one feels like it could be addressed without having to pay too much. And so, yeah, the idea that you could get somebody better than Nate Sudfeld and, the situation with Taylor Heineke, who has been a decent backup quarterback in this league. They've got Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. They drafted Michael Penix in Atlanta. And if we're rooting for anything, we want Penix to have a good preseason so that they can say, Penix isn't our third quarterback. He's our second quarterback. Right. We'll move on from Heineke. If Heineke gets released, unfortunately, that probably won't happen until after the third preseason game. And then you kind of got a crash course of Heineke. So you can make a trade now. And I would prefer that they make a trade now.
Yes.
Yeah. And look, the Goff track record thing, I feel like you're either a quarterback that's been hurt or you're a quarterback that's going to get hurt. It's extraordinarily difficult to stay healthy in this league.
It's very difficult to stay healthy. Is Tannehill's a free agent right now?
Yeah.
I mean, he's probably just waiting his option for somebody to, hey, your starter got hurt. I can step in and help you out. I mean, looking at other teams in there.
Gator's coming around, Ken. You hearing this? He's coming around.
Well, I have no problem saying Ryan Tannehill. I don't have an issue with that. I'm looking around the other teams' backup quarterback situations, and it's not great anywhere you go, but it's but other teams have taken an approach of contending teams. Looks like they take the approach, most of them, of let's get a veteran guy to be backup even if he hasn't been good lately. Carson Wentz is the backup for Patrick Mahomes right now. Philadelphia's got Kenny Pickett backing up Jalen Hurts. The Cowboys have Cooper Rush. Nothing special there. I forget who Brock Purdy's backup is, but I think it's Josh Dobbs. I mean, that's nothing great there. I mean,
I know, but you just mentioned a bunch of quarterbacks I'd probably rather have than Nate Sudfeld.
Well, of course. Yeah. I mean, again, what we saw last night and what we saw in limited action in his career, it's not a good solution.
No, but I think the Lions are also banking on Hendon Hooker possibly being ready for that role because everyone's not going to have Carson Wentz as your backup. You know who backup is for Jordan Love right now, who's predicted by some to win the division themselves?
I saw it, and now I can't remember it because it's not a good option.
Sean Clifford.
Yeah, Clifford.
Okay, so if your starter goes down for a long time, you're screwed. It's what you said earlier, Doug. Can you survive 3 to 4 weeks if that's the case? And I think they're hoping, or heading into the season, Sudfeld can push Hooker, but Hooker can be ready, to be that developmental and possible backup. If you can't, you're out there shopping, man.
You hope you never have to worry about it, but to your point, I mean, last night was pretty eye-opening how much better Hooker looked than Sudfeld, but then Hooker gets hurt with concussion, and that's a concern. Like, how bad is it? Is it really bad? Like, he's going to be out, he's going to be done for the rest of the preseason? Is he just going to be out next week? Is he going to be able to return to practice on Tuesday? We won't know for a little bit here, but that's where the concern comes from. And if there are capable players out there that you can go ahead and bring in, then you have to consider that. But I think it's pretty safe. The three of us agree Sudfeld is not a solution.
248-539-9797. Kevin and Macomb, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
I just totally agree with everything you guys are saying. Sudfeld, I do not understand why he's still on the team. I mean, is there something that Dan Campbell and them see that we don't?
Yep.
But Taylor Heineke, Ryan Tannehill, I mean, why not? I believe Ryan Tannehill, if Goff goes down, I feel like Tannehill could come in and really save our ass.
Yep.
But Sudfeld, I don't know why he's on the team. I'd rather have David Blau back.
Here's the thing about it is I can guarantee because all the reporters say this, that Sudfeld has looked good in practice. He knows the offense. They know what they're getting, and he's looked good in practice. To be fair to him a little bit, the conditions at the beginning of the game appeared to be worse than they were when Hendon Hooker went in. So, they're going to tell the Lions brass, if they're listening to the show, will probably say we're being unfair, and they've seen a lot more than we have. However, it does feel like he needs to perform in ideal conditions at Ford Field, or it might just be a put him under the lights, put him in a game situation, put him against somebody else, and he just can't produce the way he can in practice.
The other thing is that the guy is 30 years old, been in the league, since 2016 when he got drafted, and he's thrown 37 passes in his career. 37, that's it. That's what you'd throw in a game. One game, if you started one game.
Yeah.
And that's not a ton of experience. He's got experience in being on rosters, but he doesn't have any experience in games. And that's also a concern, and it's easy to find other guys. I mean, we listed off a half dozen names like that of guys that certainly have more starting experience and more playing experience than Nate Sudfeld does.
Ticket text, the Lions need to ask Coach Terrell Williams if Ryan Tannehill would be a good culture fit here in Detroit. Since he saw him while he was with the Titans, does he fit? Get him signed.
There you go.
Jake and Hal, I like most that Jake Bates made a 50-plus yard field goal outside in non-optimal conditions. Jake, you're right. That was great. Antoine Green seems like he can play. Concerns, Sorsdale was in the backfield so often. I thought he was a running back. He has not progressed. That's from JC and Allen Park.
Well, they switched his position. Last year was a guard, and this year they're trying to check the versatility and let him play at tackle. So there's going to be growing pains for switching the position.
I was concerned with James Houston getting little to no pressure. Maybe they constantly had him outside, contained most of the night, but he looked pedestrian. So he played 22 plays. If half of those were pass rushes, he had one maybe pressure. I think it might have been one.
I think at least one.
If you give him a full game or you have him in pass rush situations exclusively, but I don't think he popped. I don't think by any stretch did he pop and jump off the film.
I guess I was watching for him really intently, and I wasn't disappointed with what I saw. I was actually surprised at how many times he dropped into coverage.
Yeah, he did drop into coverage, which is his other role, but I find that whole use of him curious. Just get after the quarterback, man. Just get after
again, I think they're trying to. This is preseason. This is when you try these things out and see if you can handle it.
He was credited with one pressure. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. All right. Every once in a while, something happens in sports where people start texting. Are you watching this? Are you watching this? Yesterday was one of those days. We'll get to that today at 11:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket. 248-539-9797. Happy Friday, everybody. Glad to be with you as we are digesting last night's Lions game, first of the preseason. Of course, other things are going on in sports. And yesterday, my phone started to buzz as the U.S. men's Olympic basketball team was making their way through their semifinal match with Serbia. And the text I got said they were down 13 in the fourth quarter. I'm like, whoa. I was working on some other stuff, went into the living room, and the boys were watching it. And they were amped up. I mean, they were all USA, USA, USA. And we roared back. The Americans had a 6-point trip, which certainly helped. The rare 6-point trip. They were down. I think Serbia had a 3-pointer. They were up 13 with about 7 minutes to go. And I think the sequence went as followed. Serbia takes a 3 to go up 16, and they miss it. And the next trip down, was it Kevin Durant hit a 3, or was it Durant that got fouled? I don't even remember. Who was it that hit the 3?
Durant hit the 3.
And who got fouled?
Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis got fouled as Durant was letting the ball go. Kind of a clear-out situation. Davis gets fouled. Basket good. USA keeps the ball on the foul, hits another 3. So in a matter of seconds, they were looking at potentially down 16 to down 7 with that turn of events. And it was pretty big. And it was a heck of a comeback. Here's my question. Well, we all would agree that the rest of the world has caught up. Whenever a game is close, and this is so unfair to them, but is anyone else's thoughts? Why are we letting these guys hang around? We aren't taking it seriously. We haven't been taking these guys seriously, and we've let them hang around, and now there's work to be done. Because I just can't imagine, while they are caught up, I still have this, I can't shake this feeling that those games shouldn't be that close almost ever. Which, like we said, we talk about what's fair and unfair, which means it's a no-win situation for the Americans. Completely no-win situation, right? Because you basically gold or what the hell's wrong with you. But, I mean, these other teams, do you think we're always going to get everybody else's best shot and, they're going to play with a sense of desperation, and our teams, I mean, they have to feel like they should win every game big, right?
Well, they're always going to get the other team's best shot because the United States has a target on their back. And unfortunately, we've seen in international competition that it has appeared like that for years, that they don't care enough or whatever. And maybe some of it's fair, maybe some of that's unfair, but that's how it's looked. I mean, because we always had this thought, and maybe improperly so, that we should run right over these teams.
Mm-hmm.
And, then there was a period where the best players didn't even want to play internationally. Like, I don't feel like doing it. I'm going to sit out. We'll let the other guys go out there. And, meanwhile, the other nations are fielding their best teams. And the rest of the world, I don't know if they've caught up, but some of their top players are as good as our top players.
Well,
they may not have the depth.
Nikola Jokic certainly qualifies.
Jokic is amazing, and obviously you've got Doncic and all these other great international stars, and they're going to face Wembanyama in the finals, but he's so young. It's the best players in the world are of international flavor. They don't have the depth that the United States does, and that's the infuriating part. Is that you'd think because we still have the depth, we should just roll over it and run over them, and they're not. But they flipped the switch last night, as you mentioned, down 13, and all of a sudden they have this play that goes their way. Knock down a 3, get the possession back, knock down another 3, and you're right in business in 10 seconds. And that's fun to see. And then that sparks some momentum, and the team can get back to the business of playing winning basketball. But I don't disagree. It does look at times that they just
And I think it's human nature. When you look at your roster and you look at their roster, and you go, all right, they got Bogey and they've got Jokic, and I was joking with my boys yesterday, and a bunch of hourly workers who are playing on the basketball, which isn't fair. Those guys are better than that, but it's kind of what they are compared to our team. I'm like, how is this game even close?
Yeah, so I'll disagree a little bit. Clearly, the gap is closed. The world is not caught up to America in basketball, but the gap is definitely closed. I do think you're getting the best effort now, though, from the American team. The men's team, yeah, there were times before, and we were just rolling over teams in other countries, so they stopped trying as hard. I don't think that's the case anymore. They know who Jokic is. They know who Bogey is on the other team. Every international team they play, seemingly, other than I think the South Sudan or whatever, has NBA players, one or two, or if not more, on the other side. It's still a team game. As much as one guy can dominate in basketball, it's still a team game. And you're putting like 10, 12 alpha males, right, on one team, and they've got to learn how to work together. On top of that, specifically talking about this 2024 team, their three best players are in the twilights of their career. You're talking Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James.
Yeah.
This is probably their last Olympics, okay? And so they're still great, don't get me wrong, but it's not like they were 27 years old either. So I think and then you throw on top of that, this isn't a series like the NBA Finals. It's a one and done, March Madness style. Doug's Purdue team, which is a 1 seed, lost in the 16th seed. It can happen, right? Sorry, Doug. Caught a stray there.
Yeah, I did.
But the point is, they had already beaten the Serbian team 3 times. Do it another time is a little harder to ask for. So although I think America should win gold, don't get me wrong, I think these games are going to be closer and more competitive as we move on in future Olympics and starting in LA next year too.
Yeah, our players aren't in their prime as much as
this squad. For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be playing younger guys like Tatum and Anthony Edwards more, but
that's a whole other.
That's next.
That's a Steve
Olympics,
Kerr
maybe. Yeah, it's a Kerr
issue
move,
there,
yeah.
right? How much you're playing those guys.
I think the cool thing, though, about Team USA is that when we're an overwhelming favorite, and some people probably don't struggle with this, I have problems getting like super into it because I'm just kind of watching and thinking the inevitable is going to happen. We're going to win this game. In the gold medal game, this is going to be a true hostile environment playing against France and Wembanyama and Rudy Gobert, and they're going to play NBA recognizable names in a hostile environment. And I have a feeling I'm going to have, because you can sit down and you can watch a game and not care and never like get really into it. I think that the if you haven't cared yet or really gotten into it, I think that the opportunity is there for this to be a good watch, because we are going to get, they're going to boo the United States. There's going to be an intensity in that arena playing France and Paris for the gold medal.
I tell you what, if I were the United States, if I were Steve Kerr, I would bring Charles Barkley into the locker room and say what you want to say to these guys. Because Barkley has that experience of being in that situation, and he loves the sport, knows all of these players. I think the players respect him. I just think that he's the right guy to get them in the right mentality to take this over and embrace being the bad guy, because they are going to have to be the bad guy.
Without question.
The game tomorrow versus France in America, I think is going to get some monster ratings.
Yep.
Monster ratings. We're talking Saturday in the middle of the afternoon.
Yep.
And they've already gotten great ratings, the men's basketball team. This is exactly what you couldn't ask for a better matchup if you're the Olympic Committee. The host country versus, America and basketball, a marquee, event. This is going to get big ratings. And you're right, the hostile environment, this is going to be it's going to be really cool, I think.
Tom Milliken, I don't know if he made this point on the air, but morning show producer was buzzing around the cubicle, and he made a great point. This could be Wembanyama's coming out party to the world. Like, he could be announcing his presence. This is a huge deal, obviously, in an international game. And he made his impact. Don't get me wrong. But for the fan that's just watching the game because it's the Olympics, and the casual fan that didn't watch Spurs games this past year, like, this could be a real, big stage moment for him where he can establish himself as a transcendent star. And what I mean by that is one that non-basketball fans, like, I get that the basketball fan knows, but that could really be a coming out party for him. And certainly it's good. With these international guys, because it's like us it's probably not like us in soccer, I guess, but we're an underdog every time we take the pitch in a soccer, like at the World Cup. Not every time, but almost every time when we go against the big boys. And for people who care, beating a Brazil or an Argentina or an England would be a huge deal in soccer. There's one team everybody's trying to beat internationally in basketball, and it's us.
Yep.
And so this could be an intense, fun watch.
Yeah, the American team is like a bunch of rock stars essentially. When they go across, across the ocean to other countries, people, their hotels are paparazzi. People come out, and Wemby is going to be introduced to a bunch of new people. Because how many people are? If you're not a basketball fan, you're not watching Spurs basketball, but you might tune into the Olympics, right?
Yep.
And when they see this 7'2" guy who looks like a monster from Space Jam, be able to dribble between his legs and shoot like a logo 3, and I'm like, he's 7'2"? So this is great for the game of basketball and great for the Olympics. So can't wait.
248-539-9797. You want to keep going down that road. Got a ton of stuff to get to with the Lions still. Preseason opener last night. Quite a scandal in a sport that doesn't get as much attention. We'll get to that today at 12:30. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your open line calls. We go to Phil in New Haven. You're on 97 The Ticket.
Hey, guys. Actually, it's Bill with a B, but that's all right.
Bill!
How you guys doing today?
Great.
Ed, I'll take it. I'll take it. I got to say, I have 2 points I want to make. First, I don't think Rudy Gobert drives the fear into anyone on the USA team. And Wembanyama by himself, I don't think can handle it. But to be honest, I'm kind of rooting for France just because it'd be another black mark on LeBron's blocks record as the fraud that he is.
He's not a fraud.
Well, no, I take that back. I apologize. I respect him. He's a great player, but just all the baggage that goes around with him is what I think people don't like. You know what I mean?
You don't like LeBron.
Player.
I mean, look, I don't love LeBron. I think LeBron is way too image conscious and all this, but the bottom line is he's an unbelievable player, and obviously in the conversation is one of the absolute best to ever play the game.
But Bill, I wish you would say that. I mean, let that happen in the NBA. That's fine if you don't want the Lakers to win because you can't stand LeBron and everything comes. That's fine. But this is the Olympics. This is our team. This is a representation of our country. And don't root for them to lose.
I do have a question to ask you guys. Has this ever been brought up? Like, let's say these guys, they went to one Olympics. Wouldn't it be nice if I don't think they need to go to 3 and 4 Olympics themselves. Let some of the other guys get a chance to represent their country as well.
Would you apply that to all sports?
In 4 miles, turn left onto Head.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
Maybe hockey, possibly. But I don't know about the rest of them. I just mean the major ones. That's all.
I don't know that I would. I mean,
give
look,
everyone...
you want new blood. I don't. Once they let the pros in, which was so long ago that most of you probably haven't even remembered when the pros weren't allowed in, I'm actually glad we send our best team now. I thought it was much worse when we just sent a team full of random pros to represent, and it was, it wasn't our best because now we're vulnerable, and we all knew the deal. Like, okay, if we lose, we know why. If we lose, we should lose authentically because some other team beat us. Some other country's basketball team was better than our basketball team, not because we didn't send our best.
Part of me wants there to be a limitation on that, like limited to 2 Olympics for team sports or something like that. But then the other part is if you're still playing at a high level, if you're still one of the best in the world at what you do, why should you be denied at that?
Yeah, I'm against it.
Like if that were the case, then we wouldn't. I mean, would Katie Ledecky be able to swim? Michael Phelps and all the Olympics.
When you start talking about in those terms, it just comes across. I mean,
it's also a little
I see
arrogant.
It as a bit of a
because
ridiculous idea.
It's also a little arrogant because we expect the United States to dominate all the time in basketball.
Yep.
And the fact is they don't. So leaving it the way it is, I think it's about the construction of the team, and that's a Team USA issue. Could they limit if they wanted to? I suppose they could. But if somebody's 34 years old and they're still one of the top 5 players in the world, I want to see that guy compete against the best in the world in the Olympics.
From an unnamed texter, Doug, you can take the USA to win tomorrow and France to cover plus 15.5 and get plus 104 odds. It's such a great bet for tomorrow. Signed an unnamed texter. Okay. It's also cool that the USA men is going for gold on 8, 10, 24, Kobe's NBA and Olympic numbers. Really?
Ooh. Kang, did you know that? Did you get chills?
I don't get chills. I think it's a cool, fun fact, though.
Yeah.
Should we play a sounder or something? Is that
Do we have
stat
a cool-
of the
do
day?
we-
I don't know,
do we have
number
a-
of the day?
Do we have a cool fun fact sounder?
I think the morning show had one.
Can you come up with one? Can you find it? Can you let us know? Effort something here and let us know, okay? When we get a cool fun
I feel like
fact.
Gator would make a better sound for it.
I don't know if I make a better sound, but
No?
I know how much Doug loves the question of the day or whether the stat of the day.
The stat of the day sounder was one of my favorite things the morning show ever did. There was something very
pedestrian,
community access TV about it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Did you know?
All right, let's do this. Let's do this properly. It's so cool that USA men are going for gold on 8-10-24. Kobe's NBA and Olympic numbers.
Very cool.
Yep. Next up, from Dimitri. Next Olympics, either France or Canada will be the favorites. All their best players are young. All right, I'll take Team USA. That's the bet I would take.
Karsh Casino and ready to go.
Yep. The reason Team USA struggles is because they're a collection of players brought up in the AAU culture. They're also players that don't know how to function as a team. The international players play team basketball. Ooh. Basketball dude breaking it down. Team USA has beaten the Serbian team by 20 twice already. Third time against the MVP was going to be tougher. This could be a miracle on ice situation for France against the U.S. The U.S. men's team being the big bag Russians coming in and expecting to win. Well, certainly. Yeah, we expect to win. And if I'm a fan of France, okay, the longer that game goes and my team is still in it, I'm like, I can't believe we're still in this. I can't believe we're still in this. And when you have that kind of underdog mentality, yeah, you can ride the wave of emotion in a building.
It's going to be a crazy atmosphere. Team USA is the favorite, of course, but yeah, playing in France against that team for the gold medal. This is Team France's miracle on ice. I don't know what they're going to call it if they pull this off, but this is their moment to really have something that lasts a lifetime.
Yep. And I think for Victor Wembanyama, this could be his, announce his presence with authority to the world. Because they're not going to win without him having a monster game, right?
No.
So that could be another sidebar of this. All right, Gator, I take you to Duncansville, Pennsylvania for the next story.
Great.
Yep. At the Meadows Family Fun and Mini Golf Center in Blair County, workers found a groundhog that had crawled into the Family Fun Center's claw machine.
Saw that.
How does one get a groundhog out?
Well, do you activate the crane? You call one of those carny specialists and say, go for it, man.
Mm-hmm.
The difficult thing is that the stuffed hippopotamus you're trying to pull out of that,
yep,
that's not moving. Groundhog's going to move around a little bit.
I hope they tried.
Right?
I mean, right?
Like the first thought is, rather than the first thought simply being, let's empty the thing out and reach it, move the glass and pick it out.
Who's got a roll of quarters?
Let's get the crane.
They absolutely had to have tried, right?
And everybody takes a turn at it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, whose card's got more credit on it? Give it to me. I got to swipe this thing. Let's go.
How many points do I get if I get the groundhog?
It's a lot of tickets.
It's a lot of tickets. All right, guys, let's play skee ball. We didn't get the groundhog. Yeah, but when in Rome.
The story is the crews called the Claw Machine Company to unlock the game. So they brought in a warden, unlocked the game, and had a local warden.
Would he be a game warden?
I assume so. Oh, a double entendre. Nice job.
Yes.
But
no
God,
more forlorn feelings here.
There's no way somebody didn't try, right?
You got to. You got to take that chance. Eminem playing in the background. I got one shot. Dun, 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 dun.
What do you think the groundhog was thinking? Because almost all these animals are they're after food. Was it after the sweet tarts, the little candies, or something you could get out of there?
I would imagine that maybe the groundhog had already cleaned up on food at the concession stands when they weren't looking, and then was just looking for a place to crash. And that looks really comfortable.
Okay, gotcha. Well, live animal game clawing might be cruel and unusual, so maybe we shouldn't do this, but this sounds a lot more exciting than going after the stuffed hippopotamus.
Ever have to deal with a groundhog up close in person?
Yeah, one got in our attic once.
That's not fun.
No.
What'd you do with that?
Called a dude.
I've had a groundhog in the backyard that the dog has cornered on 2 different occasions.
Yeah.
And both times I felt terrible for the groundhog, but at the same time, I'm like, dude, you're too stupid. You've got to understand this thing. And I tried to protect myself the first time in case the groundhog was going to get scared and frightened and bite me. But the first thing was try to get the dog back in the house, and that was even more difficult. But those things can just be stubborn, and they have like yellow teeth,
bad hygiene,
bad hygiene,
bad dental hygiene.
I mean, just like they're cute, but I feel like a toothbrush goes a long way.
248-539-9797. Back to the Lions as we get next hour underway. 12:30, cheating scandal in a sport that doesn't get a ton of attention. At 12:30, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Friday, everybody. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so look, big things in the Detroit sports scene last night with the Lions playing, and we'll see if they can bounce back. Tough loss in New York against the Giants. But seriously, folks, there are concerns and there are cool things that came out of that game, stuff that was encouraging, stuff that not so much was not encouraging. We have asked people today via Twitter. Let's read some of these tweets coming up, and we want your phone calls as well at 248-539-9797. What you like the most and what outside of Nate Sudfeld did you really not like? What was the best part of last night's game for you, and what was the part that you really didn't like? I liked that early in the game, a lot of the new pieces in the Lions secondary passed an early quiz. One of my kids comes home and it's the middle of September and first few weeks of school, and they took a quiz and they got an A. I don't say, well, it doesn't mean anything. I say, good start. Good start.
No, that means something.
It means it. And so I think the Lions secondary passed an early quiz. Malik Neighbors did play, and after probably establishing himself as the best receiver in the NFL during those practices, the Lions shut him down for his 12 plays. When Malik Neighbors was on the field, and the New York hype machine was cranking on how great Malik Neighbors was in those practices Monday and Tuesday, they called plays for him. Nary a target, my friend.
Nary
a target.
I was most pleased as well with the secondary, really just the Lions' pass defense as a whole. I mean, the Giants completed less than 50% of the passes for just 95 yards when you take away the sack yardage. They had an interception as well, a couple sacks, I think, in the game. Did a nice job as a whole. That's an area I wanted to see the improvement. Again, we're not seeing. There were only, I guess it would be one starter on defense that played in the game, Terrion Arnold, and Ennis Rakestraw, the rookie, also getting plenty of action in the game last night, and he might end up making the starting roster when all is said and done with Mosley's injury. So to be able to do that with just two guys and they're both rookies, I was impressed with.
The thing that bothered me the most outside, I guess I'm being somewhat selfish here. I was disappointed not one snap for Levi Onwuzurike. Now, I didn't see any explanation for that, so if I missed it and somebody else saw it, feel free. But he's not like Hutch. Can't play the guy. It's not like they're not preserving him, right?
Well, maybe they are. Maybe they really do view him as one of these guys. Dan Campbell said he's the best. One of the best.
I mean, if he's been that good that they're already giving him that kind of treatment, it just seems, I don't know, that seems really, whatever. It's not that big a deal. That was my biggest disappointment for the game. It's not that big a deal.
For me, I look at it differently. I just think they get so much out of the joint practices that he didn't have to.
Yeah.
He didn't have to play in the game because he got all of his work and the reps against the ones and apparently looked pretty good. So that's what they care about. To me, the disappointing part was that they didn't have any receiver really distinguish themselves. I mean, Isaiah Williams, he ended up with 4 catches in the game on 4 targets, and it looked pretty good, but it was all, kind of mop-up duty, if you will. But the other guys just didn't. Donovan Peoples-Jones had 1 catch, albeit for 26 yards, but nothing really there. Antoine Green caught a few passes, but only for 13 yards, and then left the game with a neck concussion, I think is what Dan Campbell kind of referred to it as. And then the guys that really wanted to see, Caden Davis and Darius Fountain, between them had 1 catch on 7 targets. I guess a lot of that can be explained by the poor quarterback play, the conditions on the field, I guess, because neither team did really well in the passing game. But I was really hoping that one of those guys is going to separate themselves and at least give us something to talk about today and go, they're right about Darius Fountain. He looked pretty good. Or, Caden Davis, he did look pretty good. And there just wasn't a whole lot to go on.
No. Kang, what did you like the most and what bothered you the most?
What I liked the most was Sione Vaki. I think he's honestly going to make a difference at some point during this year. It it felt like a project type pick because you're switching positions. He played mostly defense in college, but some snaps on offense. But I see the vision that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell had with him. When he got in the game, he showed that he's got natural instincts, the ability to be shifty, make cuts. I mean, those are just some natural things. I mean, sometimes it's, all right, see hole, hit hole, but it's easier said than done. And I thought he did pretty well, and he's only getting started. I think he can make a real impact right now this year on special teams, though. With the new kickoff rules, I'd love to see him back there in the landing zone or whatever they're calling it and be able to return.
That's exactly
some
what they're calling
it. Okay, all right, whatever. Yeah, we'll see if it sticks. But as far as that, I think he can make a real difference on special teams.
He's
at least.
Landing zone guy. I love this. We're going to have I think he's a landing zone guy.
Yeah.
But I think behind Montgomery and Gibbs, I think he's the next guy. And hopefully, the more experience he gets, the more reps he gets. I think he can go in the game. And
I mean, he certainly brightened things up last night every time he touched the football. Whereas, I mean, can you say anything special about Zonovan Knight or Craig Reynolds or anybody else?
I was hoping Jamar Jefferson popped, but he really didn't. I mean, he had a couple nice runs. Got the most. He got when there was 4 yards there. He got 4 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Bringing the funk out, Jake Funk.
And
Jefferson.
What bothered you the most?
All right, this bothered me. Now, it's admittedly a Kane concern because this guy wasn't going to really impact this year for the Lions, but as much as I saw the vision Brad Holmes had for Vaki, I don't see the vision for Manu. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because they actually used some resources to get this project, and I didn't really like that from the beginning, still don't like it now. Not that he was going to progress that much, but when Manu went into the game, at left tackle, to me, it looked like he got beat on 90+% of the snaps from a guy who's not going to make the team for the Giants, probably. He's incredibly raw, and I know he's got athletic ability and he's got a skill set and some tools that you could work with, but they used a fourth-round pick, gave up a future third-round pick for this guy, and I don't know if he's ever going to see the field for the Lions. I know it's not going to be this year, but that maybe could have been used for someone else because Brad Holmes is so good at mid-round picks. Maybe they could have got somebody else that would have helped this team this year.
All right, 248-539-9797. We ask you, what did you like the most and what was your biggest non-Nate Sudfeld concern? Bunch of tweets on this. We promised we'd read some on the air, so let's do so right now. Nathaniel J. writes in, the second-string O-line has zero chemistry. From Brian, wasn't much to really like. Hooker showed some flashes, but that didn't last long. Neiman's name was called a lot, and Alexander has maybe already been cut. Oh, dude. Yeah, dropping the first 2 punts.
That's not a good look. That's not a good look. The guy, the texter who mentioned the offensive line not having no chemistry, hard to have chemistry as a second unit. And I'm glad he makes that point because that's what takes your offensive line up a notch, is if they know what each other is supposed to do. And these guys, it's patchwork when you're a second unit.
More of your ticket texts and tweets, 248-539-9797. I'll give you something else that was extraordinarily sloppy and somebody who's today probably grading out film poorly. The Fipper. There were a lot of special teams mistakes. The first punt, they dropped it, but they gave up a big kick return, but there was a flag that negated it to open the game. Then the first punt return, they fumbled and had a hold. The second punt return, they fumbled, but it was ruled down. The kickoff coverage, they had a landing zone violation, which, by the way, if you were wondering, I was like, okay, what's the signal for this going to be? Right? What is the new official signal?
Putting your arms up and down like a plane.
I mean, what would you make the landing zone violation? Like, it would make a square
and then put a line through it.
That would be.
Do they need those batons like they have at the airport? Maybe pull them out of their back pocket and it's like, hey, put an X. I don't know, like, hey, we got a violation.
Landing zone violation. Yeah, an X. Yeah. An X would be great. Have the official go, dead ball. Landing zone violation.
Gets the big orange gloves from the guy with the TV camera right now.
I think technically what they did was the illegal procedure. I think that's what the official did. We got a landing zone violation.
Yeah, it's illegal procedure.
But we had a landing zone violation. We had a kickoff go out of bounds. We had a player run out of bounds on their own and get flagged. Gilmore had a hold and a run out of bounds on his own flag. So there's all kinds of stuff that Fipper is going to want to clean up. 248-539-9797. All right, for you, what did you like the most, and what was your biggest non-Nate Sudfeld concern? We will get to some of your feedback and phone calls coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, the best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So now you can bet on your favorite international teams and American teams in your favorite sports, like breaking. Go bet the breaking, or badminton, or soccer, or swimming. FanDuel has it all. Don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and sign up and start betting breaking today. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. One of the better moments last night. Keep it up, Jake. The early stages of this relationship off to a good start. 248-539-9797. Gator just asked me a question during the commercial break. King, I feel like you can help with this because you worked in the service industry. Explain your question.
So I got a friend of mine who's coming in from out of town tonight, and there's several of us that are going to meet up and go to a bar/restaurant. And they picked a place that it's one of the... I think this is kind of a new, I don't know if it's a hotness, but it's a new trend anyway, where it's one of these places that you use your credit card, they give you a wristband, and then you you scan your wristband and you pour your own amount of beer. Like they've got a bunch of beers and seltzers and stuff on tap. You can go as little as an ounce or a full glass if you wanted to try something, whatever. But always use the wristband and it tallies it up.
Yep.
And then with food, there's like a QR code that you scan, and then you order your food, and then it'll send you a text message when it's ready, and then you go pick it up.
I feel like you definitely didn't choose this place, by the way.
I did not. I did not.
Doesn't seem like a Gator place, but go on.
Not really. That's a great observation.
I'm curious about it. Like I went and looked on the menu ahead of time, wanted to see like beers and what kind of beer I want to try, and I definitely want to try this one for an ounce of beer. Sure, I'll try this. But you don't tip on any of this, do you?
So it's completely self-serve.
Yeah, I mean somebody's making the food.
But you would order it through the app or whatever, then you go pick it up at a window or at a whatever.
Yeah.
And when do they charge you?
I think that they automatically, because they have your credit card.
Yeah, it's
like the first thing. So you're already.
They've got your information on the wristband or whatever, right?
I imagine there's like a checkout at the end, and I'm going to guess there's going to be a checkout at the end, and then you have the opportunity to tip. Although I don't know because I've never been to one of these places before.
This is a tough one.
This
is new.
Hold on, I think it's easy.
You think so?
Yes. You are doing all the work, but you do tip. You tip yourself. Give yourself 15%, Gator.
Treat myself?
If you do a good job. Give yourself 15%.
Well, the way I look at it is, okay, when I'm thinking about initially, if I'm just getting if I'm just drinking, I'm not tipping a dime because I'm the one who's doing all the work, literally. That's me. If I ordered food, somebody had to make the food. However, you don't tip when you're going through a drive-through. That's effectively what this is.
Yeah.
So why would I tip there? And then I started asking myself, if I were a younger person and trying to, get a quick part-time job or get into this industry and wanted, would this be awful to a place like this to work at because you're not going to get tips?
It's easier to say no on the tip when you don't have to look anyone in the eye. You know what I mean? Like it's right. Like if you're just later on, you're cashing out and there's no one there, and it's.
But did you ever work at a fast food place?
No, I've never worked at fast food.
Would you expect any tips at a fast food restaurant?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so how is this food situation any different? Because that's I think you would agree. You don't have to tip on the beer, do you?
No, but how many times have you handed? You asked someone at a bar to turn around literally and hand you a beer.
Yeah.
And then you tip that person, right?
Yeah.
All they did was turn around, open up their fridge,
sure,
get out the beer and give it to you.
Yes.
So
yeah.
And then
they'll look at you funny if you don't.
Yeah.
I mean, you literally just turned around and.
But that's expected.
I'm going to give you $3 because you popped the top on the beer. But you do.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I think that it doesn't sound like you have to in this scenario for me. That's what I'm looking at it as. No one is anyone coming around and do you clean up after yourself?
I mean, I do.
No, I'm saying at this place, right?
I don't know. I've never been to a place like this before. I don't know. I don't know if I'm sure some people have been to places like this. I'm kind of curious to see how this all works out, but I've already going into it. I've got my mind made up of what I'm going to do, what I'm not going to do.
I think it's fair to say that you don't tip, but I'm also astutely. I never want to be that non-tip guy.
I know that's the thing. Like I'm very generous in public when it comes to tipping, and because I really feel for the servers because they make nothing when it comes to an hourly wage. If they're at a restaurant or bar, they just don't because the restaurants get away with that.
I wonder if the people that work there get an hourly wage.
That's the thing. Like, are they going to get a real $15 an hour wage, or are they getting paid your $3 or $4 an hour that the restaurants can pay them, and then they're relying on tips that aren't going to come because it's all self-serve?
Well, maybe somebody out there has worked at one of these places or works at one of these places and could fill us in on what's appropriate.
Right, because these days it feels like you're being asked to tip on everything.
Well, that's the thing. I wish there was what? If there's a tip option, then we know they're not getting paid the normal, minimum wage. It's well below that. But if there's not, then we know, hey, they're getting paid a certain salary where you don't have to tip. But the problem is, Gator, you're right. Every place has the option now. every place you go, I'm like, what? Oh, there's a tip option, And you're like, I didn't know I was supposed to tip for this. Am I supposed to tip? Can I say no? Do I hit custom?
Am I that guy if I don't tip?
Yes.
Right, and then they like start off at 15%. Like there's, and then the last option is custom. You're like, oh man, like what am I got a sandwich. I was in line. I told you what I wanted. Like you're at a sandwich place, right? Or if you're like, heck, let's just call it out. If you're at Potbelly or Chipotle or whatever,
you don't tip you don't tip there, right? I don't think so.
I didn't used to.
But now they added
but
the
now
option.
I feel like you have to because here comes this screen. Damn you, COVID!
And they look you right in the face, like,
right? They're like,
dude,
are you? I'm like, am I? And then I'm like, I have to go custom because I don't want my $15 sandwich to turn into a $22 endeavor or whatever. Once you've taxed and all that stuff figured out, it's like, what am I doing?
I personally hate the tip before you get the service. Like, what am I tipping on? You haven't done anything yet. You know what I mean? Like the pre-tip.
Yeah.
Well, that's what a lot of times when you order delivery.
Yes, like what?
And would you like to work the tip in with this credit card? And I'm like, no.
Sometimes I've tipped a lot, and the thing was late or wrong, and I'm like, what did I tip for?
Well, and then I saw something I don't know, about a month ago in these TikTok videos or something like that says that it's better for the people in the industry if you actually tip in cash, because if you tip by credit card, that then they don't get the full percentage of that. So now that's in my head. Like, but I'm only paying with the credit. In this situation tonight, it's only going to be with a credit card. I'm not tipping.
You're not?
I can't see myself doing it tonight.
All right. Let us know how it goes.
Yeah, this is a Circle Back Monday topic, right? All right, let's get back to the Lions, 248-539-9797. We asked you, what did you like the most, and what was your biggest not Nate Sudfeld concern? Feedback coming in from Nefarious. The second O-line and third strings were getting worked out there. That's the negative. The positive, Hooker looked way more comfortable than I thought he would, and Bates got his first on the board. From Mike Smart on Twitter, I liked how Vaki looked, and I did not like that we only got to see one field goal slash extra point try from Bates, although I'm glad he made it. From Nubs Get Dubs, what I liked, Sione Vaki appears to have what it takes to win the third running back job over Craig Reynolds. What I didn't like, the new kickoff rule, but I will admit I'll probably get used to it. From Benny, what I liked the most was the 53-yard kick outdoors in the weather. The kick was more of a line drive than an arc, however. Could be trouble for a blocked kick. But what I didn't like was James Houston on run plays. Houston was often the first contact, and the running back would run right through him. Dave, the entire number 2 and 3 offensive lines when playing together seem shaky at best. Hopefully there are a few pieces that could work with the first unit. Dante tweets us, what I liked most was seeing how Vaki ran with the ball on offense. What I didn't like outside of Nate Sudfeld was not getting to see more field goal opportunities for Jake Bates.
Yeah, it felt like they had a couple chances that could have given him more kicks, but they didn't.
Rory, I loved Hendon Hooker's run, especially blowing up the defender. I did not like Hooker's run, especially when he concussed himself blowing up the defender. He's a talented kid. He's got to figure out how to stay on the field. Rory, I think that's everybody's take. Like, okay, that was a cool moment, but this isn't the Super Bowl. Live to fight another down. And if that was indeed the play, he concussed himself, that is not good. Kang, you made an interesting point about a running quarterback as a backup. Because I personally put that down on my list of qualities I'm looking for in a starting quarterback is the ability to run. But you made a decent point, and you made me rethink things. I've done some rethinking.
Really?
As it pertains to the backup quarterback.
Thought-provoking.
Yeah. I'll tell the people what you said.
I provoked Doug.
Yeah.
In a good way, though.
Yeah.
So basically, I agree with you, Doug. Mobility is it is a lot overrated for starting quarterback. People focus way too much on if a quarterback is mobile or can run as a starting quarterback. But I think as a backup quarterback, it is much more useful because many times if you're the backup quarterback, you're only pressed into duty because of injury. A lot of the times that's during the game. So you have not been getting the 1 reps. They have not game planned this for your, necessarily skill set. You come in the game and you might have to improv a bit more than the starting quarterback. So I think when things break down, the mobility of a backup quarterback can help you in a situation where you've been pressed into where you weren't expecting it. So whether you can make a play or just, hey, pick up yards with your feet, because your arm, you haven't built that chemistry with the receivers yet. So I think it helps, at least with the backup quarterback more than it would with the starting quarterback, Doug. And I know for you hate the people that focus too much on mobility.
I don't hate the people like
Sure, Doug. Say it louder. But you know what I mean.
I do think it's a very good position to take, and I've done some rethinking, and I'm on board with it.
So if Hendon Hooker, let's say he's the backup, he wins the backup job. It's week 8. Goff gets hurt in the second quarter. He's got to come out for a few plays, if not the rest of the game. Hendon Hooker comes in there, and he's not super comfortable yet throwing the out route to Monroe St. Brown. He can actually tuck it and get a few yards, or get out. You know what I mean? Get something out of nothing.
It could be a changeup,
yes,
a total changeup, and you hope that he does feel comfortable, because then it's a real changeup, because you have no idea if he's gonna run or throw the football. I would imagine defenses would probably be on high alert. Any backup quarterback comes in, they're already on high alert. They're just going to run the ball.
You mean like hand it off?
Yeah,
but
with a guy who can run as
yes.
well. Yeah.
Well, in this scenario too, like a lot of teams, like if you're game playing for Goff, he's not running the option, but all of a sudden Hooker comes in, you're like, oh, this is something we didn't plan for as a defense, and that might help you win that game, because that's what you're trying to do, right? Get by until your starter comes back.
Point made, point noted, and I think you're right. Well done. 248-539-9797. All right, Gator, coming up next, we got a chess story with pretty much everything but Yul Brynner. We'll get to that today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Good to be with you on a Friday. Lions, 14-3 losers last night to the New York Giants. And still a lot to talk about with that game, and we will get back to it. But for the next story, we go to Dagestan, Gator. And
Dagestan?
Dagestan.
One of the stands?
It's apparently one of the stands. A chess player there tried to poison her opponent with mercury during the competition.
Jesus. What?
According to video surveillance, the chess player snuck into the competition hall shortly before the start of the tournament and poured an unknown substance on the table where her opponent was playing. When the game started, the opponent felt unwell. Opponent named Osmanova felt unwell. The organizer of the tournament discovered mercury and called the police. While Osmanova continued the game and even won a prize place. Now the police are conducting a check under the article on causing minor harm to health. Abakarov is the name, Anna Abakarov, who tried to poison Osmanova. Abakarov is being detained. And later states she wanted to take revenge on her opponent. The motives of the athlete are being clarified by the security forces of Dagestan. Poisoning an opponent in chess with mercury.
Sweet Lord. And not like something in the drink, just putting it on because mercury is very toxic.
Yeah.
And is used in many industries, and it's not safe to use unless you know what you're doing. So that's frightening.
Abakarov didn't really think this one through, did she?
Not knowing that there were going to be surveillance cameras?
Well, and the idea that I'm going to be sitting across the table from her, poisoning her with chess, poisoning her side of the chessboard with mercury could actually impact me as well.
Might. Yeah, this is a frightening story.
Kind of is.
But a couple things you learn.
Mm-hmm.
One, they don't play. All right? Ain't playing.
It's pretty cutthroat in the world of chess.
That's pretty cutthroat.
Yep.
And two, Dagestan. Okay.
Dagestan.
Didn't know there was a Dagestan. And yet, after hearing one story and one story alone attributed to happening in Dagestan, my immediate thought is, of course, it was a Dagestan.
Mm-hmm.
What do you expect to happen in Dagestan?
Dagestan is on the western shore of the Caspian Sea. It is a Russian republic, the Republic of Dagestan.
How I don't know. I was going to say, start doing geography. How close to Ukraine is it?
It's not particularly close to Ukraine.
More Siberia?
Not much more, but it's
or
more in that
Uzbekistan.
direction. It's Caspian Sea, and Ukraine is on the Black Sea. So, does that help?
I don't know. I'm trying to get back to my memory of the Risk, the game Risk, the board game, and the geography on that.
Gotcha.
Is it by Irkutsk or what?
I'm not seeing an Irkutsk nearby. It's Dagestan is surrounded by Armenia, Georgia. So SEC, Dagestan in the SEC.
Some of the best UFC fighters from Dagestan. They're taking over, man.
Are they?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. I feel like the UFC there's always an era of like countries. You know, it started with Americans. Brazil took over for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Croatians.
Yeah, no, honestly.
Dagestan's this close to joining the Big 12. That close.
Well, who are the fighters from Dagestan?
Khabib.
Okay, I was going to say is.
I mean, he's probably the best one, but there's a lot of other ones.
Even I've heard that name.
Doug's had to read that name.
Yeah,
he's got a brother, right? Khabib have a brother that's fighting now?
Cousin, brother. I don't know the bloodlines, but yes.
Last name looks similar, so
yes.
Yeah.
Well, apparently in Dagestan, there are people that try and poison their way to the top using mercury. Crazy. Wow. Absolutely crazy.
That is nuts.
It is. I mean, first of all, let's just say, okay, I decided this was a strategy I wanted to execute. Do you pick up your mercury like at Home Depot? Like, where do you get
thermometer?
Mercury. Oh, you just break a thermometer open and
could do that.
And do I pour it into like a little test tube, one of those little ones with the screw tops?
Right. A crucible. I don't know. Or you just break the. I don't know how you do it. Is it eyedropper? You just drop it on there because it beads, doesn't it? Does the mercury bead?
Yeah, I've seen the movies.
But I know, for instance,
isn't that what the Terminator was made out of? Or was it Terminator 2 was made out of mercury?
T2 had I think that's how they used the. Nice job, Doug. Well played. I think that's how they used the special effects to make it look like that. But I know that mercury is used in gold mining around the world, like in South America, and it's very crude.
Could be big in Dagestan.
Like, well, maybe.
I mean, I don't know. They mine gold in Dagestan. That sounds like it could be true.
Mine for something there.
Well, cutthroat.
They're not minding their business, though. I'll tell you that. Jeez.
Nice job.
I tried.
All right, 248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. What did you like and what did you not like during the Lions game last night? We asked that question via Twitter, and we got a lot of ticket texts on that as well. And look, we all know the backup quarterback situation is probably number one on the what didn't you like, so we're kind of eliminating that from the answers, although we've gotten plenty of traction on that. Dave in Warren writes in the good, great to see Hendon Hooker play fearlessly. The bad, the defense and offensive lines look slow. You know, I thought that Broderick Martin showed a little bit of why they like him.
Wingo.
Wingo was in there. David Batta made a play. You know who David Batta is?
Well, he's done, so.
He wasn't done, was he? I thought it was somebody else. He got hurt. Batta got hurt.
I thought Batta was the one who got done for the year now. Wasn't he one of those guys?
The MCL was the offensive lineman. Is Batta done for the year?
Batta got hurt.
Batta did get hurt.
Was he the Achilles?
You speculated Achilles.
Well, that's what I saw afterwards, after I did speculate. But yeah.
Is it Achilles?
Yeah.
It's an Achilles.
He tore it?
I just said Achilles injury.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, that's too bad. He is in the from the NFL's International Pathways program. He's German. And so there was your international pathway player, and he's done, huh? Damn it. It's too bad. James Houston didn't look like a guy that you think is a difference maker. Tough to even tell when he was out there, but if you didn't look for him.
Well, he made a couple tackles. What did he play? 20 snaps or something?
22 snaps. He had one QB pressure.
And he had a QB hit. And
that was his pressure.
Yeah. And he had a couple tackles in the game, and he was not pass rushing the whole time that he was there. I thought he was fine.
Yeah, if your specialty is rushing the passer and you're on the field for 22 plays, let's say half of those are pass rushes, one pressure and 11 pass rushes isn't anything to be particularly concerned about. I guess I expected him to pop a little bit more.
Well, he also had a knee injury, knee bruise of some kind last night.
The negative was Sorsdahl, really hoping he was a clear-cut backup offensive tackle. That's from an unnamed texter. Another one here. I'm most pleased with...
Again, with Sorsdahl, the guy who played guard last year, mostly, and they're trying to expand and see if he's got versatility to play guard and tackle. So could be when he's work in progress at tackle, but they need to get him experience just in case anybody gets hurt in the offensive line.
Okay, two things I want to get to next. One is something last night, saw for the first time, epic fail. Two is, do we need to talk about the text we got from Kang with a shoot the boot guarantee last night watching the Lions game? Were you serious? Did you mean that? Are you really going to go there?
May have been in the moment when I texted that. But I might go there. Maybe give me one more week.
We'll get to that at 12:52 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Twin Peaks is got an incredible weekend if you want to watch games. Preseason and, of course, a lot of time to watch a lot of football and have the best game day atmosphere in the state. They'll have live action along with the audio for all the home games. Plus, check out all the draft picks, the rookies, the fringe players as they fight for roster spots. So watch the games at Twin Peaks. Remember, they have 50-plus TVs at all their locations, so there isn't a bad seat in the house. Follow that up with their ice-cold 29-degree draft beer poured into an igloo of a mug that's been freezing for 6+ hours, and pair that with scratch-made food, and you'll see why. They're better than any place else. Game day favorites like the smoked and grilled wings, hand-cut and breaded to order tenders and boneless wings, smoked ribs and brisket, and hand-cut New York strips Are you sure you want to go anywhere else? I haven't even mentioned a great part about Twin Peaks, the hospitable Twin Peaks girls. If you haven't booked your fantasy football draft party either, don't look any further. Go to your favorite lodge. They got perks for all league members that attend, even a special gift for the league managers that book. Draft boards are available, as well as special deals like their beer of the month, $5 22-ounce Miller Lights, all month long. Show your league you are the right man for the job. And book at Twin Peaks today. See manager for details. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. So something really interesting in last night's Lions game. And Gator, I think it's something that we've talked about. I've thought could make some sense. And it felt like technology, it was only a matter of time before technology kind of gave us what we thought about, and that is the ability to laser measure things. In a football game, could you find a way to be able to, like at a quarterback sneak, to really be able to, with a laser or some advanced technology, be able to determine whether or not a quarterback indeed got enough of the football, got the football to the line to gain? Seemed like this could be useful technology, and given it was only their first test run. But none of us are getting those 3.5 minutes back. That was in the first test run. They just stood there and stood there and stood there. So they got some stuff to clean up.
Sure.
But the first test run was a bit of a fail. And it was funny because you could see Dan Campbell laughing. Like, there's no rush. It's preseason. That's why we do it in the preseason. They gotta tighten up the operation.
Tighten it up.
Yeah. But I thought this was an interesting idea because I think it is one of in a game where precision, I mean, it's such a huge part of it. I am fully convinced that quarterback sneaks turn into a massive guessing game. And look, I spent 16 years on the Michigan sidelines. One of my favorite parts, one of the most difficult parts of the job was going to that line of scrimmage area and looking down the line like on a 4th and 1. And true story, like one of my first games was a big 4th down play. I think Michigan was playing at Notre Dame. It might have been year 1. Was it year 1 or year 2? Either Michigan's playing at Notre Dame. And there's a big 4th down play, and there's like a quarterback sneak. And I'm new on the job, just trying to establish a degree of credibility. Quarterback sneak, and there's just this mosh and just bodies everywhere, and you can't see anything. And they start to unpile, and Frank Beckman says, "Let's go down to Doug Karsch. You think they got it?" And what I wanted to say is, Frank, I have no idea. I couldn't tell. There are people everywhere. And so I don't even remember what I said, but I was like, I can't answer this question.
I think they got it by 6 inches, Frank.
I think it was very vague. Very vague. Because you just can't tell. And I don't know how the officials tell. So the idea of having a laser measurement or some sort of ability to determine whether that ball crossed the plane on a touchdown situation or there.
You sure think it would be simple enough, like with technology today and, implanting a chip in the ball and figuring out the furthest the ball traveled, down the field. And
ChatGPT can figure this out, right? Figure out everything else.
AI.
Yeah, can't AI do it?
It's all AI these days. Hey.
Sam Perdue. Anyway, they got to clean some things up. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yep. But it's a good try. Good hustle. but didn't work. And the funny thing was, right after they used it, there was a quarterback sneak, and they didn't use it on the sneak. Now, to be fair, on the sneak, it looked like, I think it was DeVito at that point, got the first down.
Yeah, it was close.
Mm-hmm.
It was close. Maybe I don't want Doug Karsch letting me know if he got it or not, if he had the right angle. But it was I think it's really tough to spot the ball as an official because so many bodies get in the way. How are you supposed to know? And I think they need to rely on things like cameras to help out with these. Because, everything is every play is so important. Every inch is so important.
Yeah. So this is as it stands, their first trial run preseason, no big deal, but it took quite a bit of time for them to figure it out. And what was funny is when they did and they went to the graphic and they showed the football short of the line to game, I was like, that was a lot of work just to get that graphic in there.
But they got it in.
A lot of work.
Here we go.
Okay. During the game last night, we're all texting each other. And Kang suddenly goes, shoot the boot guarantee.
So Kang does.
It was kind of out of left field. Let's see. When did it come over?
During the game.
Thank you. Yeah.
Excellent.
8:27.
I was going to say it was early, though. Halftime?
Are you
roughly halftime?
Are you sticking with this?
I'm pretty close.
Okay.
I'm pretty close
So
here.
the answer is no?
Someone's trying to pressure me.
I am trying to pressure you. Now you know what it feels like, don't you?
I don't like it.
Are you a man? You going to step up and do this, or are you going to wuss out?
We'll see. I'm going to wuss out right now.
You're going to wuss out for now? Do you want to tell the people what it was?
Sure. Yeah, it was after a Sione Ivaki run.
The second touch of his career.
Sure. Whatever. You want to get technical. But he had just made a sweet move, right? Got through the line, bunch of yards. Maybe 9 yards. I'm not sure. And I text, Doug? You read it because I don't have my phone up. You just had it up, right?
He texted, Reynolds will be cut. Shoot the boot.
Vaki's the truth.
Vaki's the truth.
Yeah.
Vaki is the truth. The Reynolds part's where let's see if I shoot the boot, he's going to be cut. But he's, no disrespect, he's Craig Reynolds, right? I
He's
think
reliable.
He's done what he's done, and he's been fine. But I think when you draft a running back, a guy who didn't even play running back in college, by the way, I think they're looking for somebody else.
But here's the thing with Vaki, because he is so versatile, can play in all situations, offense, defense, and special teams, right? That because of that versatility, the casualty on the roster may not be a running back. And I forget how many running backs they carried last year, if it was 3 or 4. There are other guys. I mean, the other running backs, whether it's Craig Reynolds or Jamar Jefferson or Funk or whoever else
it's probably
those guys
right.
are on high alert. But I don't know if they're going to carry 3 or 4.
I think Vaki obviously makes the team with Gibbs and Montgomery. The question is, can Knight beat out Craig Reynolds? Maybe that's why I'm not all the way on the shoot the boot, Doug.
Yeah.
And that's the real battle.
Yeah, I mean, Craig Reynolds feels like that guy who just won't go away. And I mean that he keeps surviving. He's been around here for a while. And when they hand him the football, I don't think, oh boy, here we go, right? I mean, I feel like Craig Reynolds can do some stuff for you. You're not building a championship caliber team around him, but I think he's been kind of for them the perfect emergency break glass kind of guy. And I mean, every year, preseason starts and there he is, getting carries in the preseason, and he makes the team.
Jefferson's another guy that they might not want to give up on either. I mean, Craig Reynolds plays special teams, kind of one of the reasons he can make the team. That's what Vaki didn't do, So, we'll see. I'm getting close, Doug. I'll let you know if I.
It's okay. You do whatever you want to do.
I should do one before the season starts.
Well, yours is definitely before the season starts. You're talking about making the roster.
It was a quick call,
dude. It was a second touch.
Sold.
This reminds me of my Eric Davis as a lock for National League MVP 1 week into the season back in 1987. My friends still give me crap about that to this day.
He's a great player when he was healthy.
Yeah, he hit like 4 home runs the first week, and I'm like, he's a lock for MVP.
Yeah, and then lays out for a catch, makes the catch, and can't get up.
Yep.
That was Eric Davis.
In week 3, and he finished with 9 home runs.
That's Eric Davis.
But we said it yesterday, and it's worth repeating today. There are going to be some cuts that make Detroiters go, oh. Like, you're going to be sad to see some guys go or disappointed that some guys don't make it. But there's just not a spot for everybody anymore because we're on the other end of the spectrum. They're not searching for players. They're no longer searching. They got to figure out which guys are going to be the difficult cuts. And I wonder how many teams now are scouting the Lions going, we could use him. We could use him.
Well, that's the thing, is the Lions have built up this roster where there's so much good quality depth that they're going to have to release guys that other teams will be like, yep, absolutely. And then I always feel that teams within the division in particular are going to be looking at that because they want to get any intel that they can get.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. We've asked you via Twitter, ticket, text, and phone calls. What did you like the most, and what outside of Nate Sudfeld concerned you the most? Brendan writes in, what I liked most was seeing Jake Bates nail a 53-yarder right down the middle. What I didn't like is seeing the depth of our offensive linemen. A lot of that. People concerned about the second string O-line.
Well, and I think in large part is that just because Sorsdahl moving from guard to tackle and it was a little rough, and then the other tackle, at least in the second half, you've got Giomanu, who is going to be a work in progress because he is so raw at this level.
Ryan writes in, I like the play of 3 guys on defense, 2 on offense. Robertson, Wingo, and Rakestraw on D, Hooker and Williams on offense. Besides Sudfeld, what was concerning the most was the backup O-line play. Some of those guys will be counted upon, and they were sieves.
Well, counted upon, but if they're counted upon, it's working with the number 1 guys. So let's just say, for sake of argument, that you lose one of the guards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Seitler can't go. What happens? Well, I think what happens is that you put Glasgow, whichever position he feels more comfortable in, whatever they think is better for him. Then the other guy comes in. Now you're working with 4 starters, and then you're the 5th guy. You're going to look better in that situation than you are if the entire line shift there is brought in, which they don't do in football. So I think each guy individually might be okay in a pinch. It's if you have multiple injuries to the offensive line, then you start to feel nervous, which every team would.
Gator, question. Am I a sissy?
Well,
because I've been called a sissy by somebody on Twitter. And yet I'm standing by what I said. We'll get to that today at 102 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1. A lot of Lions discussion today. We'll talk about that Ryan Valade play last night. Which, look, I mean, there's not a lot of people hanging on to squeezing the club particularly tight these days with Tigers baseball, but it's too bad.
What?
There's too bad he couldn't make that play, and too bad they couldn't win that game. But first, I asked the question before the break, am I a sissy? I'm being accused of that on Twitter, and I want to know if you have my back, or do you agree with Jeff? Jeff writes in, I loved how Hendon Hooker ran over a defender. Doug, don't be a sissy. This is football. That was awesome. He's the backup. I don't know how you couldn't see it.
Not sure what it is that you couldn't see. I think when you see a play like that, it's a lot of fun. He just trucked him. But then what happened?
He left the game with perhaps a concussion.
Okay. So when you're a quarterback, that's not what you're supposed to do. You're too valuable to the team to put your shoulder down and do something like that. If Jared Goff did, I'd be furious. You can't do that. Now, it may make you feel great and tough and all that, but it's not smart football. Smart football is, making sure you're healthy enough to play the next play.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the quarterback of the team, that's the most important position on the team. Now, does he want to show his teammates that he's tough and all that? Absolutely, and I can appreciate that. And to an extent, I really love what I saw with that last night. But in hindsight, once you see he's concussed, was it worth it in a preseason game to put the shoulder down and pick up an extra 4 yards after that if you're going to leave the game?
There's going to come a time where your quarterback might need to do everything they can to get every single inch out of a run. Super Bowl, late in a game, on a 4th down. Yeah, you're not sliding. Put your head down. Quarterbacks sneak in the Super Bowl. These are times. NFC title game. You might need to put your head down and run somebody over. I can't think of a game more opposite than the Super Bowl than last night's game. Like, is last night's game the most opposite of a Super Bowl? Well, it would be the first preseason game in a player's career is probably the exact antithesis in terms of stakes as a Super Bowl.
Sure. But, if you're Hendon Hooker, you're dying to play. Finally get this opportunity. You get in there for 2 series, and then you have to leave the game because of concussion protocols. And it's unfortunate. Hopefully he's fine and doesn't miss any practice when they return to the practice field. That would be the best news. Oh, no, he was fine. That'd
be awesome.
It was precautionary measures. We went through protocol, and he passed the test, on Friday afternoon. We gave him the test, and he passed them all. So that would be awesome to hear. Let's hope that's the case, because the rest of this preseason, there's 2 other games. Don't expect to see a whole lot of Jared Goff. Did Goff? I don't think he played last year in the preseason, right? Or
I don't think he did at all.
I don't think they did. So if the same plan holds true this year that you're not going to play him, guess who's going to get a lot of playing time? Hendon Hooker, Nate Sudfeld, and maybe another quarterback if they bring in another quarterback. So, but we all want to see what Hooker does. Hooker's the one they invested in. Hooker's the one that showed up last night and showed progress. It's the first we got to see him play, but everyone you've been hearing about, lots of mixed signals in practices, what you see, he didn't look like he was overwhelmed by the moment last night. Now, there were some plays that looked like, okay, need to get rid of the ball quicker than that, but he did make plays. He made plays with his feet. He extended the play to throw the ball while running out of the pocket. And there were a couple passes in particular were really impressive. He had that out pattern that he hit. Was like an 8-9 yard play, and it was beautifully thrown. Not an easy play to make when you're throwing all the way across the field and hitting the receiver in stride.
So later in the same drive, they had a 2nd and goal from like the 8, and he had a little play action rollout to the right and tucked the ball and turned upfield. He took a hit square on the left knee. That's his ACL knee. And, there was that moment, all right, get up, no limp, let's see it. And there might have been a degree of Hendon Hooker, like, I'm gonna test myself for a moment. One, they always talk about the mental hurdle of coming back from an injury and how, it's not just that you're physically cleared to play. You have to mentally not think about it and just play the game without trying to protect yourself against those hits. So maybe there was a little bit of that going on, that he took a degree of bravado into it and said, I'm not slowing down. I'm going to play the game the way I play the game, and I'm mentally prepared to not downshift. I'm ready to go at it full bore. And that, in some ways, that's applaudable, and it speaks to a mentality, and if that's the case, great. But I think in the effort of full self-preservation moving forward, I can almost guarantee Mark Brunell, Dan Campbell, Ben Johnson are saying, yeah, we're not going to do that again.
Right. Yeah. Self-preservation's an important trait.
Yep. Now, that said, he looked pretty good.
Yeah. Like I said, there were some impressive things that he did. A lot of work to go, but it was a good first step that he took. Just wish he was able to finish the game.
Yep. Now, the other thing was, honestly, he didn't pass the ball a ton. He went 5 for 9 for 36 yards. But in those 9 passes, if I'm watching and trying to grade out quarterback play, I thought he looked better throwing the ball than Nate Sudfeld.
Yeah, they got down in the red zone and he threw the fade to, was it Peoples-Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Looked like it was a pretty good pass. Pretty good looking pass there. Just Peoples-Jones couldn't corral it, but looked good.
On those passes, that's a my receiver, nobody else kind of pass.
Mm-hmm.
And he obviously a little too much, but it was definitely going to be his receiver and nobody else.
Yeah, there was a little bit of contact there. It looked like it was initiated by Donovan Peoples-Jones, and had he just gone to the corner, probably a touchdown.
Yep. So overall, good night for Hendon Hooker. Good to have him back. And it's kind of a storyline going into week 2 is, will he get cleared to play? We might have that answer as soon as later today.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Now, by the way, did you see a bunch of the beat writers got stranded, like the weather?
No.
Yeah.
Because of the rain and whatnot?
Yep.
I did not, but the weather is creating issues throughout the country. I was watching wrestling the other night, and wrestlers had problems with flights. Some of the wrestlers had to rent cars and drive like 12 hours to get to where the venue was. So,
okay, so just looking for a ruling here. Doug not a sissy. Kang, Doug not a sissy.
I think
not for this.
No, I don't think you were being a sissy, but I do think, like, if you had to pick one way or the other, guys, for Hendon Hooker to play yesterday, tentative or full goal, I mean, put my head down, take on all tacklers.
Okay, hold on.
I would pick that side because when you come off an injury, the man hasn't played a football game since Tennessee, right? When he suffered that injury. For him to come out and not be tentative, that's what I like. Now, do I prefer him scale it back when we move forward? Yes. But the fact that he said, screw it, I'm laying it on the field on his first game back, I think that's a good sign, not a bad sign.
Yeah, well, make sure you know what it's like to get hit again. And the guy said last night that it's going to be a different kind of sore that he feels today because obviously he hasn't been hit in a year and a half. So
when you give me those two choices, when there's many choices in between, like you don't, just because you decide not to take a hit, if he slid there, you know what we wouldn't get is one call today saying Hendon Hooker's tentative. Like, there is an in-between, right?
Yes, I think you want to be in between, but my point is picking one or the other. I'd rather have him be going all out than being, hey, I'm scared. You know what I mean? I'm hesitant.
You know what? I'm starting to think I'm a sissy. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. All right, Gator, an Olympic gold medalist. Her parents promised her this if she won gold, and she did. We'll get to that today at 1:18 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Get back to some Lions discussion in a minute. Before the break, I mentioned that an Olympian, a 14-year-old skateboarder, Arissa True from Australia, parents promised her this if she won gold. She did. They promised her a pet.
Oh, she won a pony. She won a puppy.
0 for 2.
Kitty.
0 for 3.
Bunny.
0 for 4.
Chinchilla.
0 for 5.
Rat.
0 for 6.
Little alligator.
0 for 7.
Boa constrictor.
0 for 8.
Box turtle.
0 for 9.
Hamster.
0 for 10.
Guinea pig.
11.
Canary.
12.
Mine a bird. Any
13,
kind of bird.
14. Well, 13. Any kind of bird?
Duck. A duck.
Yep. My parents promised if I won the gold medal, I would get a pet duck. They're really cute. Then I can take it on walks and take it to the skate park. Quote, my parents definitely wouldn't let me get a dog or cat because we're traveling so much right now, but I feel like a duck might be a little bit easier. And I don't know, I just want a duck. Do you think having a pet duck is significantly easier than having a pet dog?
Nope. No, I don't think it's easier. There's somebody at the station who has pet ducks.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody we know?
Yeah. Sarah, who works at our brother station, 99.5, she has ducks that she has. I know she brings them into the station every once in a while. Like,
have been ducks here?
Yeah. Well, we're on the other side of the building. We don't pay attention, and it's after. I think it's after our show, so we're not really paying attention. But yes, and a mess that they can make, because they do what every animal does. They drop dirty, and they don't care where it is.
Well, yeah.
Constant need of attention, and you gotta have water for them. Hey, they gotta sit in a pond of some kind.
Part of her motivation was because you can take a duck on a walk.
Waddle a duck. Yeah, you can. Here's other animals you can walk with. A dog.
Yeah. And you can take the duck to the skate park. Can you?
That's what she wants to do.
Yeah. So are you getting your duck a leash? And then are you like wrapping the duck on the leash around a bike rack or something to keep it from flying away?
I know someone who is so against this.
Who would that be?
Our man across the glass there.
Kang? Oh.
Kang would have no interest in a duck.
No.
That's a stupid idea. Are you kidding me? A bird?
So one of your daughters wins gold in the Olympics and wants a duck. You're out.
She's out of the house.
Oh, see that?
Kidding me? A bird? A duck?
Yep.
With Kang, it's a bird or a duck. Anything with feathers, Kang's out.
I'm out. We can get some Peking duck after.
Yeah, delicious, right?
That's delicious.
Yeah, Kang doesn't like birds.
No.
Are they even real?
Don't. So you're denying your daughter the duck?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Put your foot down.
What about a rubber duck?
That's fine. Those are fine.
All right. Rubber ducks only.
I just don't get the appeal to the duck. They're kind of cute, right? I would love to see a duck land in my pond in the backyard, as long as the dog's not there, because the dog chases anything away, and she has chased ducks away. Like when I've seen them back there, I'm like, oh, that's sweet. That'd be nice to see. But I don't want to bring them in my house. It's not like, petting a duck isn't the same satisfaction as petting a dog, right? I mean, petting feathers is not the same feeling as fur.
Yeah, I you know what? This sounds like something exactly a 14-year-old would say and want. The parents that agreed to this, maybe they didn't think their daughter was going to win gold and just gave it that, yeah, sure. because
Oh, honey, we weren't serious about that. So I was sure damn serious about winning gold.
Yep.
And we love you for that, but you're not getting a duck.
248-539-9797. Greg in Detroit, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I had a pet duck, like a white Aflac duck, for years. It was great. I cut the grass. It would walk behind me. I had young kids at the time. I'd put them in a stroller. That duck would walk next to me. I had a cottage and thought eventually it would just stay at the lake. No way. Anyone came near me in that water, that duck would go down and grab their feet. It's actually a good pet, but it left a mess. It's mess everywhere.
Hold on. Wait a sec. You had like an attack duck?
Well, no, it was just a white, like an Aflac duck.
Okay,
what
but
it looked like. But
when you said if anybody came near you, the duck would attack them?
Yeah. It would, like if I was swimming in the lake and the duck would be out there floating around, if someone came to like see the duck, it would go after and try and get their feet, would dive under the water and get their feet. I mean, it wouldn't hurt them, but it was, I don't know, protecting me or whatever. I would lay in the sun and it would lay right on my chest. It was great. It eventually got Jeffrey Dahmered by the neighborhood fox, killed it, and ate it. But I had it for 4 or 5 years. It was great. And as far as walking it, it followed me everywhere.
That's kind of funny. I wonder
Yeah,
if
it was unique. We went on a ski trip, and I couldn't take my youngest son. He was young, so I bought him a duck. I came back. The thing was like 2 feet tall already. So
2 feet tall?
Hold on.
What kind of, you sure it wasn't a goose? 2 feet tall?
No, it was a duck. I bought it at Tractor Supply for like 99 cents. And I had it in a little cage, and then when we came back 5-6 days later, the neck was huge. I mean, it was just towering above the cage. It grew so fast.
But they poop everywhere, right?
Yes, yes, definitely. Yep. There's no training them. They're going to go where and when they want.
Yeah, so
Whether
that'd be a
they're
problem.
sitting on you, on your lap, in the car, it's coming out. No different than a.
Oh, that's gross.
Well, what'd you guys name the duck?
Sorry.
Oh, I was curious.
Was that a real call?
Yes. People do this. I know somebody else who got ducks, who had ducks for a while. But then they become an issue.
I feel like that was like a actor, and this was an improv exercise. Pretend you're a duck. He said, and I quote, "We went on a ski trip. My son couldn't go. And the next logical step was he got his son a duck."
Hey, man, non sequiturs all the time. But I just can you imagine the Karens in the neighborhood of like the Next Door Neighbor app? If you're walking the duck and it's not on a leash, and the duck drops dirty on somebody's yard, and I mean you can't pick it up in a bag. I mean it's not like it drops.
The expectation is
well, what's coming out of them is not. I mean it's stuff you have to clean with like paper towel and a brush and water or something, right? A solvent. It's not like you can just scoop it up like you can a dog's mess.
You know what? I don't know. If your solution to not taking a kid on a ski trip is to get him a duck, I hope you've thought all these things through. Matt is next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. How are you?
All right, Matt.
Yeah, ducks are not good pets. just not. They're the messiest animals. That so the whole going to the bathroom, they don't poop and pee separately, so it's all together.
Great.
So yeah, you're cleaning up basically diarrhea all the time.
Oh my God.
Is there a number 3?
This is
yeah, constant number 3.
Well, let me ask you this:
So,
why do you know this, Matt?
we have ducks. We've had them for 10 years, but we live rural. We're on a farm.
Yeah.
So they're outside.
Yeah. All right. That's a little bit different than saying I live in Hamtramck.
Yeah. But even then, they're impossible to take care of in the winter because you always have to have unfrozen water because when they eat, they drink at the exact same time.
Aren't they supposed to fly south?
They don't fly. They're domestic ducks. They can't fly. We have a Peking and a Rowan, and they're flightless.
Oh.
Yeah.
Matt, good luck with your ducks.
They didn't treat them like chickens, I guess, right?
Yeah.
We go to Kevin next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey.
Hey.
Ducks are very territorial. I've grown up with them, and they'll actually come after people. If they don't know you coming into your yard, they'll come right after you. They're pretty crazy sometimes.
You said you grew up with ducks?
Yeah, I grew up raising ducks, and friends of mine have had ducks, and they're not clean. They're a messy animal, and they're very territorial.
Did you grow up in a rural area?
Yeah, I live Crossville area, so I'm up in the thumb.
Gotcha. Seems like an okay place to bring up a duck.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine.
Apparently there's a lot of duck owners out there. Eddie is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Okay.
I was calling to tell you that we've had 3 ducks for about 5 years now, and they poop solid, just like a goose.
There's a lot of people that would don't agree.
Yeah, well, the only thing that they make a mess in is we have a little pool in their cage for them. We live on 34 acres that surrounds a lake, but we keep these ducks are our pets, and they're basically for my granddaughter. We keep a little pool in their kennel, and that's the only place they really make a mess is in the pool.
Thank you for the phone call. Rural makes a lot more sense. On a farm makes a lot more sense. Maybe Arissa Threw, the Australian gold medalist in skateboarding, although rural and skateboarding doesn't go together either, does it?
Really?
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Back to some Lion stuff next. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so back to the Lions in a sec. We haven't talked about the play last night at the end of the Tiger game, and I know the Tigers are playing low-leverage baseball pretty much the rest of the way, but they were on the brink of sweeping Seattle in Seattle.
Yep.
Which would have been a rather unexpected development.
Well, Seattle was in first place in the AL West going into the series.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Tigers won the first 2 games, and then they lost first place to Houston. And now I believe that after they beat the Tigers, are they tied with Houston now in the West? It's they are tied with Houston in the West now.
So that game last night, the Tigers are up 3-1, bottom of the 9th, bases loaded. And a line drive to Ryan Valade. With 2 outs.
2 strikes.
If he lets that ball drop, it's a line drive in front of him. He's got to charge hard. If he lets the ball drop, 2 runs probably score.
And ties the game.
There is a chance because it was hit so hard. 2 outs, runners are going on contact. I suppose there's a chance they could field a line drive and fire it home and get the game tying run at home. A chance. But he dove for it and just basically whiffed. His dive, the trajectory of the ball, the height of the ball, the height of his glove, everything about it said this could be a game-ending diving catch.
He did not match the glove to the ball. The ball ends up being underneath his glove. He was there in time to make the play. He just misjudged it. Mm-hmm. And A.J. Hinch said afterwards he didn't get a good first step. The key to that play, making that play, and it's a makeable play, is to get a good first step. He didn't get a good first step, so he's already against it. He lays out for it and unfortunately doesn't make the play. It goes underneath him, rolls all the way to the wall, and it ends up scoring all 3 runs, and the Tigers lose on that play because it's a walk-off. They don't have to do anything more. And it was really unfortunate because they had gotten great pitching last night. Hannafy comes in there, throws a couple of scoreless innings, and then Salmons comes in, and he did a fantastic job with, I think, 4 innings of work. He gave up just a solo home run, and they're going through the bullpen. Holton gets the job done in the 8th inning with a double play ball, and then starts the 9th inning, but doesn't start it well. I mean, gave up a walk or a hit to start things off. They take him out, and then here comes Will Vest. And Vest got into a jam. A couple guys on, nobody out, but then strikes out back-to-back batters. And then walks the next guy on 7 pitches, I think. And then now you get bases loaded. He's got 2 strikes early and throws a pitch lower outside, and batter just kind of reaches out, hits a line drive, and clears the bases. It's unfortunate because they had it. And if this were a game of consequence for this team, we'd be all over it today. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, the way that the season's gone, that loss makes it now they're 6 games below 500. But what they can walk away is knowing that they just beat Seattle in a best of 3 series, which you're going to take any win that you can from here on out. I've said before, I think August is going to be a tough month, but it looks like next week they'll get Carpenter and Green back, which should help the offense. I told you with that's crazy stat. They're 46-16 when they score 4 runs or more. Getting those 2 guys back in the lineup should add more offense and give them more opportunities to score 4 so they can win games at a high clip. But it could be tough without pitching.
Riley Green makes that catch, right?
Well, Riley Green would be playing left field. It's not Riley. It'd be Wenzel Perez. But Perez got the night off from the field. He was DH last night. So other things you could do, if you wanted to do defensive replacements, another thing that threw a little monkey wrench in it was that Matt Vierling had to leave the game. I think in the 8th inning, he had some back spasms. So Gio Urshela came in to play third base. Now, if he doesn't have back spasms, if they wanted to throw a defensive lineup in there, they could have put Urshela at third base and move Vierling out to right field because nobody's looking at Ryan Valade and saying this is our defensive guy. But I mean, all that would be dissected heavily if this were a season that mattered at this point, which right now it doesn't really matter. It's unfortunate. They could have swept them. They didn't, but they got the series win and on to San Francisco.
Okay, and a story in the NFL just breaking at this hour. Juju Smith-Schuster has just been released by the New England Patriots. Veteran wide receiver. Was he like 28, 29 years old? The Lions are still looking for a third guy. Certainly nobody last night staked a claim to it. But then, Khalif Raymond didn't play. Is this a player that the Lions should be interested in?
Well, he's 27. Last year, not a real season of consequence for him. Started 7 games, played in 11 for the Patriots, and only had 29 receptions for 260 yards. The year prior to that, he was with Kansas City. Played in 16 games, had 933 yards receiving. Before that, with Pittsburgh, 129 yards receiving, and then had an 800-yard receiving season. Second year in the league, this guy had over 1,400 yards. He was poised to be the guy, but there's something a little off with Juju Smith-Schuster, it seems.
Kang, what do you make of this? Any you make the call?
Not yet, but I think you keep an eye on it. And by then it might be too late. Another team might pick him up, but I'm not running to the phone. It's interesting because you're going to get him for the minimum, it seems like. I think the Patriots are going to pay him $7 million fully guaranteed for this year, according to reports. So you'll get him for super cheap if you want him. If Juju's looking for, at that point, if he's getting his money from the Patriots, he might just be looking for a good team to latch onto, right? I know he's got his ring with Kansas City already, but at this point, play for another ring. It depends on how this thing shakes out with the Lions receiving core, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, if DPJ is on his way out, if Fountain doesn't, it's too early for him. Hey, you're looking for a guy who can make tough catches. He might be your guy. Now, his skills aren't the same. I mean, he was never a burner anyways. So we'll see. Either it's interesting if the Patriots let go of him and they have to pay him all his money. Did he say, "Get me out of here," or is he that bad where they say, "We'll just cut you"?
Well, he's been dropping passes apparently.
Okay, then he might be that bad.
Yeah, I mean, veteran player who, if he's on a terrible team and starts dropping passes, you always wonder a little bit how much of this is, what am I doing here? Is he at that point in his career where he's not particularly motivated? But I mean, this is a team the Lions team I'm talking about is super big on culture and buy-in. So I don't think they're taking a chance on anybody if there is a shred of question about stuff like that. And I'm not impugning. I'm going to be careful here. I'm not saying anything out of school with Juju Smith-Schuster, but
so he has been released.
He has been released.
So keep in mind he's been released by the Patriots, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'd think the Patriots want as many receivers as they can get to work with Drake May and the rest. And if they're letting him go, I guess he's been dealing with a knee injury since last year. So it could be a damaged goods situation on top of everything else. He's only 27, but his best year was his second year in the league, and it wasn't even close. He hasn't come within 500 yards of it.
As the receiver situation stands right now, again, they sat out potentially their top 3 guys last night, and they did get playing time for Davis, who was targeted 4 times, had 1 catch. Fountain was targeted 3 times, had no catches. It's funny, when they signed Isaiah Williams, Gator, I know you were one that kind of jumped on board of this could be a find. And yet there hasn't been much buzz about him, but he led him in receptions last night.
Yeah, well, he's one of the guys that made the most of his opportunity last night because I don't think played in the first half, but certainly played in the second half because he was the only guy catching the ball. Caught 4 passes. He led the Big Ten in receptions last year when he played at Illinois. And he caught a ton of passes in the last 2 seasons of his college career. So I think there is something there with him.
Mm-hmm.
I like Isaiah Williams too, Gator. I'm on board with that. The only issue with him is, and this doesn't matter, but if you were looking to replace Josh Reynolds, he's not a bigger receiver, right? Which some people, hey, we want that big receiver that can make contested catches. That's not Isaiah Williams' strong suit, but that doesn't mean he can't make the team. I'm reading more into this Juju stuff, guys, and it just seems like everyone saw this coming in New England. Like, he is just not doing well over there, and it was only a matter of time before he got released.
Well, then he probably isn't going to come here. I mean, if people could see it coming, that comes across as if he was either trying to get released or not getting the most out of what he used to have as ability. And I don't think they take a lot of chances. And I think last year's trade deadline is a perfect example of it. If they find they don't want to do anything that upsets the apple cart.
Right. Well, and they've got time to, I don't think there's this dire need to grab another receiver. I think it's probably wise to go with what you have right now, unless something obvious shakes out. But you go into the trade deadline and you still have some cap space to work with that you'll utilize that at the trade deadline if you have to.
Okay, a couple guys, did they make a statement? They got them to give themselves a chance? Did they make the Lions think? We'll get to that coming up shortly. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Plus your ticket text and your tweets. We still got that question out there. Who impressed you and who bothered you the most outside of Nate Sudfeld, backup quarterback? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. 97.1 The Ticket. Having a Kinetico water softener installed by CGC Water has so many benefits. This month, get a free A200 Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier softener when you call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. This month, you can also save 10% off of any residential job over $500 when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of all your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. All right, so Lions opened up the preseason last night, Gator, and as preseasons go on, there can be developing stories. I would say at the end of virtually every team's preseason, there is a surprise player or two that you weren't expecting to make the team that makes the team. Would you say that that is accurate?
Yes.
Okay. We just talked about Isaiah Williams, who could be that guy. It's way too early to draw that conclusion, but let's say he comes out and leads them in receiving next week and the week after.
Right.
And something else that he did.
That he becomes the Tom Kennedy of the team.
Something else he did last night. When they put him back in punt return, he actually caught the punt.
Right.
When, unfortunately, if you are Maurice Alexander, you drop 2. So Isaiah Williams, early stages, too early to call it. Could he be the guy that started to make a case and makes the team out of nowhere? Secondly, let's throw another name at you, and you tell me, did he make a case for making the team? Could he be that guy? If he continues to do what he's doing, is this a guy that could make the team? Safety Brandon Joseph. Obviously too early to make that call, but he had an interception, had some tackles. Didn't look out of place at any time. I didn't see him being a guy that was leaving people running open. It feels like they brought in so many defensive backs that a guy like him would be on the outs looking in, but could Brandon Joseph be that guy?
Brandon Joseph a few years ago this is when he was, I think, went to Northwestern first and transferred to Notre Dame, if I'm not mistaken. While at Northwestern was outstanding and was very highly thought of. And I would do those, I know this is going to sound crazy, but once you get into like January, February, March, you do these mock drafts. And you can do the mock drafts online and stuff. And not everybody had declared for the draft yet or taken their names out of it. But, you know, when I would go through that and get to like the third round where you get best players available, his name was always showing up as a safety. He chose to come back to college for another year. And like I said, went to Notre Dame, I believe. And he didn't have this standout year like he was trending when he was at Northwestern. So maybe it dropped his stock. I'm not sure why that was, but there was talent there. I think he was all Big Ten as a safety. So there was something there, and it's sometimes just slower to realize, or maybe dealing through injuries or whatever, but he's getting an opportunity. And when the Lions signed him last year to the practice squad, I got excited because that was a name I remembered. And then here it is this year, bringing him back and giving him another opportunity. He might make the roster this time around. It might happen because of circumstances with the team, guys being hurt, or hopefully more than that, it's his ability and he's showing it on the field.
Okay. Guys that you're not expecting to make the team every year, it feels like there's a player or two that falls into the category of a surprise player that makes the team. What about on defense, number 53, Deron Gilbert? I believe he led the team in tackles last night. Seemed like he was all over the field. Detroit native, Northern Illinois, undrafted free agent. Could Deron Gilbert be that guy?
He was second in tackles. He had 4. Malik Jefferson led him with 6. Yeah, I mean, that's a guy you'd think special teams.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many pure special teams players they keep on the roster, but he could be one.
Yep. Another player I fully expect to be on the field, but I think it's hilarious because I saw him get the start last night and thought he's going to play the entire game. I just fully think that one of the purposes of Jalen Reeves-Maben is to be a special team standout for this team, an emergency break glass linebacker, and take a bunch of snaps in the preseason while we rest starters.
Yeah, he's just a good football player.
Yep.
You know, he's a special teams demon, recognized as an all-pro because of special teams, and he's a guy that you don't feel like you're losing a whole lot if he has to step in and get some snaps at linebacker to spell some of these other players for a player or two or a series or two. He can get it done. I've liked watching him play for the last several years that he's been in the league.
As far as guys that probably didn't help themselves, we mentioned Maurice Alexander. When you're put back there on punts, the number one job is to catch the ball. He got bailed out because they said he was already down when the ball came out the second time, but which probably wouldn't have been situation critical for him if he didn't drop the first one and given it was raining, but you still just can't put the football on the ground. Other players that, are bubble players that probably didn't pop. Matthew Betts didn't really do all that much. I actually thought Broderick Martin, I don't think he's a cut candidate.
Oh, no.
But I can see what they like about him.
Well, he had 4 tackles in the game, 2 passes defended, and he was exactly what he billed at. He's a space eater. And I thought he composed himself very well last night. We'll see how it is going through the rest of the preseason, but I imagine he's going to get a bunch of snaps. I think other guys that you have question marks. I mean, nobody stood out on the offensive line.
No,
and that's I don't know. I don't think that can't be a good thing. Albeit tough conditions, but for both teams, and actually both teams, you look at it, neither team was able to throw the football. But the Giants were able to run the ball, and the Lions were not, aside from Vaki with a couple of runs that he had. But nobody else is really able to run the football. The Giants did, and that's concerning.
Yeah, they had some big holes. There's 2 tight ends, okay, that are probably bubble guys. I would imagine that you're going to see Brock Wright and Sam Laporta. The third tight end, probably Zylstra or Mitchell.
Yeah.
Both were targeted once. Both came through with catches.
Yeah, I'd love to know if this is a situation where they're going to carry 4 tight ends and these guys are kind of safe, and but you still want to see them play, given the opportunity. But it feels like the extra tight end you keep on the roster is a guy who has to have special teams versatility. And is it also a guy that you want to be maybe a Swiss Army knife type guy? Hey, you can be an H-back too, or not H-back, but a fullback as well. Do they have a player with that kind of versatility?
Early on, I was a big James Mitchell fan. Thought this could be a real find for them. A couple of years in, I do feel like he hasn't done enough that would justify keeping him if anybody else better comes along. But a Zylstra-James Mitchell battle at this point, I think it depends a lot on how the preseason goes. We didn't get to see all the joint practices or any practice yet. So one might be leading the other, but based upon the game last night, hey, man, 2 guys that need to catch the football when thrown to them, both targeted, both caught it.
Well, and it's a big training camp for Sean McCune, the tight end from Michigan they have.
Did he play?
He did. Caught 1 pass for 5 yards. The only target thrown his way. He caught it.
I must have missed it. But yes, a guy who's been around the league
5
for
years.
a while. It's really weird to see them not play one offensive starter. I mean, I get why they do it.
Right.
But not even one.
I don't know if we're going to see any of these guys start the rest of the preseason. I mean, just given what happened last year with Goff, I mean, I wouldn't want to risk any of the running backs. I don't need to see Frank Ragnow. Don't need to see Taylor Decker.
On defense.
Don't need to see any of these guys.
On defense, I believe the only 2 players that could start that played were Terrion Arnold and Amik Robertson.
Rakestraw.
I don't expect Rakestraw to start, but yes, he might start, I guess. He could, but I only think Arnold and Robertson are scheduled or on track to start, but outside of special teams, of course.
And I'm not sure how much more you're going to see of Terrion Arnold.
Yeah.
For the rest of this preseason. It's just kind of crazy how it's gone from, I mean, good God, was it back in the day they played 6 preseason games when we were kids?
Yep.
And then we got down to 4, and now they got it down to 3. But at least they used to always play. And then like 20 years ago, they realized, wait a minute, let's not risk these guys to injury because too many players are getting hurt. And now you don't see anybody. And it's getting to the point where like, why even bother the preseason? The joint practices are really where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
And although you got to curtail the shenanigans that happen in the joint practices because that gets a little out of hand, but none of it carried over last night. People were worried about the carryover. It didn't carry over last night, but last night is the opportunity. The reason they still had preseason games is because that's where all these other guys play. The starters play in the practices, in the joint practices, and the backups and the role players and the guys that are trying to make the team, they're going for the preseason game.
There's also revenue.
Well, there's definitely revenue. But the NFL would, I'm sure they'd be happy to scale back another preseason game to add another regular season game.
Yep.
Or to scale back 2 preseason games.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio. joins us here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up?
Gentlemen, we were just watching the 4x100.
Should we say, or we're going to spoil? Is there a spoiler for people who want to hang on and watch tonight?
Oh, okay. They raced. They went
there was a
around.
race.
They ran real fast. It's a lot of guys.
Mm-hmm.
Fine-tuned athletes.
I didn't see the race.
And they did it in the rain.
I didn't
Wet
see the
track.
race, but while in the rain, the baton handoff can be dicey. So might be
Can
something
we
to
get
check.
the spoiler alert that the men's team won yesterday in the comeback?
So were you watching the whole thing, or did you get a text saying?
Oh, no, we were watching it live.
Oh, you were here.
Because,
That's right.
because FanDuel, you could have got Serbia. At one point, it was minus 7.5 points for them to win.
Yep.
Yeah, so, and then all of a sudden, Steph Curry just went full Steph Curry.
Setting up an interesting gold medal game tomorrow, potentially. Hostile environment. You know that building is going to be wild. And Victor Wembanyama, chance to announce his presence with authority. The whole world will be watching.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't think about that in France. Yeah.
Well, they're in the final for a reason. They had to go through somebody.
Yeah, this team, it was a weird thing. Like, when you have certain stars that just don't play. Like, when's the last time Jason Tatum rode the pine? Like, probably, 5th grade?
Probably even not then.
Right. Like, so this is what this feels like.
Yep.
I don't like this.
Have a great show. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Detroit Lions suffer 6 injuries in their 14-3 preseason loss to the Giants last night. That includes a concussion to quarterback Hendon Hooker, who led the team in rushing with 34 yards and 4 carries. He was 5-9 through the air for 36. Also, offensive tackle Connor Galvin tears his MCL. He's out for the season. Undrafted free agent receiver Isaiah Williams stood out to head coach Dan Campbell with 4 catches for 35 yards. ESPN reporting that New England is releasing wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster, 27-year-old, had 29 receptions last year for the Pats. Meanwhile, men's Olympic basketball is on tomorrow. Gold medal game between Team USA and France. Americans favored by 16.5. U.S. women's team beating Australia 85-64 in the semifinals. Tigers and Giants today out west, 10:15. The first pitch right here on the ticket near the bullpen day for Detroit. Trying to bounce back from that heartbreaking loss to Seattle. Former Tiger Robbie Ray going for the Giants. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, the ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 2 o'clock. Good to have you with us on a beautiful Friday afternoon. We're about to do something that, as Kenny put it, is a knife to the brain. We're going to talk preseason football.
Yeah!
No.
Like John Jansen.
No. Kenny, I mean, do you want to just tell the people, was it good for you?
I made it through about a quarter.
I knew it.
And
I knew it.
And after watching 3 or 4 drives end in 3 and outs, I was like, they may have been right about this. They may have warned me about this, and I may have completely ignored the warnings.
What did you do? Did you go away from the game?
It stayed on the secondary screen, the Georgia Bacons and MLB The Show, the video game. I ended up playing that for a while. And then when I saw Hendon Hooker start to play, I was like, all right, I'll dial back in a little bit. And then wash and repeat from what happened at the beginning of the game. I watched a couple of drives. Nothing's happening.
Wait. But you saw his quarterback scramble where he picked up the first down, right?
I did see that. I saw him truck a defensive back. That was pretty cool.
I heard all Detroit cheering like, yes, we got a mobile QB.
Yeah, great. Congratulations. I hope those aren't the phone calls I'm going to get today.
Concussion.
Yeah, 100%. The only thing I took away from it was the Jake Bates kick, and that was just one kick out of many. So, I mean, it was a 50-plus in the rain. Good for you. That's about it. That's about it, guys.
Kenny, I'm with you because the whole time I'm sitting here thinking, you don't care about this. Why should I care about this?
Can I ask a question? Is it insane that if we believe this is a Super Bowl caliber team, no matter what you think of Hendon Hooker or not, I mean, Nate Sudfeld should not be paid to play football. Why don't you just go sign Ryan Tannehill? Why don't the Detroit Lions, if they're truly a Super Bowl team, get a Super Bowl backup? I'm asking. I'm not sitting here yelling about it.
No. I think it's a great question, but I think you're not going to get Ryan Tannehill right now. It's kind of like Teddy Bridgewater. When the season gets closer, I think Tannehill is waiting for somebody to blow out a knee or do something stupid.
Okay.
I want a starting job. But if we get into the week before, okay, I'll sign with Detroit because you're going to be a good team. I'll be a backup, but I'd rather start.
But the reality of it, Kenny, it just goes back to what Rico and I were saying yesterday. Any of these people that are all hard up for Hendon Hooker, if Hooker's got to play, your season's over.
The only people that have that opinion are the ones that just don't. That it's the Jared Goff phone calls that we get. Oh, he's not mobile enough. That is those people. That is that demographic. Is the people who say you can't win without a mobile quarterback, which factually is not correct.
But you know what mobile quarterback is? It's coded language for we want a playmaker. We want that special guy. We want the quarterback that every other team is jealous of.
Hendon Hooker picked up the ball and ran a few times, and people looked at that and go, hey, we have never seen that before. We had Stafford, we have Goff, we had Harrington, we had Kitno, we had whoever you want to name. We never have seen that.
What about Stoney Case?
What about Jeff Garcia? I mean,
Gus Farrat?
Kenny, had he scored that touchdown where he got the concussion, I think these people would have lost it, Mike, because it would have been like, did you see how he scrambled and he scored? It's like he found out, Mike,
even though these are all people who'll be working at Walmart, he found out very quickly this ain't college. Because in college at Tennessee, he scores on that play. In the pros, it looked like it was open until he got knocked out.
So here's my question. I mean, do you want to come to the table and just admit you can't get into preseason football? Or are you going to present to me something of value from last night's game? You know how I feel about preseason football. I think it's a complete farce. I think it's a total waste of time. The only thing I care about, injuries. Stay healthy. I don't care about playing starters. I don't read into player performances. But Kenny was so excited to watch this game, he could barely make it a quarter. You out there in listener land, come on, don't lie to me.
Was it everything you thought it was going to be?
And if you think, hey, you guys are missing it, you're missing this, tell me what it is. Because I don't feel like I missed anything at all.
Yeah, because I was watching, was it Mono, the left tackle from Canada? Not good.
Listen, work in progress. 248.
He was getting beat by people who won't be in the league.
248-539-9797. Yes, David.
I'll say this. Watching last night changed my mind. I am not watching the Pittsburgh Steelers in preseason. In fact, Rico, to answer your question, it was everything I thought it would be. It was trash. And I'm going to go as far as saying this. They should just get rid of preseason football.
100%.
Just scrimmage against each other, prepare yourself, and do like college. All of a sudden, you show up, and it's game one.
Agree totally.
David,
this is a joke.
The only thing for me, I look like DiCaprio in the movie. I'm pointing at the screen like, Tommy DeVito. That's Mike's boy. He's in the game.
It was not worth watching.
No, David, I'm with you. If they got rid of the preseason in sum total and distilled it down to one game, one preseason game, 2 weeks before the start of the season, you'd have a 4-week run-up of training camp to one game. Every team would do 2 joint practices or weeks of joint practice, but only one game. Perfect. It's a total, I can't understand how people keep getting excited about it.
And even more, I tuned in a little bit to the pregame on our station here, and I heard Dan Miller talking to Dan Campbell, and basically he asked him, do the veterans, what do they take out of the joint practices versus these preseason games? And Campbell basically said they take a hell of a lot more on the joint practices where they're actually in the dirt a little bit and it's a controlled setting.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that Dan Campbell agrees with everything I told you
100%. And that's coming from the horse's mouth.
Nah, but
so weird.
But TJ was fired up for the game. That's what matters.
Because TJ's fired up to get out of the house and away from his kids. Wasn't fired up to be
Wait,
there.
you mean it's not a hockey tournament? All right.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm not in an ice rink in St. Clair Shores. He was on the sideline with probably 80 zins in his mouth. He was just happy to be out of his daycare center. Tell me TJ was excited.
He was excited.
No, it's not. That's that fake former player thing that they all do. John does the same thing.
Hey, Dan, they're really hitting hard down here. You know,
I'm really surprised about the physicality.
I mean, this may be preseason, but these guys came to play, man. Lower pads and blah, blah, blah. Like, okay, TJ's in mid-season form.
You can feel it. There you go. Get another handful of that wintergreen welfare bear.
He was there. Only thing missing was coming up to the stage next. Like, okay, TJ, calm down.
They're really popping pads down here, Dan. I can't stand it. It's every city in America. They got a former player on the broadcast, and immediately they go to the sidelines of game one of the preseason, and it's the same thing. Let me tell you, football's in the air, bitch. Okay, sure.
It's August and like 80 degrees outside. Yeah, there's football in the air.
Let me tell you, the road to the Super Bowl starts here tonight.
You know, it's raining, but there's going to be games where it rains. And you're going to have to learn how to field the ball. You got to catch that punt.
Want to see how this team handles adversity. Back to you, Dan. Shut up. Seriously. But what? I mean, come on, dude.
It was a pleasant surprise. I'm like, TJ, I heard him down there because I couldn't watch the game. As I said, I'm like, I got to do something else. So I'm listening as I'm
because
cutting.
you have a life.
I'm like, I'd rather cut the grass while I'm listening to this game. At least I get something constructive done. And yet I was like, oh, TJ was worth the price. TJ was fired up.
That's because he got to go on a plane and get the hell up out of here. No hockey tournament, no 17 kids, unlimited tobacco without judgment. The man was in heaven last night. David, what do the ticket texters have to say as we start this show today?
I turned it off to watch Olympic canoeing, and the USA wasn't even in it. Someone else says, oh, my God, Rico, I did the same exact thing when Tommy DeVito came on the field. That is Tim in Brighton.
Right, I'm sitting there playing like, that's Mike's boy. That's Mike's boy. I'm looking like DiCaprio.
I was waiting for a giant cartoon safe to fall out of the sky and kill him.
The Lions have literally no depth as displayed last night. Other than their starters, they have nothing. But they didn't even play the backups, though.
Exactly.
So,
how can you say that?
Wow.
Okay.
I guess the thing that maybe some people saw the drop off between the offensive line, the ones that played and your starting offensive five.
Welcome to real life.
Clear drop off.
Yeah, that's supposed to be that way. The dudes who start are making $20 million a year. Right. The dudes who are backing up get paid in like cookies. I mean, come on, man.
But would you like a sandwich?
Right, that kid they drafted from Canada. I mean, what are they paying him in gift certificates?
Mm-hmm.
He's a project.
Yes, he is.
Okay, David.
Someone says, I like your idea on Tannehill. I will also go out and trade a 6th-round pick for Taylor Heineke because we need a backup.
My whole point is this. If there's one thing you could potentially be alarmed by, you're all focused on Hendon Hooker being a super backup. The reality is he's not ready to play. It's just not. He didn't play in a pro-style offense in college. He blew out his knee. Last year was a redshirt year. He's nowhere close to playing high-level football. This isn't the Atlanta Falcons. This is a team primed for a Super Bowl.
No.
So if you want a backup quarterback, A, get Nate Sudfeld, load him on a rocket, and get him out of here. Hendon Hooker is going to be your emergency QB all year. All the reps, 1 year of good health, and you figure out what you got. You need a legitimate back. If you want a backup quarterback, go get one. Because I'll tell you, if Goff gets hurt, your season's over.
Yeah. Because Hendon Hooker is the type that he would go out there, he would have one good game because there would be really no tape on him. And then after, like Bailey Zappi, for the Patriots.
Ooh, watch your mouth.
When he played against Detroit, it was like, oh my God, maybe they have something. They didn't.
I love Bailey Zappi.
I know, and he could be available.
He was just a good college.
Would you take him?
Yeah.
He could be available.
Because then we could load up the little laser beam sound effects we had when I was picking them to beat State.
Because Joe Milton
lit
it up.
Yeah. Oh, I know. That's the most hilarious part. That shows you preseason's useless.
You are so right about that one.
Oh, boy. Let me tell you, the road to the Super Bowl starts here, Dan.
Someone says, I about wrecked my truck laughing at Mike's TJ impression. Spot on from Jason.
TJ was fired up.
I haven't been this excited since my wedding night, Dan. I got more pouches of tobacco in my mouth than people in the stands, Dan.
Seriously, next preseason game, take a quarter.
And just listen to TJ.
Listen to 97.1. TJ. We should just have like bingo, TJ bingo cards, and just all the stuff.
So are tickets to the game. All right, we'll get some of the phone calls. Well, are you like Kenny? You were all excited. Kenny had his pregame meal all lined up. Guy lasted about 20 minutes into the game and went, I'm out.
He hit that Shawshank moment. Yeah, what else is on?
Anything.
Right. Shawshank's always on TV. So you know what?
Or do you have an information nugget? Do you have something you swear was important that you watched last night? Please share with the classroom. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1. All right, let's get to the people. If you have takeaways from the preseason game last night, you are welcome to share them. I don't have any. I'll see you in week 1. I just care about players being healthy. The Hendon Hooker thing is not a thing. He didn't even start the game last night. You want to say they went with Sudfeld because of seniority? I could see that. I could live with that.
Well, it looks like he may have a kicker. He made the only points of the game, and he had like 10 yards to spare on that 53-yard kick.
But Kenny was so pumped up. I think Kenny is emblematic of many of you today. You went in expecting this big thing where you're like, man, I'm so happy football's back. And then you watched, and you recognize that's not football at all. And part of the problem with this is, Rico, I mean it, the NFL has gotten too big. It takes up too much oxygen. The sport feels like it never ended. Mm-hmm. You never had time to really miss it. Let's face it, man. It goes into May.
You know what? It feels refreshing to know that somebody else ruined a sport, and it's not just me.
That's fair. You ruined college. I don't hold you accountable for the NFL.
Because the NFL,
I hold you responsible to Jelly Rolls, the official song of college football now.
Well, that song's fire, as the kids would say. That's fire.
Yeah, signed T-Pain's auto-tune.
It's not auto-tuned.
Okay, whatever. I don't care. I don't like it. Let's go to the people. Nathan will lead off today. What's up, Nate?
What's happening, brother?
How are you? Nice to talk to you again.
You too, man. Hey, I wanted to say, and this is something that I've always thought as being a problem with the NFL, is that backup quarterbacks get screwed over so hard. You put these guys that were super successful in college, and they have all the talent in the world. You put them in there in a backup role in a preseason game with an offensive line of tomato cans, and they've got Chester McGillicuddy and Adrian McBoobs out there running routes, and it's like, you're like, oh yeah, these guys are terrible. Like, well, what kind of talent are you trying them out with?
That's the whole point. Like, backup quarterbacks, where they're actually doing their work is in the very few series or reps that they get to run with the ones in practice. That is how you evaluate your guys. Going into a game, sure. You're right. Playing with guys that are going to be painting churches, you can't evaluate.
No, but I mean, but you've got all these fans that call in it, that they go on the message boards and all this stuff, and they're, oh, that guy's terrible. Like, well, of course he's terrible. Look who he's playing with. He's got a middle school offensive line.
Yeah, the other thing too, Nate, the mistake people make, there aren't 32 guys on this planet that can play NFL football, right? Like, there's not 32 people on earth that can start for NFL teams. So once you start to learn, well, wait.
It's probably about 20.
Right. If every team in the league doesn't have a starter that they're remotely happy with, how the hell am I supposed to have a backup that gets me excited?
Mm-hmm. You know what? And it really speaks to how good Patrick Mahomes is, because he's probably the only quarterback on the planet right now that you could put him in and you could give him, 3 scrub wide receivers and he'll find a way to be successful with them.
Yeah, it feels that way. I mean, obviously, Nathan, having Kelsey helps that. But when you look at Chiefs wide receivers like Kadarius Toney, Sky Moore, what other numbnuts? Valdez Scantling. Right. They brought in Juju Smith-Schuster. Like, they've brought in a collection of bums. Mm-hmm. Now they're trying, the Hollywood Brown experience.
They're worthy.
But he and again, Mahomes will make it work. Yeah. It's what he does.
Now, as far as Hendon Hooker, it was the newness, because we just haven't seen him. And I was curious when he went out there, can he handle the bright lights? What is he going to do? What's going to happen here? And yeah, I think that he found out that even though this is a watered down game, this is a different speed than what he played at college, and it's going to take him time. I thought the same thing, like, he's not ready. I think he needs another year of practice squad. He needs another year of maturation.
Once again, it's why the pick was stupid. Now, it just is. Now, Dan Campbell said it all. He needs reps. He had a quote, and I'm paraphrasing a little, but basically when he wakes up, he needs reps. Mm-hmm. When he goes to lunch, reps. He just needs reps. Mm-hmm. That's not a guy that if I'm heading to a Super Bowl, I'm going to have as my backup. If Goff, God forbid, needs to go for an X-ray early fourth quarter and I'm preserving a 4-point lead or I'm down by 3. No, I need someone to come in the game and in the name of home field advantage. Yeah. Like, so that's my point, is if you're pinning your hopes on Hendon Hooker, I would just say give Ryan Tannehill a call.
He's got to progress beyond one read and run. Because that's what he looked like last night.
Except that's the only style of football he knows.
No, I know.
Tennessee. See, you and I watch the games at Tennessee. The people don't. They just burp Heisman Trophy, blarg. That's not.
Yeah.
No.
He went one read. If that guy was covered, I'm tucking the ball, and I'm going to try to scramble.
The splits are wider because the hashes are wider. It's a timing offense. It's none of it is the NFL.
Yeah, he has yet to really hit that progression, because if he does, he's going to get – it was the one time he did, and they got bailed out because he got sacked, but it was a face mask, so they got the first down.
Also, none of this was built for him. This was built for Goff. This whole system was built for a quarterback like Goff. It's not built for somebody who makes one read, has happy feet, and runs out of the pocket.
Kenny Cott, angry at his preseason experience.
Yeah, but he had pizza, so he was happy.
Let's go to Juan, 97.1. What's up, Juan?
Hey, what's up, fella?
How are you?
All right. Okay, now, when I was hearing you guys last couple days talk about preseason, I was like, forget what they talk about. I'm so eager and anxious for football. Like, I couldn't wait for it. And then I watched it. And I even sneaked to watch it at work, and I ain't supposed to be watching it. And it was horrible. I'm telling you, it was horrible to the extent I even tried to turn to – it was so bad. Whenever I turned to the Carolina game, and as soon as I turned to that game, it was 3rd and 34, Carolina. I said, oh, this is ridiculous. So I came to the conclusion, I'll be watching it Sunday night, September 7th or 8th that is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can't do it. But I was one of those guys. I was anxious. I was like Kenny. I couldn't wait. I mean, I couldn't wait. I did something I didn't supposed to do at work, and it didn't pan out. So
now, Juan, here's the thing. I do wonder, will they play some more starters in the next game against Kansas City? Because Mahomes will play. So this is a good chance to see, at least for your defense, what we have here. Because that's, for a couple series. So maybe you want to watch the first couple series of the Kansas City game.
I may do that. But I was intrigued in watching Vaki or whatever. That's why I really want to see him and Hooker. And he actually looked like he's going to be nice. The Vaki kid is like, he's going to be nice. I watched his running style, and I think Ben Johnson will be using him as a tool. So yeah, Vaki was nice.
Juan, I'm glad you came to the dark side. I'm glad you recognized exactly what we were talking about. Mm-hmm. You just can't take it serious. Let's go to Eddie, 97.1. Eddie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike Rico. Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you.
The one thing, the first and foremost, my wife told me this yesterday too, is she basically said, "You are a degenerate for gambling on this game." I'm certified now, Mike. I'm on your side. Took the under, won some money, but but that's the first thing. The second thing is, I was 50-50 with you guys with the Hendon Hooker pick, and I wanted to obviously, Brad Holmes can't do no wrong, but man, if this kid doesn't learn how to just slide. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw that Hard Knocks thing with the Chicago Bears, like doing slip and slide. Dude, this guy needs to get down. I mean, he was like, hey, let me run through this brick wall and let me see what's going to happen. Yeah. It's like, guys, I mean, you got to – I mean, the kid's going to kill himself. I know what you're saying, Mike, Super Bowl fourth quarter. He's not even going to be able to survive the whole season if he does this kind of shenanigans nonsense. So,
Eddie, I think the second he went into the tent, he realized that I can't do what I did in college anymore.
I mean, and you're 100%, Mike. At Tennessee, all he was doing is, who's the kid you guys have on the Giants? Hyatt. Hey, Hyatt, go run deep. Let me throw you a 85-yard bomb, and you go run under this thing like Tyreek Hill. I mean, that's not a real offense. He didn't really learn anything. It was all athletic ability. And I'm sorry to say this, but and that's why Nate and I'll close with this. The Nate Sudfeld thing. I know he is so I mean, he literally looks like a garbage man that they picked up to play quarterback. But here's the thing, and probably, and I thought about this yesterday. He probably has so much knowledge of Ben Johnson's offense that if they let this guy go, like maybe sign with another team, he would literally be like a KGB agent downloading like secrets and stuff. So there's no way that guy leaves the building. Absolutely no way. He knows way too much.
Well, then he can be. See, this is the issue though, and Eddie, you're not wrong. It's just, look, even when Hendon Hooker was at Tennessee, he had 3 NFL receivers, right? He had Cedric Tillman, he had Brew McCoy, and he had Jalen Hyatt. In a offensive geniuses system, Josh Heupel, and doing things in college you're not allowed to do in the pros.
Mm-hmm.
So it never made sense. Look, he may work himself into being a functional member of this team,
right?
But I don't think he's going to be this year.
Because what you're hoping is he's going to end up, I know it's
go ahead,
Patrick Mahomes, because we were all told the system he ran at Texas Tech.
What?
No. I'm saying that's why I said, hear me out.
I'm listening.
It was the system that he ran that people said he was a system quarterback at Texas Tech. You can't do that in the pros. That's what I'm saying. That I think the Lions were hoping that even though he ran a system that's not an NFL system, that he could still flourish in the NFL. Guys, I'm not saying that he's going to be Patrick Mahomes. I'm saying that was the knock on Mahomes coming out of college. You're running a system. Okay.
Yes, David.
Rico thinks that Hendon Hooker will be.
No, I'm not letting you slander him. Not this early in the day. Stop it. Ridiculous.
You know what I mean. You gotta let me finish,
I understand.
or it won't make sense.
I understand.
People driving around right now. Did he just say
Rico did not say what you think he said. PSA.
The system.
Okay. Take care of some business.
You know what? Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. And right now, there's unbeatable deals at Hamilton, including the August Rico deal. It's time to check out the all-new 2025 Chevy Trax. The Chevy Trax has been turning heads with its new body design, sleeker, sportier, and more stylish than ever. It's the perfect blend of form and function, ready to take on the city streets or just your next adventure. And get this, you can pull it off the lot in the Rico deal for $259 a month. Yep, $259 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down, you will drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Hamilton Chevrolet is making it even easier to upgrade your ride. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. See my guys at Hamilton for details. More at hamiltonchevy.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
From I thought it was the Onion update desk. Jim Harbaugh will be returning to the Big House August 31st as an honorary team captain.
I thought that was a joke as well. That's real?
That's everywhere.
What?
Everywhere right now. So I want to just say it again. You went out and rubbed your booty in the NCAA's face, and a day later, they hammer you. Michigan's response to that is, neener. Now we're bringing him back as an honorary captain.
But wait, there's more. Yeah, here he comes. Like a 4-year show cause. And, yeah, let's go ahead and bring him back. He's going to flip the coin. Who's got it better than us? Give him his ring. This is not going to end well. Like,
that's just a wild, wrestling move by U of M.
You think after a while he'd make like Rick from Anchorman and just lay low for a little while,
right.
you know?
Rick, you killed a guy with a trident.
You may want to lay low for a little while.
Rick killed a man.
What are you doing?
Yeah, it's like, if you're Michigan, this is one where if you're Ward Manuel, hey, Jim, you can. Buddy, appreciate it. We will mail your ring to you. You cannot show up at this stadium right now. It's horrible.
You could
optics.
present him with his ring without making him the honorary captain. There are ways you can do this that aren't a complete chocolate-dipped middle finger to the NCAA.
Right. Hey, Ward can hop on the plane, fly out to L.A., give him his ring, have cameras there, sing the victors. But this, after hearing, oh, yeah, he's got a 4-year show cause, and, he can't even, this is a bad look.
Again,
across the board.
Now, here, I feel like I have to speak very slowly for certain people. I'm not mad about it. I don't care. I just think it's like from afar, you look at it and go, that's a bad idea. I mean, David, you're a Michigan fan. You're tired of Harbaugh.
If you want this next punishment to be lenient, you may not want to do this.
This is the other problem, David. What Michigan fan fails to realize is Michigan already accepted penalties saying that Harbaugh is a liar and is guilty and the suspend. You already copped to one scandal. You're going to end up having to negotiate for the other. Bringing the guy back as this chum in the water for the cult.
You lose all negotiation.
It just seems silly to me. You have the rest of your life to bring the man back. Do we have to do that now at the flashpoint? Doesn't the Stallions documentary come out the 27th?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
So 4 days after, this is what you're going to do. It just seems a little silly to me. You can do whatever the hell you want. I don't care. I don't get hung up on stuff like this. But what happened when Harbaugh basically farted in the NCAA's face a couple days ago? Magically delicious. A couple days later, boom.
See, and while I want him to put it all on himself and just stops talking and all of this bull crap, and just let the school be. The school, you're right. The school is saying, "Hey, come on back. We want you." No, this is arrogance at its best. That's what this is.
No, arrogance would be a compliment. It's delusion.
Okay,
it goes past arrogance.
Oh
because
my God.
Because he's going to take the time to let the NCAA know how wrong they are and how we're Michigan. He just won't get the ring and flip the coin. No. That's too easy.
The problem is your recruiting coordinator turned his ass in. It's in writing. It's not the NCAA. I understand it's easy to turn the NCAA into a boogeyman. No one likes the NCAA. I don't like them. You don't like them. The point is, it's a member institution. You sign up to be a part of the NCAA. If you don't want to be a part of it, don't join. And it is big on self-policing, which is a folly. We know this. But the idea is, if you cooperate, nothing really bad ever happens. But if you don't, that's when it gets nasty. Well, Harbaugh's already a proven liar. Multiple times over. It's in writing. That's not my opinion. So to bring him back while you're awaiting the real notice of allegations, that just, again, as an adult, common sense, forget about it. Say I went to DeVry University. It doesn't make sense. If Mark D'Antonio were wrapped up in the same thing, I'd say the same thing. Bad idea. You just don't do it later. Don't do it now. Once the NCAA does their thing, Michigan can do whatever they want. In fact, bring Harbaugh back when you put his statue up next to the other goofball. Do that. I wouldn't do this. But whatever you want to do. I mean, David,
I don't want this.
Okay, so I'm asking you this question, and I'm not trying to change your mind on any of it. Do whatever you want. Do you believe this helps your cause with what's going on around the program?
No.
Does it help, does it hurt, or does it have no effect? And it's perfectly fine if you say no effect. I'm not angry.
All right,
I don't think it helps you.
I'm going to separate it. While in the end, I don't think the NCAA will do anything, but I do, on surface, think this hurts. Because
if you know it's personal between the NCAA and your football program,
that's what it is.
Why stoke them?
Because I don't think they'll end up doing anything. I'm kind of on you guys' side with that. Because they're the NCAA. I mean, what really do they do?
David,
but why would you egg them on?
They don't want to do anything. And it's like, you keep pushing me in this corner, and I'm going to have to react. Michigan, we've given you a tough penalty. Your best bet is you see what we can do. Work with us here.
The other problem is,
work with us so that the next penalty will not be that harsh.
And again, the other problem is, and we're all aligned on this, by the way. It was up to the Big Ten and the CFP to put a stop to the nonsense, not the NCAA. Whatever happens post-haste doesn't take your memories away, which we've talked about. I had no problem. You want to go enjoy yourself, go enjoy yourself. I don't have to respect it. You get to have fun. I get to be in peace. It's a win. But guys, the NCAA is already pretty much hinting that you have a lack of institutional control and oversight. Go read the leaked NOA. Well, how do you further that? When the university basically flouts it again and goes, I'm glad you feel that way, we're bringing the guy back. I just don't do it week one. Just wait. Mm-hmm. Let all this get settled. Negotiate or appeal, do whatever you like. Once the dust settles, you could have Jim Harbaugh Day. Hand out free pairs of pants. Do whatever you like. It's not my place to tell you what to do. But I wouldn't do this. And I'd say the same thing if it was Michigan State. And I will tell you this. This is where logo bias comes in. If Ryan Day were embroiled in multiple scandals and Ryan Day left to escape the posse, which is exactly what Harbaugh did, and Ohio State brought Ryan Day back as the honorary captain, you'd be on these phone lines burning down the house. So spare me. It's okay that you don't have that reaction because it's your team. I'm not mad at you. But don't you dare play this game where somehow we're out of our minds for, in a very calm way, going, that's probably not a good idea. That might be like accelerant on an already burning fire. Just don't do it. I mean, again, David, you are the ombudsman for all Wolverine affairs. Am I out of line saying what I've said?
I mean, it reminds me of that the dude that was driving on the suspended license and he showed up on the Zoom as he was driving, and the judge was like,
in Washtenaw County, yes.
Are you serious right now?
That same judge went ham again. Did you hear about this?
No.
So it was the same judge. A guy in his court basically was like, bleep you. He's like, 93 days. Bleep you. Another 93. He was DJ Khaled. Another one. He added 580 days to the guy's sentence. The guy kept telling him to go bleep himself. And another one. It was like, is this real? Huh? Every time this guy opened his mouth, another one. He racked up like a year and a half extra in jail.
But see, I think the NCAA is going to be that judge, and there's Harbaugh driving like, wait, didn't we just suspend you? Why are you, Are you driving? Yeah, I am. Let me pull over. What? Is this real? That's what it's going to be like. Like, is this really happening? Yes. I don't think you're going to get any leniency. The NCAA doesn't want to suspend you, but I think this is where harsher punishment comes in. And when it happens, here's what I don't want to hear from Michigan fans. It's a witch hunt. They're out to get us. No, you provoked this.
But both things are true. Look, I've said from the beginning, I know Wolverines don't want to hear it from me. No, it is a bit of a witch hunt. They don't like Jim Harbaugh because of what you said.
Right.
He's decided to egg them on for years.
But Mike, it became a witch hunt because he just kept spitting in their face.
And it's happening again.
Right. And it's just like, okay, you know what? It's now personal.
But separate yourself.
Well, no, this is the thing. This is the problem with U of M's athletic department. There's no adults. There's no adults in the room. Think about it. Look, you could take Harbaugh. Look, the idea of using the word honor and Jim Harbaugh in the same sentence, forget about it. The man has no honor. He's a liar. He's a malignant narcissist. There's no honor in that. He's a good football coach, but that doesn't mean you have honor. The bottom line is there needed to be an adult in the room. But the problem is, look at the school president. He's a cheerleader. Look at the AD. How's he employed? There's no one from the day Harbaugh took the job. There was no one to tell him no. So someone just needed to step up and go, you know what? We'll see you in 2025. We're not doing this right now. Just let us put the fire out. We think there's a way out. Hell, we may outlast the NCAA. Just let us put the fire out. Then we're going to have a birthday cake for you. But they, again, they can't help themselves, David. Those are your people. Your people.
Not according to these Texas right now.
What? Oh, we'll get to it. Why are people upset at you?
Because he's not blindly loyal. He's not putting up a fight to us and telling us to basically go bleep
Because
ourselves.
it's ridiculous what Michigan is doing.
That's it. It's okay to just say silly. Okay, if
That's not how this world works. Were you just born yesterday?
No, there's no one yelling about it. It's just, I don't think it's a bright idea.
David is supposed to have blind loyalty to blue.
Okay.
No. You guys are always right.
All right. I'm done. Hey,
Well,
driving
you know what,
season.
David?
You know
whatever Mike just said.
Okay, then. Driving season's here. Combination of traffic, trucks, motorcycles, construction. There are more accidents in summertime in Michigan than any other time of year. If you're injured in one, you need injury attorney David Femininio, him and his team, ready to help you right now. He doesn't take a fee until he wins your case. You can speak to David personally right now. Call 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to that website, getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, David, hit the music. Let's get a little football in the mix, shall we?
Oh, my gosh. We're getting closer and closer. What are we, 14 days away now, I think, from whatever it is,
It's
football.
less. It's less.
Is it less than 14? Yeah, you're right.
Thursday night.
You're right.
It starts. Florida State, Georgia Tech, I believe.
Well, let's get to Florida State here because we're going to talk about the overrated teams in the coaches poll here, and it starts with Florida State. Florida State is ranked number 10. Would you consider them an overrated team in the coaches poll?
Yeah, because DJU sucks. Like, if that's your answer at quarterback, I don't see it. At Oregon State, he was able to be decent because they pound the rock setting up golden play action. But reality is, that's not FSU's game. Rico, I just don't buy FSU.
I was supposed to say, you don't think that it's one of those cases where maybe they'll try to tailor the offense for him to accentuate his positives?
Then they're going to have to run it at 60%. And that's just not what they're going to do. And again, lose Keon Coleman, lose Johnny Wilson, lose Trey Benson. They lost so much. Lose Jared Verse. Hey, if you believe in him, I'm not going to yell and scream about it. I don't see it.
No, I don't.
You couldn't go to the portal and come away with DJU and tell me that's the QB winning you a national title.
Yeah, I think it was musical chairs for quarterbacks, and all the other ones had taken a seat, and it was just like, okay, I've at least heard of him. So let's go for him.
I know his name.
Right.
You're exactly right. Let's stay right there in the no, that's not the SEC. I'm sorry. Let's move to the SEC and go to the team right under Florida State at 11. Let's talk about Missouri.
Underrated.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're a dark horse. Look, Brady Cook is rare in that he's a QB who's played at the same school and started like 40 games. They've got a trio of NFL wide receivers, including a guy who's good enough to win the Heisman and Luther Burden. And I like Drinkwitz as a coach. I think they're sneaky good, Rico. I really like Mizzou a lot.
They are sneaky good, Mike, but can they – because I think because their name is Missouri, it's the brand, you're going to have to go out there and you're going to have to beat the man. You're going to have to go out and knock off all the talent because Missouri sitting there at 2 or 3 losses just isn't as sexy as an LSU, even though they may be better than LSU.
Oh, so you mean the expanded playoff didn't fix anything and your friends at the network are still going to F us? Thanks, Rico.
I just want to make your life miserable.
Awful.
You seemed a little too happy today.
Kenny, what's the point of more teams if it's only about television? It's wrestling.
You just seemed a little too happy today with your shirt with dogs on it. Go ahead, David.
They're horses, thoroughbred, equine athletes.
I'll just go ahead and give you the next team here at number 6 in the coaches poll. Ole Miss. Overrated?
I'm going to abstain. I love them. I'll leave Rico to it.
No, go ahead.
They're awesome. Full stop. It's the best Ole Miss team in like 60 years. They got a Heisman Trophy quarterback. They got weapons everywhere. And they got a coach who's basically Dan Campbell 2.0. Never kicks.
You're right about that.
I think they're super dangerous. And they get Georgia at their place. We'll see what happens. I'm fine with where they're ranked. You want to say overrated? Slightly. But, yeah, hard to say underrated. They're 6 overall. They're probably right where they should be.
Okay.
Overrated.
There it is.
I was waiting on that.
Overrated. Hey, Lane Kiffin, meet James Franklin. James Franklin, Lane Kiffin.
Well, then let's go to it.
You two should become best friends.
Let's go to it because that is the next team on the list. It is number 9, Penn State.
I'm out.
The Big Ten version of Ole Miss. Here's what will happen. You'll go through your regular season. You'll beat bad teams. You will beat teams that you're better than. But when you go up against teams that are your equal or are better than you will fail to show up again. That's why. Like, I give him a hard time with Ole Miss, but it's like, okay, seriously, I just want them to step up and beat one of these teams. Same with Penn State. And after a while, you just realize you're not that good. You cap out against top talent. Any top 10 team, just go ahead and take that L.
So they are ranked 19th here. This team is always seen to be talked about as are they back? But can they possibly be overrated at 19? And that's Miami.
Yes.
So they shouldn't be ranked.
They should not be ranked.
I agree. Okay.
You know what? Take a photo because this is probably the highest they'll be ranked all season long. And then we'll hear some reason why, but it's your coach. I promise you, you're over under of they'll find a way to screw up a game is at 0.5. take the over because they will. They get talent. They just don't know what to do with it.
They're going to make the playoff. I'll put it right on the glass right there. They're going to go 9-3. They're going to make the playoff. There's too much talent. Even Cristobal can't F up 3 games. I'm with Rico. He'll do 1. But they're going to make the playoff. Cam Ward is as good as it gets, man.
If they make the playoffs, then I need to talk to my TV executive buddies, and we got to come up with some better rules.
I was going to say, you want to put lunch on that? I'll do that right now.
Happy to do it.
All right. Sounds good.
Not in some tough.
No. It's a fun bet.
I believe it in my heart. They're because the ACC is trash.
I just think they're like Texas and Michigan back before they won. Is they keep saying, "Oh, we're back."
Well, sir, Texas is back.
Okay.
So right now,
Kenny, they won the Big 12. They're in the playoff.
Kenny, you know where they are right now? They're right there with Tennessee. They're back until they're not.
I think you're right about that. And let's close it out with this team. It is the number 8 team, according to the coaches, Michigan Wolverines.
Oh, great. Here, file this under. It doesn't matter what I say. All right, take the logo and the name of the team off. Team blank. Here's the following. You lost your All-American quarterback who was a first-round draft pick. You lose one of the great running backs in the school's history. You lost the entire O-line, best O-line in school history. You lost 3 of your top 4 wide receivers. You lost multiple stars on defense. Rod Moore blew his knee out, might be done for the year. Sab left. He went to Bama.
Yeah, I want to say you lost like 8 or 9 starters on defense.
Yes. The whole point is they still have high-end talent with Will Johnson and Graham and Grant and Loveland. But bottom line, man, who's the quarterback? Is it Tuttle?
They have 5. I'm not exaggerating, Mike. They're literally going through 5 different quarterbacks, which tells me.
And you played the worst schedule in the history of the sport last year.
And on top of that, I do think that you're going to be hit with a ton of distractions because all of this stuff that happened in the previous years, you're going to be paying the piper.
I think they can be good. I think Michigan can absolutely be good, maybe win 9 games. But, David, number 8 to start the year, they're the lowest ranked preseason defending champion in like 40 years.
Yes.
I think there are reasons, not feelings, reasons to say probably a little overrated.
And they lost the most important piece. Connor Stallions is gone.
Nope. See? Nope.
I'm a neutral party here. I can say that.
Neutral because their cheating asses got in. Your school stayed home.
This is Tuttle. Where's the play call?
All righty, then. That is.
Is someone going to tell me what they're running?
I don't know.
Your college football blitz.
All right, best place to watch games. It's FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. You can bet on everything. I mean, by the way, you guys were watching that 4x100 relay. I don't know if you had some money down on it, but it's FanDuel.com/ticket. Sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, just call 1-800-GAMBLER.
And we're brought to you by the good people at Precision Garage Door Service of Southeastern Michigan. There we go. Tigers and Giants tonight out west, 10:15 first pitch here in the ticket. Bullpen day for Detroit, trying to bounce back from that tough loss to Seattle last night. Former Tiger Robbie Ray going for the Giants. Casey Mize in a rehab start in Toledo last night throws 2 1/3 scoreless innings. Men's Olympic basketball gold medal game tomorrow. U.S. and France. Americans favored by 16.5. U.S. women's team today beating Australia 85-64 in the semifinals. Lions suffering 6 injuries in their 14-3 preseason loss to the G-Men last night. Concussion for quarterback Hendon Hooker. Offensive tackle Connor Galvin tearing his MCL. He's out for the year. Undrafted free agent, though, receiver Isaiah Williams receiving props from head coach Dan Campbell. He had 4 catches for 35 yards. ESPN says New England releasing wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster. And single game tickets available for the Red Wings go on sale Monday at 10 a.m. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1, the ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, hour number 2. Nice to have you with us. Beautiful Friday. Hopefully you guys got something good on tap for the weekend. We are going to do one segment with this because apparently David is being besieged by ad hominem attacks. I don't understand why. We brought up, it was not breaking news. It was something where you went, wait, is that real? Jim Harbaugh is being brought back as an honorary captain August 31st on the heels of the NCAA hitting him with his first show cause and with whatever's going to happen for the sign stealing. All Rico and I said is, it's probably not a good idea. Like, it's clearly personal with the NCAA and you guys. Maybe just wait and say, Jim, look, we'll do it next year. You just stay in LA this year. Let us put the fire out. We're going to get everything fine. The program will be here, not now. But again, it's not arrogance. It's delusion. I wouldn't bring him back for the opener. I just don't think that's a great idea. Again, I don't have great faith the NCAA is going to be able to do a ton.
No.
But there's an element to this where it's like, you want this over with? Stop poking the bear.
Yeah,
well,
the timing and the optics are horrible.
Right. Like Harbaugh once again telling you, I didn't lie. One problem. Yes, you did 3 times over in the report.
Yeah, your own people said. Yeah.
Right. So, like, you could stop now. All right. So, David, I asked David a question. I said, well, David, look, we're not upset by it. Am I wrong that it's probably not a great idea? David had the audacity to go, no, you're not wrong. I don't like it either. Well, that just upset the apple cart. Because the ticket text, he can't even keep up with them of people upset at him going, well, you're a fake Michigan fan. Now, how does that work exactly? Are we so far gone you just can't critically think about anything?
Mm-hmm.
Ask yourself this question, Michigan fan, who's assaulting David on ticket text. If this were Ryan Day, and Ryan Day took the job with the Chargers, and Ryan Day just got blasted by the NCAA, and Ryan Day ran a program that the NCAA's after in another scandal, and the Buckeyes bring him back in 2 weeks for the home opener, your reaction would be what exactly? You'd be irate. Call it what it is. It's okay to just say it. Now, I'm not asking you to be irate. None of us are.
No, but
this is all a cartoon to me.
But if everything that your school does is okay and you can justify it, you are a part of a cult. Plain and simple.
And that's what they are. All right, so David, go ahead. Yes.
Well, you mentioned Ryan Day. Don't forget that when all of this broke, it was Ryan Day did all of this. It was his brother that hired this private They tried to pin it on Ryan Day. That's the funny part about it.
Ryan Day's biggest crime is overusage of Just for Men.
You mentioned Mark D'Antonio when you guys first started talking about this, and I remember vividly you saying, Mark, stay away. You created this. Stay away, over and over. And I would be like, why do you care if he's there? And now it makes sense. You left it in a bad situation. stop coming back. It's not about you anymore.
No, but Evan, the point of it I said was there was no adult in the athletic department to go, hey, guys, this might not be a great idea. That's all I said. So, yeah, whatever, bring him back. It's all going to play out, but I don't think it's great. Sorry. But, David, go ahead. Do you want to defend yourself or do you just want to read the ticket text where people want you dead?
Oh, I'm just going to read the ticket text because I absolutely love it. Bring it on, people.
No, David, don't egg it on. It's beautiful. It's a Friday. Come on. This isn't worth getting upset over.
Oh, I'm not upset at all. If it was Ryan Day, we wouldn't even be thinking about it, this texter says.
No, stop. Please don't lie. Please don't do that. Don't do that. If the roles are reversed and they had beaten you and he had gone to L.A. and the Buckeyes were embroiled in multiple scandals, you guys are the same ones who wanted the program shut down because players were selling pants for tattoos. Please, just don't lie. That's all I ask. It's okay to say, yeah, I'd feel different. It's human nature to be that way.
Hey, David, is September 7th Connor Stallions Day? Is he the honorary captain?
Go ahead.
No, that's a flag.
I guarantee you they will win the flip of the coin. Advanced scouting.
Hatchet is genuinely the fakest Michigan fan. There is nothing to be outraged about. I'm not outraged. And you let Mike V decide what your opinions are.
Well,
yeah.
You know.
Jesus.
Wow. Yeah.
Is that Tom from the morning?
Uh-oh. Hold on. Where along any of the presentation has outrage? Come on, guys, we don't need to make things up. There's no one upset about it. Saying something is probably not a bright idea is not outrage. It's just having a conversation about it. Go ahead, David.
Cameron in Rochester Hills says, I am a Michigan fan, and even I wish Harbaugh and Manuel would walk away and never come back. Happy we won the title, but their nonsense has made the school and program look like a complete joke. Ty in Detroit says, this is why nobody outside of the cult likes Michigan. They're the ultimate do you know who my dad is kid. I hope their arrogance gets them everything they deserve. As a Michigan fan,
it's not wrong.
I am totally down for Jim Harbaugh showing up. All 100,000 fans in that stadium will cheer loudly. That is from Mac.
Right, that's why a crowd at a Scientology conference cheers too. I mean, Jesus, guys, come on, that's not a ringing endorsement.
But Mac, you do realize this will probably bring on the wrath of the NCAA for the second bid. You got another case out there. You don't want to upset them. They went after Harbaugh this time. If Harbaugh goes out there and you know he's going to say something.
No.
The next thing that they can do is, okay, Jim, we can't touch you in the NFL, but we could take away some of your accomplishment. How about that, Mr. Funny Man?
Listen, ultimately, I agree with Paul Feinbaum in this regard. It's what you and I said all last fall. They cheated, but they got away with it. Both things are true. Mm-hmm. They won the national championship. They did.
Mm-hmm.
They got away with it because the Big Ten is feckless. Tony Petitti is a nothing burger. But the idea is they're going to pay some level of a price here. Why would you flaunt it? You already won.
And see, I think the level of the price with full cooperation, it's going to be punitive. It's going to be money. Give us some money.
Yeah, see, I'm not interested in that.
No, right. But I'm saying to Michigan, okay, fine. Boosters kick it in. Keep your stuff. Keep your titles. We're just going to fine you heavily. Maybe we reduce your scholarships by 5.
Doesn't matter. NIL.
Right. But you keep doing this. You keep poking the bear, and we're going to go and we're going to do some things that we probably don't want to do, but you're not going to make a mockery of us.
Look, the only thing, and again, it will never take away people's memories. And that's why when people would call up, I'm like, you can go have fun. Whatever happens afterwards, you're probably not going to like it. The only thing the NCAA could do that would really matter would be a postseason ban. And I don't think they got the chops for it.
See, I don't think they would do a postseason ban because I think at this point they would just say, okay, we're going to go back and this is where the dreaded, we're going to take away victories.
Yeah, and that's all pretend land.
And right, it doesn't mean anything because if you bought the T-shirt, you got the T-shirt, but in the record book, it's like when they took it away from Louisville basketball and said, well, you didn't win the title that year. We're vacating it. No, they actually won.
I was at the game. I saw it.
They won.
Right.
But it's just one of those, well, technically you didn't.
It's like the Astros. People aren't going to forget their memories of this. It's going to be, oh, yeah, I remember the Natty.
But here's
and
the
then
difference.
That's it.
I was on the other side of the Astros thing. You ask anybody in baseball who lost to the Astros amidst the cheating, especially Yankee fans, I'll never validate a GD thing they did.
Or people who missed the playoffs.
Okay, I was making a point about the Astros. I know, Kenny, I understand. You know what? Maybe if Kirby Smart didn't coach like a bitch and lay down to Nick Saban in that game, he basically handed Saban that game. He coached the most conservative, pussycat, ridiculous game I've ever seen.
These players have fast cars, okay? That's all that matters.
I'm just telling you. You got yourself to blame. You lost to the most average-ass Alabama
All right,
team.
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh!
I think George is running the Tracy Chapman NIL. Okay.
Go ahead. And again, guys, if you want to call in on it, you're welcome to. I'm fine with it. There's not some big screaming and yelling presentation. I just think it's a silly thing. But whatever. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead.
Mike and Rico are so jealous of Michigan and our success, it's not even funny. Mike claiming MSU's top 20 program is laughable. MSU is closer to CMU than Michigan.
I'll say it again. Of course I'm jealous of a national title, scandal-ridden or not. All right, so second of all, when I say MSU's a top 20 program, top 20 in revenue, look it up. Top 20 in attendance, look it up. Guys, that's just factual.
Okay, you know what? Seriously, we don't deal in facts, okay?
No,
we deal in
I'm
feelings and emotions.
Clearly, we're not one of the 20 best football teams in America.
But that's what they're hearing.
I think that is what they're hearing.
Okay, but you know what? Then go back to school and get your GED. I can't help that.
Well, some of them can't spell GED.
Well, then, you know what? Maybe that's why you're thumbing text to a radio show in the afternoon when regular people are at a JOB. Like, I can't help you.
They're at their Job?
Thought he was a Tigers prospect. Like, I can't help you. Like, what do you want me to say? MSU's below Eastern Michigan? I'll do it. We're terrible. But they are. Look at just history. Look at the revenue. Look at, if you even want to see how networks choose games, MSU, I think, is 15th or 16th on the list of appeal with the networks. Guys, I mean, what do you want, guys?
I mean, it is why they come up with those games that you hate where they're, you know what, we're going to put it at Ford Field and we're going to put you on Peacock.
Right, because guess what they're not doing? They're not putting the Illini on there against Penn State.
And that's my whole point. Both things can be true. You don't think I'm jealous of teams that make the World Series every year? The Yankees haven't been in 15 years. Duh. That's not a flex. But I can still call you out for being filth. You're cheaters.
You're just jealous.
Of course I want to win.
Michigan State's not top 20.
They're terrible. Right. I don't know. You know what? You're right. Guys, Old Dominion 20, MSU 21. There you go. We're good.
It's not a court of law.
All right, summer's here. Some people are in a bad mood, but not Kenny Cott, because Kenny had pizza last night for his preseason game. How'd that go for you, buddy? Oh, wait, you were playing video games by the second quarter. So listen, Hungry Howie's, any pizza in-house, $14.99, your choice of flavored crust, whether it's the limited time only summer menu, pickle, bacon, ranch, or the backyard burger pizza, or the traditional classics, Hungry Howie's has got you covered. $14.99 each, limited time only. Go to hungryhowies.com. Download the Hungry Howie's app to start your order now. It is a limited time offer only at Hungry Howie's. All right, so we got a couple people who want to rap about it. We will. Jim Harbaugh, it's wild, but Jim Harbaugh is going to be the honorary captain. August 31st, he's going to be back in the big house when you take on Fresno State. That sure feels like an absolute FU to the NCAA. Days after, they just, it's a pretty damning report, and obviously the show cause he's in L.A., right? Who cares? It's symbolic, nothing more. But to bring him back when you're still waiting for the other bomb to go off, I don't know. I probably wouldn't do it, but whatever. I want to see what you guys have to say. Mitch has decided he wants to talk. Away we go. Mitch, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How are you guys? First time, long time.
Welcome.
Big fan of the show. These people have no shame. What is it going to take for them to get off their delusion bus and realize and accept the responsibility for what they did? It is absolute ridiculous that they would name him an honorary captain. And it just boils my blood. It boils my blood. And I can't get over the fact that they continue to deny, and then when they do accept it, they make it out to be a quote-unquote nothing burger. It boils my blood.
Can I ask you, Mitch, can I ask you a question? And I'm not being smarmy. I'm trying to figure out, like you're saying it boils your blood. Are you from here? Are you a transplant?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so.
Went to Michigan State. Whole family went to Michigan State. I got two younger brothers that went to Michigan, so we have, a good back and forth.
Message, Mitch, you ought to be used to it. This is who they've always been.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the same people when D'Antonio was hitting them with a garbage can. They're still burping up little bro takes. I mean, it's just who they are.
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is why we see their program for what it is. And
right, but you shouldn't let it make your blood boil. I mean, like, we're past that. Now, in the fall, when the Big Ten calls Michigan State and is like, yeah, you got one problem for your game tomorrow. They got your place. That's when your blood boils. Now, it wouldn't matter. MSU was so bad. Michigan could have beat us with their backups. We're terrible. But, Mitch, you're sitting here in August the year after. You can't let it get to you that way. You can't.
But I will say, Harbaugh, honorary captain, he's going to speak as the one texter, 100,000 fans.
No way. Put it on the glass.
What?
I will happily buy you dinner if I'm wrong.
What?
There's no way they're going to put him on a microphone. No. Come on, there's no way.
Thinks they will.
Okay, well,
I'll buy you lunch. I'll be happy to do it.
Even if he gets the microphone and says, "Who's got it better than us?"
That's okay. That's his tagline.
No, I'm just saying he's speaking to that crowd.
Okay, then we would have to define terms of the bet here. It would have to be inflammatory or innocuous. Saying who's got it better and all that jazz, or saying, to go blue, like that's
It'll be
fine.
something that, they're trying to take us down. They're a bunch of haters.
Okay, I'll make that bet.
They're a bunch of haters.
There's no way.
They hate us because they ain't us.
Yeah.
He'll say something like that.
Would you really be that surprised by it? They've been flouting this since day one.
Kenny, that's why I'm shocked. Like,
I guess, Kenny, I just feel like there's a limit to everything, and somebody would be like, Jim, do me a favor.
I just think Mike's in a generous mood, and he's just trying to give away money.
There's a limit to everything. He literally days ago just said, I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't steal. And that's basically everything they've accused him of doing.
Nothing to apologize for.
So what makes you think he wouldn't get behind a podium and say some dumb stuff?
And he will get up there and say, guys, I'm still not apologizing, and here's my ring.
I guess, you know what? My own naivete is that I would expect a 60-year-old grown-ass man and like a father of 7 kids or whatever would eventually find a center point and go, you know what? I have to take a break from being a complete narcissist for this one moment. You're right, and I'm wrong. I admit it. I gave him that credit, thinking there's no way.
I'm about to say,
a leopard doesn't change his stripes, Mike.
Yeah, I don't think it's a passage in Malibu for narcissists.
You win. I already said you guys are right. Let's go.
I'm going to take a break, David. For this weekend, we won't be narcissistic. We're going to give money to charities and help out the kids.
Let's see what Tony's got to say. He's up next on the ticket. Tone, how you doing today, buddy?
Hey, good, beautiful day. Washing the car. It's perfect.
It's gorgeous
Very
out,
nice.
man. Absolutely.
Yes. So I just want to say I think I'm a Michigan fan. I think most Michigan fans know that they cheated to some degree. Could be a lot, little, whatever you want to say.
Sure.
I think the issue is I think there's apathy, or they don't want to talk about it like we're cheaters or say that because, like you said, if the shoe was on the other foot, well, it's been on the other foot so many times with so many other programs.
Yep.
And does Ohio State call themselves cheaters? Does USC? Does any of the SEC schools? So it's like, why go through just talking about how you cheated?
But Tony, hold on. Let me ask you this question. Yeah. I'm not asking you to have a sticker that says, "Hi, I cheated." No, I'm saying when you hear the news that your school is empowering him to come back as an honorary captain, I just want your reaction to that. I'm not asking you to feel different about your school. I'm saying when people call and attack David because David goes, probably not a great idea. That's just weird behavior to me, no?
Yeah, no, I agree. It seems like a Michigan thing to do. That they're having them. I mean, admittedly so. But, so I would not attack David or anyone for saying that. I understand there's going to be, all sorts of people that,
That's the part that is strange to me, Tony, is look, I think we've handled it fine. Like when news breaks, we talk about it. Was I angry last fall with who was on our sidelines and the letter to Michigan State the day before the game? Of course, I think I reserve a right to be. But when we went down the stretch of this thing, we said it. They're not going to stop you from playing. They don't have the chops to do it. So go. Book the trip, go to the game, win the damn thing. But don't ask other people to kiss your ass. Now, in the post-haste here, it's just taken a weird turn because Harbaugh himself left. He left because he knows he couldn't be the coach there anymore. Why? The cheating. He didn't. He had to
And I think he
leave.
kind of saw the show cause and all of that. He would have been suspended for this year if he would have stayed.
Absolutely. Rico, honestly, I think he's probably headed for a lifetime ban. Not that it will matter, but he couldn't be here. The idea that fans still live in a world where somehow, they're wronging him. Do you read?
No.
So my whole thing is, why bring him back before the dust has settled? Just wait. If you call up and say, I want a statue of him, what do you think? That doesn't change my day. Put up do whatever you want.
No.
But I just wouldn't do it.
But I just think that, right, if you do this, I think that any negotiation that you have with the NCAA goes out the window.
Okay, so we're going to play the game of should happen, will happen. I will continue to say on record, I don't believe in the NCAA and this Thor hammer. Okay, I got to see it to believe it because I don't think, you have said it, they don't want to do it.
No, they don't want to do it, Mike, but they've been in an ornery mood lately.
But if you're talking should happen, no. If I were the NCAA, no.
Right.
No.
But for the NCAA, there's one thing you can't do. Don't lie to us.
Yeah, no, I did. This would turn into Latte Larry Spite Store. I would.
And I think that penalty.
I'd bury them where they stand.
Now think about it. Everybody else's penalty, no problem. You served your tooth to games and we're done. Oh, wait, you didn't want to cooperate with us. Here you go. We made a special one just for you.
I still think there's a way Michigan. Look, they've already executed the caper. They won. Their idea, I think, there's a very good chance. Would you say the next 18 months? That at the end of 18 months, the NCAA might not be around anymore. They could just do what they do best, which is deflect, deny, delay, and outlast the NCAA. That's plausible because I do believe the SEC and Big Ten in the near term are going to leave the NCAA and just have a football party. I believe that.
Yeah, but see, I think here's where you get angry. I think the networks will artificially prop the NCAA up, and we'll bankroll you. We need to keep you around. We need a bad cop. We need somebody so we could always look good. You'll be the bad cop.
See, I would just rather live in I could actually. This is the sick part. The cheating would make a lot more sense if you just stopped pretending. See,
it's kind of like NIL. Just simply say. We're like Baylor came out with shirts that we pay our players. There you go.
They should have new shirts by week 3 that says, we fired Dave Aranda. I don't think he makes it to October, David.
Here's the thing. Both things can be true.
Yeah, especially when you got DeQuan Finn as your quarterback.
Hey.
Whoops.
You will not slander the Finn.
Man, he does it himself. All right, 248-539.
He played with Sauce Gardner. He literally did.
We'll get some football conversation next. 97.1.
And we're brought to you by the good people from Cars for Kids. Tigers and Giants tonight out in Frisco. It's a 10:15 first pitch here on the ticket. Bullpen day for Detroit. Former Tiger Robbie Ray going for the Giants. Casey Mize, good news, in a rehab start in Toledo yesterday, throwing 2 1/3 scoreless. Men's Olympic basketball gold medal tomorrow for the U.S. men. They take on France. U.S. women's team beating Australia today 85-64 in the semifinals. They will play for the gold on Sunday. Lions suffering 6 injuries in their loss to the Giants last night in preseason football. That would include a concussion suffered by quarterback Hendon Hooker and offensive tackle Connor Galvin tearing his MCL. He's out for the year. Undrafted free agent receiver Isaiah Williams stood out to head coach Dan Campbell. He had 4 catches for 35 yards. Wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster reportedly being released by New England. 27-year-old had 29 catches last year for the Pats. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
David, I got a question. Rico just walked out, but we'll get to the NFL stuff in a minute. So up on the TVs, you guys are obsessed with the Olympic stuff. I'm not. I don't like the Olympics. I don't care about them. And this is case in point. What real life application does the triple jump have to anything? Did you just see this? Like, where do you even begin to learn the art of a triple jump? Maybe even further, what kid grows up going, I want to be a triple jump person? Like, what
Gym
the
class,
hell
man.
is this? Then the best part is the guy goes flying into a sand pit. I'm pretty sure his ass hit the sand before his feet. How do you even judge how far he went because it blew up the whole sandbox?
It's the closest spot to where you leapt. So that's yeah.
That it literally is what it is.
He
Yeah.
left a crater.
Right. So that's where they will measure from that crater.
From that start of that crater will be
In a
where they
perfect
measure.
world, you would fall forward.
Okay. So what do you do in real life as a triple jumper?
You go to the
Jump
the
over
Olympics.
puddles.
Yeah,
No,
I was
no,
gonna
no.
say, do you just leap over entire New York City streets?
No, Mike, here's the thing. You do this in high school, you get a scholarship to go
Who?
to college.
What high school has a triple jump team?
No, not a team, like individuals. Like it's like a shot putter or a javelin thrower.
Well, those I've heard of.
No, but triple jump, yeah, if you're good enough.
At least the javelin was represented by Anchorman with Brick. That made sense to me.
You will get a scholarship and you will go to college for free because you're a good
For the triple jump.
Yeah.
Yes.
Speechless.
Yeah.
I was watching it. This dude was, I'm like, how do you arrive at that point in your life that this is what you do?
And if you're really good, the Olympics, that's it. That's the ultimate goal, that you're good enough to make the Olympic team as a triple jumper.
Well, Mike,
at
at
least-
least for these off-brand events. Like if you're the fastest man in the world, like Usain Bolt was, I get the money. You're on the cover of a cereal box. You're a national hero.
A lot of sponsors.
You're,
Yes.
you're getting zillions of dollars. Totally makes sense, and it's identifiable. I am fastest person on earth. Get it? Hey, power lift. I am the strongest lifter in the world. I am the best swimmer. These things all make sense to me. The triple jump, what I just watched on TV, I just was like, I mean, really?
Well, hold on. So if that doesn't make sense to you, what about breakdancing? Breakdancing.
That's not an Olympic sport.
Yes, it is.
Then even better, cancel the Olympics.
They're showing it on the top right of your screen.
Oh my God.
Breaking.
Now, okay, see right here.
Okay,
This is
and-
where people like you lose credibility with the Olympics.
See, but I don't watch this.
What's next?
Breaking?
Kenny playing video games is an Olympic event?
They're trying to get esports as an Olympic event soon. Yes.
See, I said just go ahead for the 2028 Olympics and do rap battles. 'Cause
Right.
I would watch that. No,
Somebody call Papa Doc.
Okay.
Get him back out there.
the breakdancing is so ridiculous, it looked like somebody was having a seizure. Like, what are we doing
Well, I
here?
saw they played a 3-on-3 basketball tournament. How's that an Olympic sport?
But that's more of a sport than breaking. I mean, it is.
Okay, so the lowest of the low would be triple jump.
Triple jump is
no,
not-
that's a real
that's
athletic
actually a
event.
That
Yeah.
has no application.
Nope. You're right. It has no application in real life,
That's
but it
not an
is
Olympic
a
sport,
sport.
Kenny.
Okay.
Power walking?
Yeah, they have that. They have that fast walking
seriously,
thing. Yeah,
none of these sports have anything in real life. Like beach volleyball, what, you going to be the best person at the barbecue?
But there's a circuit that travels from city to city.
There are leagues, but it's also a real sport. It is a sport.
Triple jump is a real sport.
It is not a sport.
It's a real sport.
No,
Mike.
it's this weird thing that like 6 people on Earth do.
Oh.
6 people.
Who? David, who grows up saying, I want to do the triple jump? It's almost like, what is it?
You just you go from doing the broad jump and they say, okay, well, can you do the triple jump?
What's the broad jump?
It's just when you run fast and you jump
And
into
you
the
do
sand.
one jump. Yes. You just run to the line and you jump.
It's
triple jump is you got to do 1, 2.
Right, back in the day, yeah, Carl Lewis he did track and he did the broad jump.
They honestly should just dig a giant hole so every time they jump, it's like the movie 300. They go right down into the pit. See you later.
Triple jump, apparently.
It's the triple
It was ridiculous. Lesson was doing his update, and I'm standing here watching it, and I'm going, what the is this? And this is what David and Kenny are gambling on? That's a disgrace.
According to Kenny, broad jump is what you do in a strip club.
I didn't know.
Wow, Kenny, tell me what your weekend's going to be like. All right.
I don't know if "not for the air" meant anything to you, David, but here we are.
Jeez. Okay.
That wasn't the drop I thought he was going to say.
No.
What Kenny was going to show
All
us.
right, quickly, David, a couple ticket texts. We'll do an NFL blitz. And I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hijack things.
No, it's Mike, some of the events
I can't take it serious.
But these are the things you only see once every 4 years.
Right. It's like the luge. Who grows up saying, I want to be a luger?
But you know what? It may be one of the reasons how you can get college paid for free.
He's a born loser.
Right.
I tell you that.
I mean, look at some of these events. I can't believe people watch this.
You go, you win, you get on the Wheaties box, and your life is
Who's
great.
putting a triple jump guy on the Wheaties box? That it. Okay. David, please.
Rap battles in the Olympics. What language would you use? Being from Ann Arbor.
Better than this. I mean, this breakdancing is so sad. I mean, wow.
Someone's correcting us. It's not called the broad jump. It's the long jump.
Wow. Back in my day, it was the broad jump.
It did get changed. It was.
It's un-PC.
Triple jump is not an event in normal high school meets.
Thank you. Henceforth, who the hell does this?
I mean,
how do you even practice?
Wait,
you do it once, these guys look exhausted.
In the state of Michigan, it's an event.
They said not normal high school meet, so you must be going to the elite high school
Yeah,
meets.
like back when Rico went to that fake-ass high school of his. They had a triple jump team.
We had a great track team. So
I bet. In your mind. All pretend.
Nah.
Someone says breaking is an event for this year only.
It shouldn't be an event.
Agreed.
When half the cast of the movie Breaking is dead, we may not want to do this.
Can you
event.
go to FanDuel and tell me if we can bet the triple jump? Like, do they have actual odds on the triple jump?
That's a great question, actually.
I'm just fascinated to see if any human being has placed a bet on that. Go ahead.
Someone's saying, what about the equestrian? That's a stupid event in the Olympics.
I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
The whole dressage where the horse break dances, ridiculous.
No, but you should incorporate that as Saratoga.
You can't.
The winning horse.
Nope.
No. David, just think. The winning horse does the crip walk
Right, there you
to
go.
get the roses.
I like it. Like the Super Bowl commercial.
Right.
In the Doritos commerol. Yeah, we can do that. Sure. Why not?
Hey, horse, you just won. What do you have to say? As he crip walks.
Someone saying triple jump is a really important skill if you're running away from a coyote that has TNT.
Right. It's just, I can't, David, God bless, enjoy it, because Sunday it disappears, and
and that's the beauty
so
of the
thankful.
Olympics. It's things that you won't see again for another 4 years.
Thank God, because the Olympics are a grift. Get rid of them.
Man, they've been around longer than the NFL.
It doesn't matter. It's a grift. All of it. All they do is bankrupt the company, the country they go to.
It's all about patriotism.
No, it is not. Okay. You know
Rallying
what?
around the flag.
Here, how about something real? It's called football. Go watch it at Stadium Swim.
Wait,
located.
which football?
Real American football, not the ridiculous European version. Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games, best viewing experience, 6 pools, 3 different levels, and coming summer of 26, a triple jump pit. You can do it all. Located right in the heart of downtown Vegas. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, I know we touched a little bit on the preseason game last night, but there's a lot around the league, so let's center in on the NFL for a good 7-8 minutes here. It's football today.
Can someone explain to me what Jerry Jones is trying to do to his team? Because he was asked about the holdout and the extension process and what's going on, and he basically answered, I don't have any urgency to get it done. And then CeeDee Lamb goes on Twitter and LOL with the tweet there based off the response. And then Dak Prescott, who is at camp, responded to the media and says, I got urgency for it to happen. What is Jerry Jones doing? Is he just blowing his team up before he dies?
David, I'm starting to think so, because you have a lame duck coach, you have a quarterback that you haven't re-signed yet, and you have your star receiver, and you're like, yeah, there's no sense of urgency. It's like, hey, Jerry, you don't have one. You got a lot of mouths to feed. I think he really is trying to tank, go after Belichick, pick a quarterback, and we'll start all over again. That's the only thing that makes sense, because none of this does. Because the other owner should just step in and be like, hey, Jerry, what are you doing? Are you drunk? Fix this problem. You're the Cowboys.
I'll take a different approach. This is the last hurrah for a group that has won a lot of meaningless games. They haven't gotten it done in the playoffs. So before I pay you guys long term, show me something. 12-5, and getting aced out at home. Maybe Jones is the smartest guy in the room for going, you know what? I'm not going to sign you long term, because a year from now, if you do the same routine again, I'm going to launch all of yous out of a cannon. I'm playing it the other way, because look, your two choices are literal insanity, or maybe he's actually doing the most responsible thing.
And that's what I think that this is one of those. There's a lot of good coaches that are available right now. And if you tank and you get the number one pick, you can hand select your new quarterback, and we rebuild this.
He's not tanking for the number one pick, Rico.
It kind of looks that way.
Jesus.
Let me take your star wide receiver and just, get nothing.
Bottom line is CD knows he's got to play. They all know they got to play. They can't sit out. Hey, he can make them upset, but he can also hit them with that deal during the season. But they got to win something. I mean, we talked about it yesterday. How the hell is Dak Prescott going to get all this money? What's he done?
So, new technology in the NFL was used last night for the very first time. People watching the Lions-Giants game saw it being used. It is the Hawkeye technology to determine whether a first down has been earned or not. The problem with it is it took forever to determine if it was a first down by using the technology. Quote Phil Simms on the Giants broadcast, are you going to use it if it takes this long? It took forever. Dan Campbell and Brian Dable both looking like, what are we doing? Can we keep playing football? They got to fix this. Can they get it to where they need it to use it for next season?
No.
I think they can, but David, I think it's one of those where you have to be pot committed. This is the new thing that we're going to do, and we're going to make sure that everybody's on the same page. It's not something you can kind of dabble in and get a couple interns to run this. No. Just like with instant replay. Hey, we got a central place. We're going to sit here. We're going to watch it. We're going to do it. We're going to get back to you as soon as possible. Same thing. You're going to need trained people to make sure you get this. You got to be pot committed, though. You can't be half wet.
There's already too many interruptions in football games. I've had enough. I don't need any more replays. I need less. I don't need more penalties. I need less. I can't take any more.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but this is for like the new chain gang, right?
Correct. Get rid of them too.
No, that's what I'm saying. Get rid of them, because nothing is worse than when you see your team picks up a first down and then the guy waddles the wrong direction and you're like, wait, you're going the wrong way. You just made it 4th and inches and it should have been a first down. Use whatever you had to do to get the game right.
Let's talk about Kyle Pitts for a second, because his new quarterback is quoted as saying, what I'm encouraging him to do is use that length as much as he can. Anytime he lets the ball into his body, I tell him that wasn't good enough. What are we expecting from Kyle Pitts now that Kirk Cousins is there? Because he's really been disappointing so far.
Hasn't had a quarterback, David.
Yeah.
So what are we expecting?
A Pro Bowl? Sam Laporta level?
Yeah, I was about to say, if you can get Laporta where you're one of the better, you're like the top 5 tight ends, and you become that safety valve for your quarterback. I don't think he's ever had a quarterback that just pushed him and said, no, that's not how you do it. You're going to catch it like this.
Isn't it a quarterback to throw him the ball? Ritter?
Or an offense or a coach who says, I'm going to use you and throw
and David, it's a contract year. I would expect him to have a huge season, be honest with you.
Boy, has the mighty fallen. The Patriots today, after their very first preseason game this year, have released Juju Smith-Schuster. What happened to that guy?
I don't know.
Had a decent year in Kansas City, but
he's been done for a few years, man. I mean, it's not surprising. It's very rare a guy goes downhill and then all of a sudden, boom, he's back in the Pro Bowl. He's just done.
You know what, David? This is one of those cases where I think he achieved his life goal and he had no aspirations past that. He wanted to make it to the league. He made it to the league. He then wanted to be a social media star. He wanted to do all these other things, and it always, when you make it to the league, your next goal is, I should get a gold jacket. I want to be a Hall of Famer. But a lot of players don't. They have achieved their goal, and then therefore I don't have to work as hard because now I'm getting paid to do this. And that was him. He had talent, but he was more, hey, look at me dancing on your team's logo. It's like, come on, man. We're losing games, and this is what you're doing? That showed me his mentality.
And let's close it out with this. I usually wait to do this as we get closer to the season when new menu items hit NFL stadiums, but I couldn't wait for this one. The Arizona Cardinals will have a cotton candy burrito. It will be filled with ice cream, Fruity Pebbles, Fruit Loops, marshmallows, Skittles, M&M's Mini, gummy bears, and sprinkles.
Yeah, Wilford Brimley will hand it to you as you pick it up.
Yes, Doug and Scott. Leave me alone.
No, it's
$15.
It looks disgusting. It just looks too sweet. Like, who would buy this? Who would feed it to their kids? You just no. No.
It makes no sense.
I saw okay, Mike, what you told us to look at, I would try. That ice cream from that New York restaurant, I would try. This looks disgusting, and whoever did it was high when they came up with it. I promise you, they were fresh off of gummies.
I totally agree with you. That is in football today.
We're brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Lions banged up, a mild statement. 6 injuries last night in a 14-3 preseason loss to the Giants. It did include a concussion suffered by their quarterback, Hendon Hooker. He led the team in rushing with 34 yards and 4 carries. He was 5 of 9 through the air for 36 yards before going down. Offensive tackle Connor Galvin, hoping to add some depth to the offensive line. Should he have made the team? Well, won't matter now. He tore his MCL. He's out for the season. Undrafted free agent receiver Isaiah Williams caught the eye of head coach Dan Campbell. He had 4 catches of 35 yards. Lions may or may not be in the market for another receiver. One became available today. It's New England releasing wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster, the 27-year-old, had 29 catches last year for the Pats. Meanwhile, Tigers in action out west in San Francisco tonight, facing old mate Robbie Ray going for the Giants. 10:15, the first pitch and the ticket. Another bullpen day for Detroit. Casey Mize in a rehab start in Toledo last night, looking good, throwing 2 1/3 scoreless. Men's Olympic basketball gold medal game tomorrow. The Americans against the French, and the Americans favored by 16.5. The U.S. women's team beating Australia 85-64 in the women's semis today. And from the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lessig. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock, beautiful Friday afternoon. If you missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. We got into the preseason game a little bit. We talked about Harbaugh coming back as an honorary captain. It's all there for you. But I promise this all week. We are going to do a series of these in the lead up to college football. We are less than 2 weeks away from week 0. So part of why I've grown to hate college football is the Wild West nature of the transfer portal, meaning there's just no rules. You could wake up in a bad mood and leave school. So we're going to do a series of these, but it's going to start today with the most important position on the field, the quarterback. I'm going to name a player and where they played last year. Rico Beard has to tell us where they are now. This is where in the world is Carmen Sandiego on steroids. David, do you have some music? Anything will do, my man. Are you ready, though? These are all going to be major. Now, I'm not going to be screwing with you and being like, he's at Holy Cross. I'm not doing that.
No Old Dominion?
No, I'm sticking with, if you're a big-time college football fan or you're a fan of Cash the Ticket and you like to bet on games, you're going to know every player I mentioned. But this isn't for the casuals. This is you are a college football oracle. Okay. David, are you ready? Kenny, are you ready? Everyone gets to play. You just got to raise your hand. It's like Jeopardy. All right, here we go.
I said I'd never do this again.
The man who lost his job to Peyton Thorne at Auburn, Robbie Ashford. Where is he now? Here's a hint. In the SEC.
Okay, then I'm going to go Vanderbilt.
Wrong.
South Carolina.
Yes. David wins. He's a Gamecock.
I stole it from Kenny. He yelled it right there. I'm sorry, Kenny.
Then Kenny gets the point. All right. Starting quarterback at Marshall last year, Cameron Fancher. Here's a hint. You'll see him soon.
Did he go to
Fresno State?
Same first letter of the school he went to.
FAU?
FAU, yeah.
Rico Beard wins. You will see him opening night. All right. Remember Bobby Sassenmaker, Rodenbacher, whatever the hell his name was for Florida State? The kid who had to play because every other QB died?
How to go guess if I don't even have the correct name?
It's Tate Sassafras.
Rodemaker. Yeah.
Sarsaparilla. Rodenbaker. Rodenbacher. Left FSU to go where?
Home?
No. Cut grass.
Here's a hint. Brett Favre's alma mater.
Mississippi State? No, not Southern Miss.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right. This one should hit close to home for Spartan fans. Sam Levitt. He gone. Where's Sam Levitt this year?
Forks up.
Arizona
ASU.
State. All right.
I've never seen a person leave when the new coach comes in and says, no, hated you before, still hate you now. I'm transferring.
I give you, this man wins the Denikos Allen Award for looking like he's 43 with 2 kids and a mortgage. I give you Arkansas quarterback KJ Jefferson. Where is he now?
Oh, he's Central Florida.
Yes, Gus Malzahn.
Yes.
And if you don't believe me about KJ, Google. He looks like he's 43, almost made it to a pension, 2 kids and a mortgage. Denikos Allen. Kenny, you see it? And the Denikos Allen thing was he looked like Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon as a redshirt freshman.
He just had a lot of serious things on his mind.
There's just one picture of him. It's just tough shakes for this kid. He is not 23.
Hey, Kenny is tough in the streets. Okay?
All right. Now, this is exciting.
Not everybody grew up in luxurious Troy, New York.
Absolute dump. The point is, now I give you Curtis Rourke, the best quarterback in the MAC, the Canadian sensation, the Maple Leaf. Curtis Rourke from Ohio U is making his way to the Big Ten this year.
UCLA?
No. The real Big Ten.
Oh, okay.
I
Illinois.
If Michigan doesn't have to recognize they're cheating, I don't have to recognize
Rutgers.
California.
So
teams.
it's not Oregon. We can pretty much eliminate that.
All of you are wrong. Curtis Rourke will be starting for Kirk Cignetti and the Indiana Hoosiers.
See, he threw me when he said the best quarterback in the MAC because we know that wasn't him.
Hold on. Let's talk about a man who started his career at Coastal Carolina and launched the program. Then went to Liberty last year.
Yeah.
Grayson McCall. Where is he this year? Here's a hint. You made a drop of me talking about this team's helmets.
NC State.
Yes.
I thought he was in the draft last year.
No, he's back for year 30. Grayson McCall. All right, here we go. This guy now left Indiana because he was going to lose his job to Curtis Rourke. Brandon Sorsby. Where is he now? Here's a hint.
Western Michigan.
North Texas.
No. Better. Fake Big 12 team.
West Virginia?
Close.
Fake Big 12 team.
They
Cincinnati.
Yes, they don't belong there. I was a sensation at Miami for about 10 minutes. My name is Tyler Van Dyke. Where am I now?
You are doing the jump around Wisconsin.
You are correct, sir. All right. I was good for 10 minutes at Mississippi State. Then they changed the offense, and I was trash. Now I'm replacing an NFL quarterback. Where am I now? Will Rogers.
Oh, I'm like,
Washington.
Got him.
wow.
Rico's going to slander that poor kid because he ain't nowhere near as good as Penix. All right.
Burning all my gear.
I was a 5-star quarterback who went to USC. Now I'm gone, and I'm going way down the ladder. My name's Malachi Nelson. Where am I now? This is the 5-star bust section of New Faces, New Places.
Is it Pitt?
No. Think audacious turf.
Boise?
Yes. And
That's
I think
crazy. Wow.
Yeah. Okay, another fall from grace. I was a piece of human garbage as a quarterback at Ohio State last year. My name's Kyle McCord. Where am I now? Hint. Inflated condom with hole in it.
Syracuse.
Got him. I can't give you DJU because we did it earlier and we talked about Florida State.
David, why this is fun. I don't know why.
Because it just shows you how zany the sport is. Dylan Gabriel, OU to
Oregon.
Got him.
Inflated.
The Carrier Dome's a dump. All right. This guy
You're just saying that because Tarico's in Paris right
This guy has incurred slander on this show for years. It is roughly year 11 for this player. I am leaving T-Town. DeQuan Finn, Toledo, going to
Baylor.
Got him. He's going to get a coach fired.
That is the MAC Player of the Year.
Okay. I have received more NIL money for a guy who can't play the game. I'm on my 7th school. My name is Jaden Rashada. Where am I now?
Are you at
Started with Miami, then to Florida, then to Arizona State. Now?
Did he go to Georgia?
Got him.
I was going to say that name. I was like,
really?
Huh.
He took Georgia.
I guess so.
Okay. Riley Leonard, best player Duke had. Really good quarterback. He gone. Where is he now?
He's at Notre Dame.
Yes. Will Howard, Kansas State, probably was not going to win that job. Now where's he?
OH.
Yeah.
IO.
Yeah.
Got it.
Ohio State.
All right. This guy looks like one of the Avengers. Built in a lab, pretty sure he can't play. Malik Murphy, 6'6", 250. Left Texas. Where's he now?
He went to Duke.
Got him.
Yes.
This is bad musical chairs. All right. I was at Georgia.
Because he was supposed to be the heir apparent, but then the Manning kid came.
Got him. I was at Georgia. My name makes me sound like I have rich parents and I'm a Southern frat boy. Brock Vandergrift. Where is he now?
I know it. Does anybody else want to guess?
Take it.
Kentucky.
Got him. All right. Cam Ward, Wazoo. I don't have a conference to play in. Where am I now?
Miami.
Perfect. Maybe making the most money of any quarterback, if you believe reports. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I went to
other quarterback that never got it.
I went to UCLA and specialized in throwing interceptions.
Dante Moore.
Where's he?
He's at Oregon.
Got him. I have a grand total of 53 snaps in my life. I'm now making $100,000 a month.
Aiden Giles.
Got him.
Michigan State.
And the number 1 quarterback in the portal.
I'm sorry, Kenny.
Julian Sayin. I was at Alabama. Now I'm going to
Ohio State.
You guys did outstanding. That is new faces in new places, quarterback edition. We're under 2 weeks to college football.
Condom with a hole in it.
Kyle McCord. Yikes. 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of your judgment-free zone, and right now through August 15th, all you need to do is walk into any of your local Planet Fitness. $1 down can get your membership started. After that, it is $15 a month. Planet Fitness is where you can go and work on your fitness goals, and you can do it comfortably because they have a place where, let's face it, it's judgment-free. You don't have to look like an Adonis. You just have to go in and put your workout in. And a lot of Planet Fitness is brand new strength training equipment and cardio equipment. You don't believe me? Just go to your local Planet Fitness right now and check it out. If you're saying, hey, you know what? I don't have a lot of time. Don't worry about it. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes with the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And all Planet Fitness memberships include free fitness training. So what you waiting for? Now through August 15th, $1 down, get you started. After that, it is $15 a month. Head to your local Planet Fitness right now to sign up.
Companies out there advertising BOGO offers on AC and furnaces. Look, nothing's really free. You want a fair deal. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, they've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Beat any price. And now you bundle a new high-efficiency AC and furnace. You save up to $2,000. Fast installation and great same-day service. Just visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, we do it every week at this time. It's brutally difficult, and you usually walk away feeling like more of a moron than you already are. At least I do. It is time for Who Said It. All right, our coworkers say a lot of stuff. We got to piece it together. Gentlemen, are we ready? Evan Jenkins joining us for the gala event. David.
Number one, why would anyone feel safe if one day this is not safe, guys, and then the next morning, oh, yeah, the levels are good, everyone in the water?
All right, this is...
Oh, they're talking about the river sign and the...
E. coli or whatever. What show would waste time talking about that?
There's 2 of them.
Yeah.
They both come before yours.
Evan, it was rhetorical.
Thought that was a given.
One more time, David.
Why would anyone feel safe if one day this is not safe, guys, and then the next morning, oh, yeah, the levels are good, everyone in the water?
When I hear someone say safe, doesn't that instantly scream Doug Karsh because he's Mr. Safe?
I thought so too, but it's a lot of word soup. I feel like it's the other co-host on that show, Kang.
Ooh.
See, I'm hearing Stoney because Cookie's been out.
It could be. You're right. That could be Stoney. I forgot that he was in this week.
Right.
Cookies,
It's not really coherent, but he tried to say something.
That might be. You might be onto something there.
Poor Cookies, gone way too soon.
I know.
He's not dead, folks.
His voice is.
I'm going to guess Doug.
The safety thing, yeah. I just, it's probably the lazy way, but I'll go with Karsh. You're going who?
Stoney.
Stoney, you're going Kang?
Yeah.
David, who said it?
Let's go.
Oh!
Hey.
He faded out of that one quick. Huh?
1 for 1.
Hey.
What?
If you own it?
No, if you can collect it, he'll talk about it. Get it right.
But will anyone listen?
If you own it, he'll talk about it.
Just please. David, number 2.
Number 2, there's still a tough roster for Chicago to go toe-to-toe with as they build up. It's not happening overnight in Chicago. I don't get that.
All right. Okay.
Just the White Sox? Or
No,
No,
we're talking,
they're talking about the Bears.
I think the Bears are going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, be a 500 team. The other shows, I've heard both shows slander the Bears.
Yeah, I heard Cookies was going off because on Hard Knocks, they talked positive about him. Believe it or not, on Hard Knocks.
But was he here enough to
because
be a part of this?
Hard Knocks aired Tuesday, and they talked about it on Wednesday.
Oh, my God.
And that's why when his voice died.
Yeah, and he's like, Caleb Williams, who's that?
I'm Batman.
I'm Costa.
I'll go Cookies.
Yeah,
Here's the other thing. He's turned into the biggest slap at this station. If it is anything less than the Lions are going 17-0, Jim Costa hates you.
Yeah, he gets pissed quick.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the slanderous text that I get in the morning.
Harvey.
It's like, good morning to you too, Cookies.
And another thing.
Your Niners suck.
Oh, actually, we have audio of him leaving a voicemail to you.
Oh, I guess not.
Guess not.
Guess he just hung up. Oh, there.
No. The other one, David. It's okay. The computer's crashing. Why would we ever
Or
need
tape it is.
Yeah, or you just saw
I
David.
just see him going like this.
Takes chair to screen.
David's brain exploded. All right. I'm going Costa. David, does the computer work enough for you to tell us who said it? Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nobody could say anything mean
Doesn't
about
it
the
seem
Lions.
like they're on the same trend as the Lions almost?
No,
Yes.
because
Hello.
do you not realize that everybody in the NFC North will go 0-17,
Oh, I know.
and the Lions will go 17-0?
Meanwhile, I
don't know
think
how.
this show believes this division is about to be the toughest division in the entire league. You can't say anything bad. I'm Detroit's Batman. Yeah.
Wouldn't he be Catman, though?
Oh, wow. I'm not doing. You know what? Not doing it. David
He loves cats.
Number 3.
Number 3. You have the ability to be a top defensive end. So let's see you take advantage of this and show that you belong here and that you picked up where you left off.
Okay, I
that screams Gator to me.
no, that screams John.
Yeah, I heard John in that too.
That's just John.
See, that's it. I'm
Say it
here-
again. I heard Gator as well.
John.
Because this is like, hey, we're looking at this guy, Anzarike. This is your chance to be that dude.
They said DN. Are they talking Marcus Davenport?
No, they're
One more
talking
time,
James
David.
Houston.
Oh.
To me,
You have the ability to be a top defensive end, so let's see you take advantage of this and show that you belong here and that you picked up where you left off.
Yeah, that's John. I'm
it just
steadfast
feels
now.
like that,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
It still
absolutely.
screams Gator to
Yeah,
me.
you know what?
It's one or the other, though, right? It's got to be.
Yeah, I'm going Gator.
So am I.
David, who said it?
Yes!
Nobody, and I mean nobody, was breaking down pre-show. I mean their game, that pregame. Oh, they were talking about all the different people.
I'm really upset.
Come on,
I
we
still
thinking
think
it's
it's dude.
Gator. Come on.
I still think it was John. That's fake news. We were
Yeah.
lied to.
I'm
That's
just gonna
AI.
Be, I'm just going to be a Michigan fan. You're a liar. No, but the facts are right here. You're lying.
No.
This is a witch hunt.
It was Ryan Day's brother.
Amicus briefs.
All right.
All right, number 4. Dan Campbell has fulfilled his desire of what he wanted to build here. And the Lions, when you knock them down, they get right back up and they give you. Let me start over.
What is it? Dexter Manley presents.
I had a glare from the sun. Sorry. Dan Campbell has fulfilled his desire to what he wanted to build here. And the Lions, when you knock them down, they get right back up and they give it to you again.
That's John. That's
Yeah,
that.
that's-
That's 100% former player.
Yes, John
tough
Jansen.
guy talk.
I'm hearing Tom Milliken in that one.
No.
Yeah, the Milliken. I mean, he's all in on it too, man. He yelled at Rieger for saying they would only win 10 games.
Oh, jeez. Forgot about that drop.
I didn't.
I'm saying Milliken. You guys are screaming Jansen?
Has to be John.
It just it feels like the former player thing, and you can almost see John like pounding his chest.
It could also be Catman, but I do think it's from that show.
All right, so you're going.
I'm going Tom.
I'm going John.
I'm going John. David, who said it? God bless it. Oh, shut up, you.
For the final game of the year. But.
Yeah, well, I'm just shocked. I know Rico's surprised that Tom found time to say anything other than slandering Rico this week.
What Mike just said.
Whatever he said.
Uh-oh. Exactly. I was just waiting for you to say it first, Mike. I don't have original thoughts. Just saying. I agree.
Minions, see? Yeah.
No, these are the minions. I just
we're the minions over here. Me and David
Right, I
are.
forgot.
Whatever you say, Mike.
All right, let me give you one more here.
I agree with Mike.
Michael V. Michael V.
Yay, Mikey!
I can't even read now. All right, here we go. Number 5. I really liked it. I can't wait. I cannot wait for the all-black uniforms.
Oh, Christ. I feel like every show but us cares about the uniforms.
Well, I know it's not Gov.
It's definitely not Mike either, because he likes the white ones.
Kenny hates minority jobs, so he can't be excited about it.
Disqualified.
So one more time.
I really liked it. I can't wait. I cannot wait for the all-black uniforms.
You know what?
Talk to me.
I think I know who this is, so I'm gonna
He's Jenkins?
I'm gonna
All right.
Evan rule myself.
I'm going to get some
I need you to
Stoney.
say it, sir.
I'm gonna Evan rule myself.
I'm going to say Stoney because Stoney still tries to be like hip and how you doing, fellow kids?
I'm going to go off the board here because I heard them talking about it this morning. I heard them ask Heather specifically what her opinions on the uniforms were. and she gave an opinion. And also, I think she brought up the black uniforms too. So I'm going to guess Heather. Off the board, I know.
Wow. Notice the face mask was a little bit of a different blue.
I did notice that.
There were 3 different blues.
It was
Just so you know, the face mask, the helmet, the jersey, and the pants.
And the pants, they were all different.
This is early D'Antonio. The helmets don't match the jerseys. That was like Spartan fans' heads were
The
exploding.
jerseys didn't match the pants. Nothing. That's Jansen.
We all locked in?
I don't know what to do. He said Heather. You said John. Who did
I
you
said
say?
Stoney.
Oh, my
We're
God.
on the morning show.
I don't. Wow. Fun note, that was John's biggest and only opinion of the week.
And the reason why...
Well, I grabbed it.
When I heard that, I was like, we need to turn that into a drop at some point. I heard, and that's how I remember. I'm like, we got to turn that into a drop for John.
Trying to find some audio of him. I
Right.
was very difficult this week.
Okay, David, tremendous job by you. That is who said it.
To celebrate Team USA going for the gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal now through August 11th. Get the best offer yet with a 300 megabit Xfinity internet and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year and a free 5G phone. And the action does not stop there. Now you can save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
We're brought to you by Lady Jane's Haircuts for Men. Tigers, Giants in Frisco tonight. 1 to 3, 10:15. The first pitch here on the ticket. Bullpen day for Detroit. Former Tiger Robbie Ray going for the Giants. Casey Mize yesterday, rehab start, Toledo. 2 1/3 scoreless innings. Men's Olympic basketball gold medal game. It's tomorrow. U.S. and France. Frenchmen 16.5-point dogs. U.S. women beating up on Australia today, 85-64 in the semis. Women play for the gold on Sunday. Lions in their loss to the Giants, losing 6 to injuries. Hendon Hooker among them led the team in rushing with 34 yards, but suffered a concussion. Offensive tackle Connor Galvin tore his MCL. He's out for the year. Undrafted free agent receiver Isaiah Williams, though, caught head coach Dan Campbell's eye in a positive fashion. ESPN says New England has released wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster. Some interesting head-to-head prop bets for the upcoming season. How about this? Total regular season passing yards, Jared Goff a -120 favorite over Matthew Stafford, and in a head-to-head with the Dolphins Tua Tagovailoa, both at -110. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. I have a really interesting piece of audio from the world of college football. Yesterday, we briefly talked about Deion Sanders, the reports, and I take them with a grain of salt. They are so salacious about what's going on in Colorado. I'm just like, all right, I don't know about all that. But I also agree with Rico that when enough of that comes out, you go, well, there's got to be some truth. So CBS put out a coaching rank. Innocuous, right? Websites are looking for content. Radio shows are looking for content. Coach rankings are a thing.
Yeah, it's like us doing the overrated,
Right.
Yeah.
Go look at any college football podcast right now. They're doing coaching rankings, and that's okay. I don't take them serious. Well, Deion did not receive a good grade. 1 year at Colorado, 4-8, and no one's sure if you're doing any coaching. Mm-hmm. Well, he had his press conference today. I want to play this audio for you and listen to Deion's response to this question. It is a clown car.
Because, just the background, CBS Sports ranked Coach Prime the second worst coach in the Big 12. He took exception to that. Go ahead, David.
Okay, what? Okay, can I unpack this for a second? Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
Only if you respect me.
Rigo, when Nick Saban would walk into a home, he could go bowling with his national title rings, literally across the kitchen table, and they'd careen off the bread bowl. Mm-hmm. Deion, you went 4-8. You made a fool of yourself with all last year and all offseason. You haven't proven anything. Am I supposed to put you ahead of Sonny Dykes, who went to the playoff? Mm-hmm. Supposed to put you ahead of Kyle Whittingham? Supposed to put you ahead of Gus Malzahn? Supposed to put you ahead of Chris Kleiman? I can keep going. Mm-hmm. This guy doesn't even work for CBS National. He works for CBS in Denver. Oh, I respect you. Meanwhile, Deion hits him with a pizza to the face.
Because CBS knows what they did. No, Deion, we all saw what you did. You went 4-12. And 2 of those were gifts. So.
Am I crazy? How much longer is this going to be the way it goes before people in the national media go, you know what? F this. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I think at least one more year, Mike, because there are so many people who have already written the comeback story for Deion. They're just waiting to hit the send button and say, see, I told you, you gave up on Deion too soon.
No one's giving up on
And then there's others who just see the grift for what it is. Like, this is a con.
No, the point is the guy who coached Jackson State isn't the guy coaching Colorado. If you followed him at Jackson State, his message was impressive. And there was an accountability to it. It was about being a leader of men. I liked the idea of Deion getting this job. Then he's displayed none of that with this job. We're reacting in real time. Mm-hmm. If he goes 10-2 this year, do you think he's going to be the second worst coach in the Big 12?
No.
But for him to sit here and goes, hey, I respect you, but I ain't having nothing to do. Dude, you damn well know, Deion, you are savvy at media. You were in the media. You know that guy has nothing to do with CBS. That is nothing.
No,
that is nonsense.
But Deion has got the whole us versus the world thing down pat, and that's what he is pushing at Colorado. Hey, guys, if you're not in this locker room, and if you're not one of my guys in this locker room, then you're the enemy. And that's the mentality there. That's why you're hearing these stories of stuff that's going on. That's why guys are transferring in and immediately, no, I'm transferring out. I knew when he first got there, I'm like, okay, this could be problematic. When he basically walked in and said, hey, I'm here, and if you, some of you may not be, and I got Louis luggage, and you better just pack your stuff up and leave. Like, that's not how you greet your team. You know what you do? A real coach, you sit down with each individual player, see what you have, talk about their goals and what you expect, and see if it's a match. And if it's not, you wish them well. You don't walk in there and immediately just tell everybody you can leave, you can go.
Well, on every level, every step of the way since he got to Colorado, he has not been a professional.
Yes.
He has not been the guy that's going to raise men. He's not acting like that. And look, why it still wouldn't be right, I would understand it more if it was the national guy that came through.
Sure.
I would say, you know what? Okay, I get it. Still not right, but I get it.
Or if it's the guy who wrote the article,
Right.
you still should answer it and
Yes.
go, you tell me right here why. I look, the other point is, why would any coach care? Think about it. The only people you're accountable to are your bosses / boosters. Are the only people you report to. Oh, you don't think I'm a good coach? Don't care. Do my bosses. Do the people who pay my players. It just comes off incredibly juvenile. It's ridiculous. And every time I keep waiting for Deion to be the guy he was 2 short years ago.
I think that's gone. I think that they handed him the reins and he got too much too soon, and this is what you get now.
Couple ticket texts and we'll move on. I just wanted to play the audio. It's every day there's something coming out of Colorado.
when he was blaming everybody for his son's poor performances last year.
You look real small time doing stuff like that. You're not prime time. You look really small time. That's a real head coach of a real program doesn't read their own press clippings. It just doesn't happen.
Along with sunglasses indoors.
Yes.
Your favorite, Mike.
He ain't wrong. I don't understand it. Quickly.
Someone says, if I had a 4-star kid, he would not play for Deion. He is a joke. That is from Jason.
Well, I have news for you. They're not. Go look at the recruiting.
No, but the fact of he threw his offensive line, they were bad, but he threw my son Shador is out here. Maybe it's your kid's fault, okay? Maybe it's not everybody else. Maybe your son, no, he's going to be this.
Well, he also threw Sean Lewis under the bus. Sean Lewis was a very good coach at Kent State and a brilliant offensive mind. By the middle of the season, he had depantsed Sean Lewis and made him the scapegoat. Now Sean Lewis is out at San Diego State. Rico, it's a pattern. He just blames everybody else.
Yeah.
Sorry, I get fired up by it.
My kid's only going to play for certain NFL teams.
Yeah, okay. All right. David, we'll catch up later. We're way over time, and that's on me. All right, listen, the 24 year-end clearance is going on. Moran Buick GMC, they have reduced prices on all remaining 24 models. So get to Moran, where you always get the best price, period. Moran has got the vehicle you're looking for, and if you need that certified service, you know what I'm going to tell you. You go to MoranExpress.com, you get the free loaner, you go about your day, do what you got to do. They'll call you when your vehicle's ready. Stop on in. It's Moran Buick GMC on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
And brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Tigers Giants tonight, 10:15, the first pitch here on the ticket. Another bullpen day for Detroit. Former Tiger Robbie Ray going for the Giants. Good news for Casey Mize in a rehab start in Toledo last night, throwing 2 1/3 scoreless. Men's Olympic basketball. France, the opponent in the gold medal game for the U.S. men. That'll be tomorrow. The Americans favored by 16.5. U.S. women's team has a gold medal game on Sunday. They beat Australia in the semis, 85-64 today. Lions lose the game, but more importantly, suffering 6 injuries, losing at least one player for the entire season. That'll be offensive tackle Connor Galvin, who tore his MCL. Quarterback Hendon Hooker suffered a concussion. Meanwhile, undrafted free agent receiver Isaiah Williams caught the eye in a positive way of head coach Dan Campbell. He had 4 catches for 35 yards. And wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster, formerly of New England, just released at age 27. He had 29 catches last year for the Pats. Single game tickets for the Detroit Red Wings go on sale Monday at 10 a.m. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, great to have you with us. We got a little potpourri here in the 5 o'clock hour because David is still getting a ton of ticket texts about Dion. We have the Lions preseason. And then for those of you who say, oh my God, why are they bringing it up? Number one story on ESPN right now, and it's not from the Onion. Michigan is having Jim Harbaugh back as an honorary captain to open the season.
Because why not?
Amidst the NCAA stuff. And by the way, he was asked about it today, not nearly as verbose as the other day. You can go listen to that. But here's what I want to do. We'll do dealer's choice. You guys are driving home on a gorgeous Friday night. Whatever one of these 3 you want to get into. Start with the Lions. Kenny, I think, represented a lot of this city of people who were irrationally excited for a preseason game. Kenny didn't last the quarter. He recognized quickly, this is awful. Now, if you want to do this Hendon Hooker thing, go for it. But he didn't start the game. He didn't play any meaningful snaps against anybody who's going to be in this league. I can't do anything with it. There's nothing for me to do. But did the preseason, are you willing to come to the altar now, knowing preseason football is useless? Number 2. The Deion Sanders thing. We played the audio for you. With everything going on, now Deion refused to answer questions from a local CBS reporter, not CBS National, because he didn't like where he was ranked on the head coaching list. It just help me. Does anyone out there believe Deion is going to live up to what we thought he could do when he got the job? Or is this thing about to go Hindenburg? And then number 3 is Harbaugh being invited back. Listen, I'm not mad about it. I don't care. As an outsider to this, that's not a good idea. You are rubbing the NCAA's face in the duty. Like that is, I just don't think it's a bright idea when you're going to want to get out of this next scandal. You could bring Jim back next year. You could put a statue up. You do whatever you want when the dust settles. I wouldn't bring him back now because whether it is or isn't, this is another act of defiance. Now, that'll be great for the base, Rico. The cultists, the hardcore base, they're going to love it. Mm-hmm. People in the stands are going to go bananas. That's great. It's bigger than that. So I just wonder, like, David, feel free. Does this help you, hurt you, or no effect as it pertains to what's coming next with the sign stealing investigation and the looming notice of allegations or infractions or whatever they call it?
It definitely hurts the university because it puts a bigger target on your back because you're basically instigating here. the NCAA already want to come out. I'm coming after you. And you're instigating as you're running away or trying to run away. And it's like, all right, once I catch you, it's over. And that's what it feels like.
Think about in the wake of USC's scandal, Pete Carroll being on the sidelines to open the next season. It just doesn't add up to me. It's like you can have, look, I'll be very clear. You got away with it. Like the NCAA, I blame the Big Ten, but you got to play for it and you won the national title. You won. You won the grand game. You did the dirt and you got away with it. I really don't understand the strategy behind this. You could have him back anytime you want once the dust settles. I wouldn't do it now. And if you're mad that that's getting brought up, it's the #1 story on ESPN.com. Please don't blame me for living in reality. So we can do the Deion thing, we can do the preseason being a dud, and we can do the Harbaugh thing. It's a dealer's choice. Rico, take it wherever you want to go.
I was going to say, hold on real quick, because I was going to say, you brought up the name. You brought up Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
Now, ticket text in, call in, tell me if I'm wrong here, but I don't remember when he initially left and then when everything started coming down and Reggie Bush stuff, all this, I don't remember him even saying a word about any of it. He was the Seattle Seahawks coach. He was in the NFL. He let it all go. That's what I remember. But Jim Harbaugh, at every turn, is going right back to, you might as well be the Michigan coach still. You're commenting on it every time they talk to you. Now you're coming back to the university. You know what you should be doing? You should be preparing for your week 1 matchup in the NFL. This is a joke. Stay far away.
But, David, some people just always have to be loved by everybody. And if they don't, they'll tell you why you're wrong for not loving them.
I think my problem too is I don't expect anything different from Harbaugh. This is who he is. He's a narcissist to the core, so that's fine.
I'm sorry, but that's why I think when as the honorary captain, he just won't go out there and wave to the crowd.
You think he's going to light the fire?
He's going to have a microphone in his hand. He's going to give a speech. There will be something, whether Fox has something pre-taped of him telling the team in the locker room, basically middle finger to the NCAA, you guys go out there and do it again. They're going to do. He will be defiant. And all that's going to do is upset the apple cart. And what that's also going to do, any type of goodwill that Sharon Moore has with the NCAA trying to work some type of an agreement out is going to go out the window.
And again, I'm also a weirdo. I hated when D'Antonio would come back. Like, dude, you're gone. Stay gone. 5 years from now, we'll build a statue and then we'll see you. But get out of practice. You had your shot. I'm different. If I were a Michigan fan, I wouldn't want to see him. Like, he ran this program like a renegade. Yeah. And you won, but the problem is you cashed in all your chips about what you believe you are. That would upset me if I were a Michigan fan. As an outsider, there's nothing to get upset about. Like, we had a guy call in earlier today. He was losing his mind. I go, dude, you can't be this upset 9 months after. If it was the week of the state game when you found out Connor Stallions was on your sideline and the Big Ten called you going, you may not want to play this game, that was the time to be upset. Not now. Like, Michigan won. You don't have to validate it. Life goes on. But, Jesus, I just would like to know between the three topics where people are at.
And the funny thing, as far as Deion, you know when the last time I think we saw a grift like this? Because I do think Deion's a grift.
Mel Tucker.
No.
Okay, my bad. Sorry,
Charlie. It was Charlie Weiss.
Oh, getting paid by like 3 schools.
Oh, remember, I'm so smart that when I go to college, you guys won't be able to keep up with me.
What did he say when he got to Notre Dame? He goes, I present it was the night before they played state. A distinct strategic advantage. Yes.
I'm smarter than everybody else.
His grift was when he went to Kansas, and pretty much it was a no-show job.
Right. Oh, no, his grift was Notre Dame, and Notre Dame quickly cut bait and said, you're no good.
This is a problem. Right. 248-539-9797. So, preseason, did it live up to what you had hoped it to be? Deion Sanders, does anyone believe he's going to get this right? Because the audio, which we can play for you, it's just like, I can't believe it is not the guy who coached Jackson State. It's just not, it's not professional. And then the Harbaugh thing, it's up to you how you want to weigh in on it. Listen, it's not a hot take for me to just go, I probably wouldn't do that. There's no yelling, screaming. There's no I'm not planting a flag and saying, well, now they're going to rain fire on you. I will say again, I do not believe in the NCAA. But I think you're only hurting Sharon Moore by doing this. I do believe that. I don't think that that's anything hyperbolic.
And see, I think that's what the problem is, because I think the NCAA was ready to hit Michigan with a fine, maybe a scholarship reduction, and move on. With this, okay, you know what? We're taking that off the table. Renegotiations.
Yeah.
And by renegotiations, you have no say-so in negotiations.
And ultimately, listen, you can ask any fan anywhere in the country. I mean, whether you like the Buckeyes or the Spartans or the Irish, hey, you can win a national title, but it'll get vacated, and they'll hit you with a postseason ban. Would you do it? Yes. Now, that is to satisfy yourself and your fans in the four walls of your home. No one will respect you, but you don't care about that. Mm-hmm. You care about what you want. That's it. Mm-hmm. So they got away with it. I don't understand the strategy of where are the adults in the room. Like, where's someone at Michigan to go, hey, listen, wait, just do me a favor, wait a year.
Horrible idea.
We will bring you in on a chariot to start the 25 season. Mm-hmm. You will unveil your own statue.
Or, you know what? Let them give us the punishment.
Then we'll do whatever you want.
And we'll bring you in for the MSU game, the whoever, USC game.
Just let the dust settle.
Yes.
Then
optics will look bad if we do it right now.
Then do what Jalen Rose did to the Spartan
right.
logo.
And hey, Jim, you don't work here anymore, so you're going to come back when we say you can come back.
It's just wild to me. There's nothing upsetting because this is on brand. It's what they do. Again, how are there no adults in the room who look at this and go, you know what? As funny as this would be to us, as much as we feel like, hey, F you, not the best move. I don't know. It's wild to me, but look, I'm in the interesting business. Mm-hmm. It's interesting. Now, what, does the NCAA just try to drop the bomb 10 minutes before that happens? Because this is super petty by the NCAA, and it's super petty by Michigan.
Oh, no, I think because, remember, they have not given out what's going to happen yet. We've only heard the rumors. So I think that the couple days after this happens, that's when they're going to say, all right, it's almost like on Selection Sunday in hoops.
Oh, good one.
We have two different scenarios, two different ways we can go. If this team wins, we go with this one. If they lose, we go here. If he doesn't do anything stupid,
we do this.
We do this.
Yeah.
If he does, we're going to do this.
So you got the preseason and whether it delivered it all for you. You got Deion Sanders. Is there a non-zero chance he turns Colorado into a power, or is this a dumpster fire? And then the number one story on ESPN, Michigan is bringing back Jim Harbaugh as an honorary captain to open the season against Fresno State. You give me your thoughts on any or all of those. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
You guys have heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want that career in radio, TV, you're a graphic design artist. Specs at LTU can help you get your career started. All you got to do is visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in the city of Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who actually work in the business. What does that mean? It means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one in the lab what it takes in your respective industries. So I'm going to ask again, what are you waiting for? You need to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you're going to learn more. Then you make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program. Do that today. Why? Because classes are getting ready to start in about a few weeks. So it's not too late to get your name in the roster. ltu.edu/specs. Do it now.
Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, and determination. The number one mattress purchased by millions every year. You know who it is. It's Serta. They got the experience with 111 years making the best mattresses right here in the state of Michigan. And right now, during the Labor Day sale, save up to $1,100 off an iComfort adjustable mattress. Go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. Okay, let's get to the people. Get a little football today at 5:30. Let's go to Bob, see what he's got for us today. Bobby, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike and Rico, how you guys doing?
Good, Bob. Welcome aboard. What's going on?
Thank you. I appreciate it. Listen, I have two things. One, I wanted to comment. Charlie Weiss said schematic advantage.
Yes.
He had a schematic advantage. Which he said, I think it was not too long before the state game, and I was like, oh, my God, this guy is the ultimate pretentious New Englander. But the second thing is, I just wanted to comment on the Harbaugh thing. To me, him coming back is just the typical Michigan behavior. And full disclosure, I'm a Spartan, and but I have many friends who graduated from Michigan, but still – it's basically, you guys already said it, rubbing their nose in it, and it's like we are above the law. That's what it says to me. We're above the law, and, the rules don't apply to us. And in spite of, you gave this penalty to Michigan, we're going to bring him back anyway just to prove how much above you we are. It's just, to me, and I'm jaded, I'll admit it, but to me it's the typical Michigan behavior. They won't admit to any wrong, and when it comes down to it, if they're proven wrong, they're just going to rub your face in it. And I can't get past that. Anyway, I just think that is so typical of their behavior. Like you guys said, why not wait a year or whatever? Yes, the guy is a good coach, no question about it. But it's obvious they cheated, and now they're just rubbing their nose in everybody's face. So
Bob, listen, and look, whether you went to Michigan State or Colorado State or Arizona, it's really immaterial. As a fan of the sport, I think the tough part is, look, they got away with it. Like, people are going to have to just look. I don't deny that they won it. I just don't respect it. There's a difference. I don't live in delusion. The point is, they executed the caper. The problem with the sport is if the NCAA does nothing, which I don't expect them to, I want to be pleasantly surprised, I guess. Bob, if they don't do anything about it, then why not cheat? If all I got to incur is a fine, why not?
Exactly.
What's the point?
Exactly. Right. And at that point, you've lost all governance whatsoever. It's, in addition to how it's already a free fall.
And look,
now the whole thing's just.
And this is where I do agree with Wolverines on this point, Bob. Look, a lot of them have said, well, the NCAA is going to disappear. They're right. I do believe the sport will end up being NFL light. Another reason I have no interest in the sport. But the NCAA won't, like if I said to you, over under 2.5 years, will the NCAA be around?
I think they will.
Okay.
I know. I think it's one of those where, it seems that way, but in the end, no. The institution is too old, and they will find something. And I think the TV networks may be the industry that just keeps them around.
But what if it's a new governing body? What if it's something that is geared towards the only thing that matters right now, money?
I would still say no, Mike, because the one thing that people hate the most is change. And to get scrapped the NCAA would mean you would have to put serious thought into what happens next, and I don't think anybody wants to do the hard work.
Well, I'm sure your networks do. They've done a great job ruining this sport.
No, and I think that's why they were going to say, no, we will prop you up. Let's just keep this sham going because we don't want to do extra work.
Let's go to Raymond, 97.1. What's up, Raymond?
Not much. Good to talk to you, Mr. Mike and Mr. Rico. I have to personally thank you, Mike, for your TJ Lane impressions earlier in the show. I almost drove off the road as you said that live.
You're welcome. So what do you got?
I just wanted to hit on the NFL preseason. I think, everybody kind of knows what the preseason is. It's just a bunch of guys that are going to be, working at car dealerships in a matter of weeks. And, you clearly – there was, I think, an offensive lineman that was playing left guard in the first half for the Lions that ended up playing over on the right-hand side in the second half. It was just – it is what it is. And it was nice to see Hendon Hooker deliver a nice little truck stick that was pretty much the highlight of the night. It's preseason football when the Lions, I think it was Nate Sudfeld, threw an interception, and on the same play, the Lions get the ball back on a fumble because of all the rain and nobody knows how to secure the football. So I know what it is. It was nice to see the new uniforms. It definitely did not live up to the hype. But after 193 days, I think I was just starved. I needed something that was football on the TV screen. Really nice to see, but now I'm kind of ready for the regular season because it's the road to the Super Bowl, and I don't want anything less.
Yeah, and it's also, too, is look, if there's a game that Hendon Hooker ended up starting and playing 40 snaps, 50 snaps, maybe you dial in just to get an expanded view. But I'm with you, Raymond. There's nothing the Lions are going to do in the preseason that'll change my mind about what they are. They're one of the 3 best teams in the NFC, and if they don't make the Super Bowl, it's a disappointment. Well, that's it. There's nothing that'll take place that'll change my opinion.
Absolutely. I even saw something on Twitter even just yesterday where the NFL was showcasing Bryce Young and how good he was in the preseason last year. But yet we all know what happened.
Yeah, I'll see you week 1, and I'll make my I'm with you, Raymond. I don't want to hear any of the preseason. Look, the ultimate show that the preseason's a lie is Ron Dane looked good in the preseason for the Giants. Ron Dane was a piece of garbage.
It always comes back to the G, man.
These are my feelings. They are mine. I'm just making a point. It's a lie. The preseason's a lie, Rico.
I agree with you. You're right.
Can we please stop? I didn't do this to you. Take it up with Tom. Leave me alone. Let me go to Stu, 97.1. Stu, how you doing, buddy? What's going on?
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, Stu.
Hey, when is the Chargers bye week?
Chargers bye week, David.
Oh, he's saying they can go. He could do it then.
Yeah, so maybe bringing back Harbaugh early is one against Fresno State. We know we got to win, and we can get you out of the way. 2, when our season is important, we don't need you coming back and stealing the thunder from the team, especially if we're making a playoff push. And 3, hey, professionally, Jim is getting $8 million or whatever he's getting from the Chargers. Maybe the Chargers are like, whatever business you got at Michigan, go take care of that now, because when we're going for a playoff push, we don't need you wavering in the ballots trying to wave your Michigan flag in our Charger locker room.
No, Stu, it's a good point. You understand what I'm saying is I would just do it next year. Let the dust settle. He is still the central figure, both in the scandal he already got popped for and the one the school. And my point is, Stu, I don't think you're helping Sharon Moore. That's a personal just feeling I have is Sharon Moore feels like he's getting set up to fail. Mm-hmm. And if you're back...
The NCAA is already, not with any school anyway. Their whole thing is we get money from fines, we get money from ticket sales, we get money out of you wherever. We'll let you win a national championship and then take it from you, but yet we won't give the money back that, we took from you when you won said national championship.
And Stu, that's
their
where
whole thing is the money.
That's where and you're right. And the NCAA has always been a folly in this regard, is that how can you have all this power, but you don't have the power to name your own national champion? That's why I don't blame the NCAA. I blame the Big Ten and the CFP, Rico's friends at the networks. Those were the entities that had the power to shut their season down last year when everybody saw what was going on. Once they didn't do it, what did we do on this show? No one's taking it away from you. You're going to play for it. And if you win it, you win it. And whatever happens after that, well, you worry about it then. David, go ahead.
Yeah, I have the info he asked for. The Chargers are on a bye week October 6th. October 5th, Michigan plays Washington, but it's on the road. So that wouldn't work.
You know what? Just take over Washington, Husky Stadium. You're Michigan. And who'd you beat? The Huskies.
Yeah, we're not taking over and introducing Jim Harbaugh, giving him his ring in Washington.
Why not?
Why not?
It's your world. We just live in it.
Who did you beat for the title?
What if they took
Washington.
the Bo statue and airlifted it to the 50-yard line? And they put the Bo statue on a boat for sailgating and then park it right at the 50.
Yes. And make sure you get his real son out there.
Okay. I don't ever want to return to those shows where I'm going, wait, is this audio real? Oh, what did he do? He did drugs. I'm like, wait, we're now blasting victims? Oh, sweet. All right, Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, they moved enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there is a reason they can move that much product. It's all in stock all the time. Guys, it's simple. You could be on your deck right now. Beautiful day outside. Get to Northville. Take advantage of the pricing. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Stop in or call them or simply go to the website. They'll intro you to a Trex certified pro. Just go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Good afternoon. We're brought to you by the good people at 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. We got Tigers and Giants tonight out west in Frisco. It's a 10:15 first pitch here in the Ticket bullpen day for Detroit. Former Tiger Robbie Ray going for the Giants. Casey Mize a good day and a rehab start in Toledo yesterday, throwing 2 1/3 scoreless. Men's Olympic basketball, the Americans a 16-point favorite in the gold medal game tomorrow against France, and the U.S. women who beat Australia today in the semifinals. They also will play France in the finals on Sunday. U.S. women win the 4x100 relay gold medal today. Lions lose the game and up to 6 players to injuries in their 14-3 loss in the preseason to the Giants last night. A concussion by quarterback Hendon Hooker. We do not know how long he will be out. Offensive tackle Connor Galvin is lost for the season with a torn MCL. Others were also banged up. ESPN reporting a new wide receiver is available. New England DFAing wide receiver Juju Smith-Schuster, a 27-year-old, had 29 catches last year for the Patriots. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Best place to bet the games this summer, FanDuel. I mean, if you're betting the triple jump, you may want to call the number. But whatever, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And whether it's basketball or badminton, FanDuel's got it. And again, don't be a ding-a-ling. If you're going to have a little fun, that's fine. Don't be a moron going crazy with the Olympics. FanDuel.com/tickets. Sign up. Start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. You missed anything, Odyssey.com. Rewind. Also, programming note. The plan, provided Jim Costa's voice returns, is him and I are going to be crushing Cash the Ticket next week. 2 pods a day, every day. Get caught up, get you the conference previews, then we move on to the NFL. Again, provided Jim Costa rises and his voice returns. And he doesn't sound like Marge Simpson. David, some ticket texts coming in. I know you've got some coming in about the breakdancing, apparently.
Yeah, sure. No, not that.
The fact that that's an Olympic sport, shut the Olympics down.
It's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
The fact that it's bad breakdancing is really...
Oh, some text here.
It's 40 years too late.
I mean, did you enjoy it though, Rico? All right, let me stop.
David, you could go find drunk guy at the wedding, and he could do better than that. John Jansen out there doing the worm would be better than that.
Rico, do you know anyone that could have been better?
I can just the square off between Jansen and Gov.
Somebody better. NC State helmets.
All right. I have some text here on the preseason. Someone says the edibles kicked in 15 minutes later, and Kenny forgot why he was excited for preseason football.
Kenny was just watching his oscillating fan.
Dylan in the truck says, I was very excited for the preseason game. However, the one thing I got out of it was we need a backup quarterback. Nate Sudfeld looked absolutely awful. Couple texts here on Jim Harbaugh. Someone says, minor infractions, no biggie, haters gonna hate. Another one says, I love Harbaugh as an honorary captain. It's a big hold my beer move by U of M and sticks it to the naysayers saying they cheated. Another one says, cry Sparties, cry, wah.
Honestly, it's fine. You can write that a zillion times. You're doing it to make yourself feel better. There's no one crying. It's the #1 story on ESPN. You guys won. You're also cheaters. Like, whatever. Our team blows. Who's hiding from that? But then again, if you have like a 7th grade education, that's just the best you can come up with. So just write it more. I don't care. Guys, you got to get a grip. If your entire, like, self-worth is tied to a school that hates you, go ahead. I can't help you. It's really just getting weird. I'm sorry. Like, dude, it's Friday. It's beautiful outside. I'm a 43-year-old man, and I just feel like I don't identify with a lot of my customers anymore. I just don't. So just get a grip. Figure it out. I can't help you.
No, the thing is, this is fine. Minor infractions, all of that. But by doing this, if the NCAA comes down hard on you, you don't get to come back and say, well, this is unfair. Because what we're doing, we're the third base coach saying, don't do this. Stop. Don't run through the signal.
Like, enjoy winning it. You executed the caper. But just, I don't know. I just wouldn't pour accelerant on it. But whatever.
Wow. Don't take your victory lap too soon.
Wow.
If I'm Sharon Moore, I don't want him and the subsequent media anywhere near the program week 1 when I start.
Everybody's going to ask him a real question. Come on.
I brought that up, but again, it doesn't matter. I should have just gone to Southern New Hampshire. Then I'd be able to talk about this. DeVry or Grand Canyon or some other nonsense online university.
From Jason regarding
Grand
Deion.
Canyon. Good basketball team.
Is that Bryce Drew?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah.
Let Wojo plug
And
in.
one of
Read
the
one more.
greatest student sections.
Yeah, regarding Deion. Deion doesn't care about Colorado, just cares about his son getting into the league, probably to the Cowboys.
And again, that audio today, Odyssey.com Rewind. If you guys want it for your show, we put
I
it
heard
in.
it.
Oh, it's enjoyable.
I don't know where the guy went who coached Jackson State. This is like a different version.
Deion is gross. That whole Colorado thing is gross. The
only-
things they've done, people they've thrown under the bus.
Are we sure, though, it's the coaching rankings? Like, was that confirmed? That's why he's pissed off?
That's why he said he won't do anything with CBS.
That is unbelievable.
And he said what they did was foul. I'm like, because like Rico and I were talking, I go,
God.
am I supposed to put you ahead of Chris Kleiman? Kyle Whittingham? Gus Malzahn?
I like that the reporter's like, dude, I don't even work for CBS National. Like, you
Right,
can't
I'm
answer
just
my
here
question?
in Denver, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
come
I
on,
respect
dude.
you, but no.
Even like Deion, am I supposed to say you're a better coach than Willie Fritz, who built Tulane into something people didn't want to play, and now he's at Houston? Like, Deion, you went 4-8. You're not recruiting.
Have you seen an over-under on Colorado wins this year?
5.5. I'm under.
I'm under, too. It is a complete disaster.
I'm going to bet the under. He'll probably spite me and go 9-3, but I think I'm
No,
going to bet the under.
there's no way.
I'll let
But
you
he'll
know if
respect
Jim
your
Costa's
coworkers.
alive Monday.
Oh,
So we
yeah,
can get
no,
back
what's
to
going
this.
on?
Yeah, I hear he's going to be okay.
No.
He had laryngitis. He's
What did
good
he
now.
do? Choke on cookies or something? Ate too many?
You're going to love the way you
Tossed his cookies.
I guarantee you.
You know, it was somebody at this radio station because I got the same thing. I
know.
I got a great voice. I just recovered it
Maybe
a lot
he's just
quicker.
trying to sound like Kirsch.
Ooh, you think Tom is patient zero?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't care.
So.
All
By
right,
the way,
what's coming
the
up?
Olympics. Why don't you guys have the breakdancing on?
I don't control these TVs.
Did
and I
you
don't
know
care.
it was they were
Ask Rico.
breakdancing? Or you, Hatchet.
What are we doing? It's Friday. It's too late for this. Please.
What? I asked him if
Mike Gundy or Deion Sanders.
248.
Well, Mojo, are you really going to let the crosstalk perish without?
I have a theory.
On.
I have a theory.
Here we go.
I was listening to the Rico and the Man show earlier, and you guys stumbled across that tidbit about Harbaugh, honorary captain at the Michigan Open.
I just was like, I don't know if I do
what
that.
are they doing? I figured out what they're doing.
Let's hear it.
I literally think everything Harbaugh related now is merely an attempt to troll Mike and Rico.
No.
It's a personal attempt to troll.
I disagree.
No, they're trolling you.
How are you trolling us?
It's not upsetting. It
Because
was like,
you
really?
would, of course, leap on it.
Well, hold on, time out.
Yeah.
It's the top story in ESPN.
Oh, I'm not saying you're wrong, Tom.
It's not. I mean, like, what were we going to do?
It works to be.
I know
trolling.
other shows here wouldn't bring it up, but like, what are we going to do? Whistle by the graveyard? I can't break down preseason football. I'm guilty as charged.
It's just like when all the trades came out and you saw national writers talking about Skubal could be traded and should be traded.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about it. That's
Ooh,
what we
I
do.
miss
I'm
those
making
topics.
a joke.
I would bring him back. It would just be next year, and I would put the statue up and be done with it.
Oh, but you know Michigan loves
Or
this.
I would just wait until you actually get the punishment.
Well, at
and
least
then do all of
They
it.
obviously don't care. They either don't think the NCAA has any teeth to
I'm just saying the NCAA,
to discipline them, or they won't get anything, or they don't care.
Rigger, they're in a bad mood this week. It's one of those, you know what? They're normally toothless, but right now, maybe let's not.
At least when he spoke at his next press conference, at least he kept his mouth shut.
Yeah, notice
then.
he wasn't verbose today.
No. And I thought it was
'cause
stupid.
the last time
first
he
time
was.
he just spouted out.
Like, because here's the deal.
Right, and as soon as he did that, here's your punishment.
Right, here's
But
your
Bob,
4 years.
the reality is they got away with it. They won. They won the national title. They didn't have their season stopped. Where people get mad is, okay, we can deal with they cheated and they won. But when you attempt to rub people's faces in it, that's where it gets like, are we
but
really
don't
doing
you
this?
think they were done wrong? You hated on us. You questioned us. You criticized us. So yes, of
Because
course,
it
Jim's gonna
actually
come back.
Because you
I
didn't
don't
cooperate
disagree, but
and
that's-
you just didn't turn on. Like, the NCAA doesn't want to punish you. Guys, make it easy for us.
No,
We'll make it easy for you.
Michigan cares about one type of people. Their fans. Their fans are going to eat this up.
I was just joking about them trolling you.
No, we're talking.
I know.
It's fine. It's fine.
Hey, man, it's 5:55 on a Friday.
All right, go.
I don't give a damn.
Get
Can we
out
go
of
back
here.
to breakdancing?
You got to read?
I really don't give a damn.
Get out of here. What's next?
Is he gone? Is he gone? He's leaving.
What's next?
Mojo's going to tell us why
Well,
we are rooting against Team USA
Everybody
against
is
France,
in
apparently.
in basketball. Yes.
Mojo's going to break news. Plus, we're going to talk about Lions. One member of this radio station is seething at Dan
Is
Campbell
dead to us.
because he went for it on fourth down.
Yep.
What are we doing?
Why are you giving it away?
My bad.
Karsh did not teach you well, pal.
Come on.
Big boy did it.
Okay, I'm out. 97.1.
I'm surprised you lasted this long.